Chapter 23-25. The 7 ethereal immortal palace keys connected like divine birds, looking resplendent and dazzling. On the demon blood vulture's back, Shao Qin, Chu Chaoyun, and the other two looked into the distance, entering deep thought. Shao Qin thought to himself, the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys formed a circle, looking incredibly dazzling. However, the circle was pitch black. This formed a clear contrast with the light of the keys. That pitch-black circle was frighteningly dark, giving off faint spatial fluctuations. To others, the scene before them looked like a total solar eclipse. Aside from slight shock, they could not see any other mysteries or obtain any more information. However, the nearby cultivators were either great perfection sovereign emperors or outstanding talents like Shao Qin. They could sense the space-time fluctuations in the black hole, so they frowned heavily and showed grave expressions. The space-time Great Tao split into two. One was the Time Tao, and the other was the Space Great Tao. The latter was still fine. The sovereign emperors present had many experts who comprehended the Space Great Tao or soul tools or secret techniques related to the Space Great Tao. For example, Shao Chen's firmament's rage had a deep connection to the Space Great Tao. The 5-element divine lightning grew endlessly in Shao Chen's palm, materializing a simplified small world. This was the manifestation of the Space Great Tao. Another example was someone like Dao Yen, who grasped the 10th layer Ice Tao domain and could materialize a small world. However, the former, the Time Tao, was a great Tao that inspired despair. If one grasped a little of it, one could sweep through the world. Even during the peak of the martial epoch, no one grasped the Time Tao. Not to mention the current martial epoch. Shao Chen's state of cycle touched upon the Time Tao. However, it was far from the Time Tao. The faint fluctuations made it easy to connect it to the wings of time. At the same time, the results of the third round of the succession race on the ancient Yan Emperor tree slowly became clear. The 9th Prince Wang Yan and the 4th Prince Wang Yun led the other princes by a large margin. If nothing unexpected happened, these two would ascend to the top of the Yan Emperor tree and decide the victor. However, not many people paid attention to the final outcome of this succession race. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace focused their gazes on the black hole giving off spacetime fluctuations. They showed horrified expressions and panted, not daring to say anything. This was too shocking. The ethereal immortal palace actually appeared. The strongest soul tool in the world, the Wings of Time, was in there as the epic changed. The ethereal immortal palace's importance went without saying. Perhaps whoever grasped the Wings of Time would have the absolute initiative at this juncture of the change of epochs. It could even be said that whoever grasped the Wings of Time would be the next master of the era. The sovereign emperor could not help feeling. Now that it involved the change of an epoch, the situation was likely not something that the imperial ancestral temple could control. In the past, foe gods had never paid attention to the prophecies of the ethereal immortal palace. However, if the ethereal immortal palace really appeared, no foe god would be able to sit still. Chen Zhao's Dragon Palace appeared, and dragon. At this moment, foe gods would definitely be alarmed. At that time, the imperial capital Yan City might become a battlefield for foe gods. Emperor, and Dao Emperor, and Qin, and Mountain, into, and one. And 3 people stood at the foot of the huge Buddha statue at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain. Abbot Suyi stood in the middle, while sword god Su Han and the spring snow bladesman Pan Huang stood on the left and right. The 3 of them looked down the mountain. Even Pan Huang, who had always been aloof, showed a grave expression. The ethereal immortal palace really appeared. Abbot Suyi pressed his palms together and let out a long sigh, his tone strangely grave. Su Han hugged a sword. Even from a great distance, he seemed to be able to see everything that happened in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, not missing out on any details. Who do you think is his pawn? Pan Huang smiled and retorted, who are you talking about? Su Hanshan frowned slightly, somewhat unable to suppress his murderous intent. He retorted, stop putting on an act. Do you know who I'm talking about? Haha. Alright, I'll stop messing around with you. You do not dare to say his name, but I have nothing to fear. Are you trying to ask who among the people with the ethereal immortal palace keys is the faux god world's holy lord's pawn? Pan Huang did not care about the sword god's murderous intent. He smiled and continued, the geniuses nurtured by the 5 super factions are all possible. Perhaps it is Qin Ming, perhaps it is Wen Renyu, perhaps it is Chu Chaoyun. In any case, it can't be Shao Qin, right? Su Hanshan interrupted Pan Huang, saying softly. Right. Pan Huang's expression slowly turned serious. After some thought, he said, as for who is most likely, naturally, it is Qin Ming. You and I both know that. The Golden Dragon Emperor's bloodline is a dog that he personally nurtured. Not to mention anything else, they are at least loyal. Hee hee. Abbot Suyi felt a mountainous pressure as he stood between the two. Only these two people dared to talk about the current era master without any inhibitions. Although the martial epic was on the verge of collapse, no matter what, the epic master was a horrifying existence that deterred an entire epic. Putting aside the Holy Lord, Shaochen looked at the current situation. Experts that only faux gods could sense were rushing over from all directions. Their strong auras spread throughout the Yanwu dynasty. These experts stared at the imperial capital, Yan City, like tigers eyeing their prey. Among them were some horrifying old monsters. The faux gods of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao descended silently. However, Su Hanshan and Pan Huang chatted cheerfully, not caring about the arrival of these faux gods. Suyi withdrew his gaze and sighed softly, the ethereal immortal palace has appeared, and the epic has changed. Strong enemies surround us, making life and death hard to predict. However, the two of you remain so calm. This old monk admires you. Since the two of us have already lit our divine flames, we are destined to be unable to sever the karma of the martial epic. No matter the outcome, today should be the last time we make a move. It was as if Su Hanshan was speaking his last words before his death, words that would shock the world had been uttered by Su Hanshan so casually. There was no nostalgia or pity in Su Hanshan's eyes. Instead, there was a fanaticism that bordered on madness. That was his dedication to the sword Tao. To Su Hanshan, life and death were not as important as the sword Tao. Pan Huang smiled faintly and said, your backyard is in trouble. You should be even more anxious than the two of us. Can you deal with it? When Suyi heard that, his expression suddenly changed. Naturally, Pan Huang referred to Yuan Zhen, who appeared with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's karma. After a pause, Suyi said somewhat helplessly, junior brother Su Yun already made a move. However, even if he successfully subdued Yuan Zhen, it would be pointless. The situation is already set. Be it the Black Lotus Church, the Azure Lotus Church, or the current Orthodox Buddhist sect, they were the two sides of the Kitagarbha Buddha. However, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had a completely different philosophy. Once the Kitagarbha Buddha gained the upper hand, the golden Kitagarbha Buddha statue on Spirit Vulture Mountain would instantly shatter. The consequences would be even more severe than the Black Lotus Church gaining the upper hand. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace already felt somewhat restless, feeling very unnatural. They could all guess that a startling battle would take place. A group of peerless experts that they could not understand would definitely fight each other over the wings of time. The Yanwu dynasty, which possessed deep accumulations, was like a small boat in a storm before this group of experts, unable to decide its own fate. Perhaps the Yenwu dynasty's clan elders already knew about this and participated in it. However, this made things difficult for them. They did not know what to do. Under the gazes of a group of faux gods, they did not dare to leave even if they wanted to. If they did not leave, they feared being implicated. The aloof experts, who dominated a region or ruled the world, all felt how insignificant they were before the epic exchange. However, in reality, they did not know. The folk gods who looked so terrifying and powerful that they could not understand could not help themselves either. They were also like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any moment. The fear and anxiety in his heart were not any less than what they were feeling. In fact, he could empathize with them even more. One could say that the more one gained, the more one feared losing. However, more accurately, the deeper the karma, the harder it was to escape. Chapter 23-26. In the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, the 7 ethereal palace keys turned into a divine bird that was connected from head to tail, spinning non-stop. The pitch-black black hole in the circle was faintly emitting space-time fluctuations. Everyone present felt that it was the passageway to the Immortal Palace. However, guessing was just guessing. In front of the real passageway, the fanatical group of people all became cautious. A space-time tunnel. This was a space-time passageway. Who knew where it would lead to? There were just too many unexpected things. There was no lack of space-time cracks in the major wide world. Even if a faux god was unfortunate enough to be sucked into one, it would be difficult for them to escape. Furthermore, this group of sovereign emperors naturally did not dare to act rashly. Are you going in? Qin Ming had an impulse in his heart, and a fanatical flame flashed in his eyes. The dragon race had once used the wings of time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. Qin Ming had a special feeling toward the Immortal Palace and the wings of time. Xikong Shu looked around and saw Yuan Zhen, Yen Cangming, Wen Renyu, and the others frowning slightly. They were all thinking of a foolproof plan, not intending to act rashly. It's better to be cautious. Although we have the treasure that the purple gold dragon emperor entrusted to us, we shouldn't reveal it too early. Withdrawing his gaze, Xikong Shu said in a deep voice. The fervor in Qin Ming's eyes intensified. He said softly, "What are you afraid of? Riches and honor come from danger. For the sake of the wings of time, we can definitely take this risk. As long as we seize the initiative, the wings of time will definitely be ours." The Silver Dragon King advised with a grave expression, "Don't be rash. Who here can guarantee that they do not have trump cards? Let's make a plan before we act. There are quite a few people here, and I still can't see through them." Sigh. Upon hearing the Silver Dragon King sigh, Qin Mu's lips twitched, clearly dissatisfied. But in the end, he calmed down and didn't say anything more. While the group watched and hesitated, Jiang He, who was now far away from the core zone, was with Lin Feng. When the 7 keys were connected end to end, he suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken and his blood flow reverse. He was in a trance, and his face was frighteningly pale. How unbearable! Jiang He dropped to his knees with a thump, clutching his chest as he looked up into the distance at the dazzling circle of light where the key was connected to the divine bird. The field of vision was blurry and hazy. Nothing could be seen clearly. The inheritance key, is it really with me? Father, what did you do to me? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Jiang He! Jiang He! Beside him, Lin Feng jumped in fright and crouched to check on Jiang He's condition. Jiang He's consciousness blurred. All he felt was that he was immeasurably weak, and someone seemed to be calling his name beside his ear. His vision was filled with the bright light of the key. Compared to the physical pain, his heart hurt more. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he could guess that the inheritance key was really related to him. But why didn't his father tell him? Why didn't you tell me? in his hazy consciousness, in his blurry vision, a figure appeared in the boundless light. That silhouette seemed illusory and ethereal under the light. Behind him, there was a little guy squinting his eyes as he looked at the back of the tall mountain with a gaze of worship. What do you think an expert is? The little guy clenched his fists, clenched his teeth and firmly said, "Of course it's people like father, only then can they be experts." Xiao Chen's father was a heaven dragon that everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire respected. He was a heaven dragon that was even more powerful than the purple gold dragon emperor. Am I an expert? However, this empire has already rotted to its roots, becoming a dog in someone else's hands. I'm just a slightly stronger dog. The little guy revealed a confused expression on his cute face. He could not understand what his father was saying. The little guy bit his finger, unable to understand no matter how he thought about it. This made his young and tender face look even cuter. Although that figure did not turn around, Xiao Chen could clearly see his appearance. He could not help smiling. Father is leaving. Remember to do your homework properly in the future. Don't ever be lazy. The little guy felt nervous for some reason. He ran over and hugged that figure's leg stubbornly. Why does father have to leave? Little Jiang, he does not allow father to leave. Why? Because father has the heart of an expert. Little Jiang, you have to remember that being an expert is not about strength but about one's heart. If you can understand this, you will become a heaven dragon one day as well. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, no matter how the little guy called out, that figure gradually moved further away until it vanished. The scene changed. A group of youths surrounded the little guy in Ancestor Dragon City, using their fists and legs to beat him up. Little bastard, you stole young Master Qin's things again. That's what you get for stealing. That's what you get for stealing. I'll beat you to death. You are indeed a lowly mixed blood dragon. I wonder, why are you staying in Ancestor Dragon City? The little guy curled up on the ground. His face was swollen, but he tightly hugged a saber in his embrace, unwilling to let go. The little guy clenched his teeth. His eyes watered, but no tears fell. He stubbornly said, "I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. This is my father's saber. My father gave it to me." Ha ha ha. Your father is a sinner. Everything he has already been confiscated. Now, it all belongs to young Master Qin Ming. Your father overestimated himself, wanting to rebel and sneak attack the purple gold dragon emperor. Sparing your life is a gift from the Qin clan. I won't allow you to say that my father is a heaven dragon. He is a heaven dragon. The little guy on the ground suddenly erupted with a ferocious expression, knocking back all the surrounding youths. Bang! However, the little guy only took 2 steps before he went flying back. A footprint appeared on his face, and blood flowed from his nose. The youth, Qin Ming, appeared and said indifferently, "Little mixed blood dragon, just keep this broken saber. This young master has many treasures. If you dare to steal in the future, it will not be as simple as beating you up. Bastard! Trash mixed blood dragon. Where did you get the face to stay in Ancestor Dragon City with us divine dragon bloodlines?" The youths slowly went far away. However, the unpleasant words did not disappear. The little guy hugged his saber and looked at the sky, ignoring these humiliating words. In his heart, he was thinking about why his father had left and why he hadn't said anything to him. In the blink of an eye, the little guy turned into Jiang He. Then, he hugged his saber and looked at Ancestor Dragon City behind him. Jiang He showed a resolute and stubborn gaze as he clenched his right fist and said, "I must find you. I want to ask you why." Then, he left Ancestor Dragon City without even looking back. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. After Jiang He fell, he started babbling nonsense, occasionally asking why. Why do you have so many whys? You are about to die. What should I do now? Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. He had never heard of Jiang He's situation before. His bloodline flowed in reverse, his divine energy turned chaotic, and his divine seal reversed. To think that he was still alive. Lin Feng, who was proficient in the Death Dao, could not understand this strange situation. Just as Lin Feng was at his wit's end, his expression changed slightly. Then, he saw Jiang He's chest release a faint light. After a while, the light spread to Jiang He's entire body, slowly turning immaterial. What the heck? Lin Feng bent over, wanting to check. Then, he placed his hand on Jiang He's body. Without any warning, the two vanished into thin air. Crack! At the same time, the black hole in the ring of light formed by the keys suddenly shattered. As Xiaochen looked into the circle, he saw a world inside. A palace that was sparkling and translucent like beautiful jade and gave off a celestial spiritual aura was faintly discernible. That palace looked ethereal amid the clouds, inspiring yearning. The ethereal immortal palace. Yan Songming, the Silver Dragon King, and the others could no longer hold themselves back. To think of a perfect plan. To be cautious, someone else would take the initiative to enter the ethereal immortal palace. Whoosh! Immediately, light and figures flickered. Yuan Zhen, Yan Songming, and the others executed their various means, executing exquisite movement techniques as they flew towards the tunnel. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen entered deep thought, not daring to be sure. Is it really an ethereal immortal palace? Unfortunately, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had no choice but to erase all his memories of the ethereal immortal palace. Back then, under the pressure of the Holy Lord and the experts under him, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been forced to hand over the wings of time. He had no choice but to erase his memories of this. Even though it was right before him, Xiaochen could not learn too many clues. This is the ethereal immortal palace. The wings of time must be in there. Chu Chaoyun, who was beside Xiaochen, showed a determined expression as he stood up and prepared to fly in. Xiaochen asked, "Are you not going in with us? We'll talk after we enter." Chu Chaoyun's body paused slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he stayed behind in the end. "Big brother, is this person trustworthy?" Xiao Suo, who had been recuperating on the demon blood vulture, suddenly opened his eyes and asked as he watched Chu Chaoyun leave. Hao Kai also looked at Xiaochen. After all, the two did not know about the past grudges between Chu Chaoyun and Xiaochen. It was normal for Hao Kai to have such doubts. Is he trustworthy? Xiaochen did not know, but he knew how to answer this question. He replied calmly, "My saber will never attack him first." Chapter 23-27. There were many mysteries about Chu Chaoyun. How did he enter the ancient Yan Emperor tomb? What secrets did he have that he could not speak of? It was hard for Xiaochen to answer whether he believed it or not. However, Xiaochen was certain that no matter what, he would not take the initiative to attack Chu Chaoyun. "Come, let's go as well." Xiaochen shouted, and the demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light, entering the space-time tunnel. Whoosh! The instant the demon blood vulture passed through the key, the scene changed. The demon blood vulture appeared in a mirror-smooth immortal lake with mist-like spiritual energy. A magnificent palace made of white jade stood in the center of the immortal lake. The palace looked like the most perfect work of art in the world. It was pure white and flawless, so perfect that it did not seem like something of this world. This made one sigh in amazement. When one looked at it, one could not bear to look away. The palace was like an otherworldly fairy, so beautiful that it entered one's heart. With just one look, one could not let it slip away. It made one forget everything, intoxicated with it, unable to wake up from this beautiful dream. That's not right. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly startled awake. His mind felt dazed. When Xiao Chen's vision cleared, he saw that Xiao Suo and Wu Meng had already jumped off the demon blood vulture. As the two walked on the lake, they headed for the Immortal Palace. However, what was even more horrifying was that the two of them were slowly sinking deeper and deeper into the lake. Yet, they did not even realize it. Xiao Chen soared into the air and turned into a beam of light before landing on the two. Then, he grabbed one with each hand and pulled, ferociously pulling the two out. Whoosh! Water splashed everywhere, startling Xiao Suo and Wu Meng to their senses. They asked with some confusion, what happened? Xiao Chen put down the two and honestly told them what he saw. The two paled in fright. They felt a chill run down their backs, and their bodies trembled slightly. This was too terrifying. They did not feel anything at all. The two were considered experts, but they did not feel anything earlier. If not for Xiao Chen, they might have already sunk to the bottom of the lake. Big brother, look! On the surface of the lake, Xiao Suo suddenly jumped in fright. He pointed at the bottom of the lake and took a few steps back. At the bottom of the clear lake, there were many corpses of celestial fairies floating in the air. They looked exactly like how they were when they were alive. Their faces were beautiful, and their skin was as white as snow. However, there was no sign of life at all. It was extremely strange. Immortal Burial Lake. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen blurted out. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed a little confused. How did he know that this place was called the Celestial Burial Lake? It seemed like he had never seen such secrets or ancient records in hiding. Celestial Burial Lake. Hao Kai frowned slightly and muttered, so, the legend is true. Xiao Suo asked curiously, what legend? Hao Kai looked at Xiao Qin and said, legend has it that before the immortal epic ended, the supreme female immortal of the immortal court, Shi Wangmu, sensed a calamity descending. He couldn't bear to see his face ruined and his body destroyed, so he led a group of fairies to throw themselves into an immortal lake at the peak of Mount Kunlun, committing suicide. At that time, all the people of the immortal court saw this shocking scene. That was how Immortal Burial Lake got its name. Shi Wangmu's death by jumping into the lake also marked the beginning of the immortal epic's destruction. Shi Wangmu had been in existence equal to an immortal king during the immortal epic. Even in the martial epic, one could find a few words about her in some hidden ancient texts. However, such a peerless and supreme Queen Mother of the West, in the face of the change of epics, was completely defeated. Similarly, he was helpless and chose to end his own life. Xiao Suo immediately trembled. Then, he said with some lingering fear, that is to say, if not for Big Brother earlier, we would have gone down to accompany these immortal corpses. You are Shi Wangmu, and you are also at the bottom of this immortal burial lake. Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Hao Kai. Hao Kai shook his head and replied, I am not sure about that. I read about it in an ancient record. If not for Brother Xiao saying the words Immortal Burial Lake, I would not have remembered it. Big Brother, how do you know about Immortal Burial Lake? Xiao Qin showed a complicated expression. However, he could not answer Xiao Suo's question. Perhaps he had read about it in an ancient record before. However, he had forgotten about it, just like Hao Kai. Then, he suddenly recalled it. Let's not talk about this. Where are the others? Xiao Chen looked around but did not see Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Jin, or the others. There was no aura at all. Indeed, where did these people go? Did they all sink? At the mention of this, Xiao Suo and Hao Kai revealed doubtful expressions. The demon blood vulture turned into a small scarlet bird and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then, it sent a voice projection, Master, there seems to be a bewildering barrier here, something like an illusion. If we cannot break it, we will never be able to see the true scene. Xiaochen entered deep thought as he looked at the indistinct immortal palace in the spiritual fog. He basically agreed with the demon blood vulture's opinion. How do you know all this? I did not sense it. Hee hee. My clan has a similar place. The bewildering barrier is naturally formed by the world. There are no signs of formations at all. Unless one is prepared, no matter how high one's cultivation is, one will not be able to sense the bewildering barrier. Can you bring us through the bewildering barrier? How is that difficult? It is as simple as returning to myself. The demon blood vulture chuckled and turned into a flash of scarlet light, leading the way. Xiaochen called out to Hao Kai and Xiao Suo. After some thought, he said, "Follow it." Under the demon blood vulture's lead, the three moved over the mirror-smooth lake surface, which gave off spiritual energy. The three did not dare to lower their heads. The female immortals swimming at the bottom of the lake not only looked the same, but also had their eyes open. As long as one lowered their head, countless pairs of eyes would stare at them. This feeling was bone-chilling. No one dared to look at them for too long. I broke through. After a while, the demon blood vulture suddenly spoke, and the three's eyes lit up. The ethereal immortal palace hidden in the fog stood before them in its complete form, reflecting the lake. Without the hazy fog, the perfect and flawless ethereal immortal palace lost some of its mystery and allure. However, it gained a bewitching air. It was as beautiful as a bewitching air. Whoosh! Many gazes looked at Xiaochen and the others, showing shock in their eyes. These gazes belonged to Yan Cangming, Yuanjin, Chu Chaoyun, and the others. They had broken through the bewildering barrier long ago. Xiaochen immediately understood. These people clearly understood the ethereal immortal palace more than he did. These people had made preparations long ago and had supreme treasures for breaking through the bewildering barrier. After all, the super factions had participated in the sealing of the wings of time back then. They would have left behind some information. If the blue dragon bloodline had not gone extinct, Xiaochen would have obtained similar secrets. Xiaochen looked around and fixed his gaze on Chu Chaoyun. He also knew about the bewildering barrier. Chu Chaoyun felt somewhat embarrassed. When he saw Xiaochen's gaze, he turned his head and avoided it. Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. If not for the demon blood vulture, he would continue to be trapped in the bewildering barrier. With just one glance, these people's gazes returned to the ethereal immortal palace. All of them frowned and sighed softly. Hao Kai observed their expressions and roughly understood what was going on. After some thought, he said, "Without the inheritance key, no one can open this ethereal immortal palace. It looks like we made a wasted trip." Looking at the dispirited expressions of Yuan Zhen, Qin Ming, and the others, Xiaochen guessed that these people must have used some tricks. However, they could not open the ethereal immortal palace. They could only watch helplessly. "Brother Xiao, everyone has already tried. No one can open the ethereal immortal palace. Do you want to try?" Shi, who stood with Ming Xian and Yang Qing in the distance, asked with a faint smile as he looked at Xiaochen. The others' gazes immediately landed on Xiaochen again. A bright light flashed in their eyes. This Xiaochen had done many startling things. He was also one of the people that the sovereign emperors present could not figure out. Perhaps he could open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiaochen knew that he did not understand the ethereal immortal palace as much as these people. Without the inheritance key, there was no other way to open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiaochen did not reply to Shi. He just sized up the ethereal immortal palace in a daze. At such a close distance, he was only 10 kilometers from the ethereal immortal palace. Now, he could clearly see every detail of the ethereal immortal palace. The shock and astonishment in his heart became even more exaggerated. This ethereal immortal palace was so perfect that it did not look like it came from a human. It was like a powerful treasure, filled with boundless charm. However, something strange happened just at this moment. The calm lake suddenly started trembling. A terrifying existence was slowly awakening at the bottom of the lake. That strong aura surged out of the water, inspiring despair. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake opened and closed their mouths, giving off strange sounds. If one listened carefully, one would hear the words, Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Thousands of celestial voices gathered together. The expressions of the prodigies and outstanding talents on the lake changed drastically, and they all felt anxious and uneasy. In the face of this unknown and strange situation, he wasn't mentally prepared. Boom! The lake trembled even more intensely. Finally, it gave off a loud boom. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake leaped out. If this were the immortal epic, this scene would be very alluring, like a fairy coming out of a bath. However, this was a group of flying immortal corpses. Chapter 23-28. Flying Immortal Corpses. The immortal corpses broke out of the calm immortal lake. Plop! Plop! Countless female immortal corpses broke out of the water like fish, dancing in the air. These female immortal corpses had agile figures, beautiful faces, and unmatched talent. Their skin was snow white and gentle like jade. They had all the beauty that women in the world envied. However, they did not have any life. Immediately, immortal corpses filled the air above Immortal Burial Lake, swimming like mermaids. Sky Dome. Sky Dome. Sky Dome. Deep, hoarse voices continuously came from the depths of the lake. The scene before them shocked Xiao Qin, Yan Sangming, Qin Ming, and the other outstanding talents. Their minds went blank for a moment. These were once immortal corpses that everyone looked up to, inviolable immortals. The lake water splashed and fell like rain. Everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, the eyes of these female immortal corpses turned scarlet at the same time, exuding overwhelming killing chi. Whoosh! 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 Without giving Yan Sangming and the others time to react, the immortal corpses swam in the air like mermaids and attacked them. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The attacks of these immortal corpses were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 immortal corpses charged at Xiao Qin. Their eyes were scarlet as they pounced over like wild beasts. Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Qin drove the 10,000 dragon's art in his body, and a king's dragon might spread out from his body. A blue dragon image appeared behind him as he raised his hand and punched. Boom! The dragon image flickered as Xiao Qin punched with the aura of a prime. The fist light exploded, and dragon might spread out. Xiao Qin directly knocked back the 3 immortal corpses. This was much simpler than he expected. Xiao Qin easily knocked back the immortal corpses with just one punch, which stunned him slightly. However, when he saw the immortal corpses flying over at an even more horrifying speed as if nothing had happened, his expression changed drastically. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the strongest offensive fist technique in the world. Furthermore, Xiao Qin drove it with the 10,000 Dragons Art's 3rd layer, which carried the king's blue dragon might. Even a great perfection sovereign emperor would find this punch unbearable. However, these immortal corpses were not damaged at all. Naturally, Xiao Qin was shocked and raised his guard. Bang! Bang! Xiao Qin continuously sent out the Supreme Dragon Fist. The immortal corpses that surrounded him could not get close at all. Xiao Qin also discovered that the attacks of these immortal corpses were completely disorganized. Aside from his incredible speed, he did not know any celestial arts, martial techniques, or magic treasures. He could only rely on his physical body. But that was enough. Before he died, he already had an immortal spirit body. After becoming an immortal corpse, his physical body would only be even more terrifying. Ordinary attacks would not be able to severely injure these immortal corpses, much less kill them. At present, there seemed to be no danger, but as time went on, it would be disastrous. No one would be able to leave this place alive. Not a single one of them would be able to leave. An unsolvable situation. Evidently, the other outstanding talents had also predicted this outcome. Their expressions all changed drastically. Damn it, what's going on with these immortal corpses? Qin Ming used the Emperor Dragon Fish to fight. Although there were no major problems, he gradually found it somewhat taxing. According to the information left behind by the Bushan Palace, the corpses of the immortals were indeed buried under the lake. However, they were all antiques from the previous epoch. They could not be any more dead, so there was no danger at all. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared, at most, one would not be able to enter because one did not have the inheritance key. Xiaoqin had never said that he would encounter such a desperate situation. How troublesome. Ming Xian frowned heavily as he watched the wounds on the immortal corpses slowly recover from the Buddhist sect's secret technique. The Buddhist sect's secret technique had a strong counter to corpses like zombies and desolate slaves. However, it did not seem to be as effective this time. Is it because they are all immortal spirit bodies? As Ming Xian blocked the immortal corpses' attacks, he calmly analyzed the situation to see if he could find the immortal corpses' weaknesses. Yuan Zhen, who sat on the lotus platform, held up a light barrier shining with Buddhist light. The immortal corpses continuously attacked the light barrier. Ripples and cracks appeared on the light barrier. Although the cracks were small and unnoticeable, they would break sooner or later. Yuan Zhen considered retreating. In any case, he could not open the ethereal immortal palace, so he might as well leave. The wings of time were crucial to the change of epochs. Naturally, it would be best to obtain them. However, if no one could obtain them, it would not be unacceptable. Yuan Zhen looked up at the sky, where a black hole swallowed up the sun. That was the passageway formed by the 7 keys. However, when Yuan Zhen looked at the densely packed immortal corpses in the air, he shook his head helplessly. Yan Songming, who was skilled in the Death Dao, originally felt happy. He wanted to use the Death Dao's mysteries to control these immortal corpses. If he succeeded, he would immediately be unrivaled in this place. He would no longer have to worry about a threat. However, when he tried, he discovered that the other party could swallow up his Death Dao. Even after Yan Songming's Death Dao invaded the other party's soul, he was so frightened that he no longer dared to try. On the other hand, she showed a rather relaxed expression. The blood dragon and his sage cloak circled him, dancing up and down. Its dragon head roared ferociously, and its scarlet claws moved like lightning. There was practically no need for she to make a move. Scarlet shadows surrounded him, forming an impenetrable defense. Bang! Xiaoqin attacked again, sending 3 immortal corpses flying. However, a group of them immediately appeared. Even though Xiaoqin did his best to dodge, several immortal corpses still managed to strike his alloy dragon armor with their palms or claws. Whoosh! Xiaoqin took 3 steps back. The alloy dragon armor absorbed most of the force for him, so his physical body did not suffer much damage. However, when Xiaoqin saw the few clear scratches on the alloy dragon armor, he still sucked in a breath of cold air. Even spirit tools could not leave marks on the alloy dragon armor. Demon Blood Vulture, go and try swallowing one. Xiaoqin had already sensed the horror of this group of immortal corpses. He placed his right hand on the scabbard of the tyrant saber on his back. Master, I can't. This group of women have terrifying death spirit chi on them. I can't swallow them. The demon blood vulture's body trembled, revealing the fear in its heart. To think that even the demon blood vulture, which dares to swallow anything, is afraid. What exactly are the origins of this group of immortal corpses? Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiao Chen's entire body froze. His pores opened up as a terrifying gaze stared at him. The thing that Xiao Chen feared the most happened. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake, which kept shouting for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, finally targeted Xiao Chen. All this while, Xiao Chen did not want to associate this voice with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiao Chen had just arrived at this strange place when the words, Immortal Burial Lake, came out of his mouth for no reason. This made him feel that something was wrong. Then, the group of immortal flying corpses cried out in unison. This deepened Xiao Chen's suspicions. He kept his guard up, hoping that it was just a coincidence. However, it looked like Xiao Chen was overthinking. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake came for him. The group of immortal flying corpses also appeared because of him. Oh no! Feeling that the monster at the bottom of the lake was about to attack, Xiao Chen let go and switched to his saber, preparing to take out Heavenly Slayer. However, before Xiao Chen could let go, the horrifying existence at the bottom of the lake pulled him down. With a splash, he dove into the bottom of the lake. Big brother. Xiao Suo's expression changed dramatically. He waved the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand and sent it flying, sending the immortal corpses flying. Without even thinking, Xiao Suo prepared to jump down after Xiao Chen. I can't. Just as Xiao Suo was about to sink to the bottom of the lake, Hao Kai fished him up. Hao Kai demanded angrily, "Are you crazy? The surface of this immortal burial lake is the line of life and death. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. It does not matter if you are a sovereign emperor or a faux god. Even immortals cannot avoid it." But big brother, he got pulled down. Xiao Suo appeared somewhat flustered, his voice trembling as he spoke. The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of several people. To think that Xiao Chen slipped up and got pulled down to the bottom of the lake by the immortal corpses. This was too strange. Some of Xiao Chen's enemies were present. However, they did not feel happy in their hearts. Even they could hold on. Given Xiao Chen's strength, how did he get pulled down to the bottom of the lake? Dead? Qin Ming showed a stunned expression, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. They had heard of the legend of Immortal Burial Lake before. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. Life and death were separated by a thin line. Once one crossed that line, even an immortal would die. Strange. The more they thought about it, the stranger it became. Panic and fear stirred in their hearts. When people faced the unknown, they would always feel fear. However, the attacks of the immortal corpses did not stop because of Xiao Chen's strange sinking into the lake. The danger that this group faced had not been resolved yet. They might end up like Xiao Chen at any moment. Crack! Just as everyone felt worried, confused, and horrified, a melodious sound suddenly came from the ethereal immortal palace. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the ethereal immortal palace. This sound was like the most beautiful music in the world. In an instant, everyone's gazes were attracted to him. They saw someone push open the doors of the ethereal immortal palace, which everyone had used countless means but could not open. We finally came out. Lin Feng, who was covered in wounds, showed a relaxed expression as he carried the half-dead Jiang He on his back and appeared at the ethereal immortal palace's doors. The scene of flying immortal corpses, which looked like 10,000 demons dancing around, stunned Lin Feng. The instant Lin Feng's hand touched Jiang He, he was transported to a dangerous land filled with ancient era's immortal birds and great desolate and ferocious beasts. Lin Feng, who could barely handle the situation in the first place, had to take care of Jiang He. One could easily imagine how miserable he was. However, this dangerous land was like a maze. He could not find the exit. When Lin Feng finally found the exit after much difficulty, he saw the immortal corpses, Yan Sangming, and the other outstanding talents in sorry state surrounded. Despair involuntarily welled up in the depths of Lin Feng's heart. The doors are open. Before Lin Feng could react, the eyes of the people fighting the immortal corpses blazed with a frenzied flame. They instantly brought out their various Dao domains. Then, the group charged towards the ethereal immortal palace's entrance at an incredible speed without any regard for their lives. Chapter 23-29. At the entrance of the ethereal immortal palace, Lin Yun cursed and quickly dodged when he saw the crowd charging over. Whoosh! 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 Yuanjun rode on his lotus platform, bathing in a Buddhist light as he led the charge in. Before entering, Yuanjun glanced at Lin Feng. After hesitating for half a second, Yuanjun directly charged in, ignoring Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng and Jiang He suddenly appeared in the ethereal immortal palace and pushed open the doors while everyone was in despair. No matter how one looked at it, this was extremely strange. Naturally, it would be for the best if one could capture these two calmly. However, even if one delayed, it did not mean that others would be delayed. If one delayed, one would lose the initiative. One wrong step and lose everything. Following that, the Silver Dragon King, Wen Renyu, and the others charged into the ethereal immortal palace. Some glanced at Lin Feng, and some ignored him. The doors were already open. Nothing was more important than charging into the ethereal immortal palace. However, some people did not want to let Lin Feng and Jiang He off. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xi's group of three blocked Lin Feng and the unconscious Jiang He, showing malicious intent in their eyes. However, Xi attacked without saying a word. The scarlet dragon images circling around Shao Chen roared ferociously at Lin Feng at lightning speed. The scarlet dragon image carried the horrifying demonic might of a dynasty as it charged over in Lin Feng's eyes. In Lin Feng's vision, this scarlet dragon image was vast and boundless, exuding an overwhelming aura. Lin Feng, who had already fought a bitter battle in the ethereal immortal palace, showed a troubled expression when he faced this attack. Even if he could receive it, he would definitely be severely injured. At that time, he would be captured. Naturally, the best choice was to give up on Jiang He and leave alone. Just as Lin Feng felt troubled, a figure shielded him and swung his sword without hesitation. Everlasting primal chaos. Chi! The scarlet dragon image clashed with the sword light and quickly sliced it in half. How strong! Lin Feng felt startled. The person in front of him actually broke the scarlet dragon image with one sword strike. Whoosh! The two halves of the scarlet dragon image returned to Xi's side and reformed. Xi, don't be so ruthless. Chu Chaoyun said as he looked at Xi's group of three. She smiled faintly and said indifferently, don't you want to know how he entered the ethereal immortal palace? Chu Chaoyun said expressionlessly, I'm more concerned about whether you can catch up to the others if you continue to delay. Xi's expression suddenly turned gloomy when he finished speaking. If it weren't for Chu Chaoyun's interference, he wouldn't have needed to waste so much time. With his strength, it wouldn't have taken much effort at all. I let you escape last time, but you're getting bolder and bolder. Murderous intent accumulated in Xi's eyes, and his expression flickered, making him unfathomable. Although you are strong, I have never truly feared you. No one here understands you better than I do. Chu Chaoyun remained calm and collected. He did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the other party's threat. So. Right at this moment, two figures flew over. It was Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. Brother Chu, do you need help? Xiao Suo asked softly as she held the Scarlet Blood War banner and landed beside Chu Chaoyun. Let's go. Upon seeing Xiao Suo and Hao Kai arrive, she withdrew his aura and left decisively. As everyone watched the three leave, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xi's strength was too unfathomable. No one could lower their guard against him. Chu Chaoyun glanced at the many immortal corpses surrounding them. He frowned and said, "Let's go to the ethereal immortal palace first. These immortal corpses don't seem to dare to enter. We can't go in. The ancient immortal beasts and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts are even more horrifying." When Lin Feng heard that they were about to enter the ethereal immortal palace again, he immediately recalled the horrifying experience from before. No matter how horrifying it is, it won't be as horrifying as this place. "Let's go in first," Hao Kai said with lingering fear as he looked at the immortal corpses. Whoosh! The group ascended the ethereal immortal palace's entrance. Indeed, the immortal corpses that chased after them did not advance any further. "I'm going in. Do you want to come with me?" Chu Chaoyun asked as he looked at Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. He definitely had to fight for the wings of time and could not remain here. "There's no need." Xiao Suo shook his head and said resolutely, "We have to wait here for Brother Xiaoqin." "Very well, you can stay here, then. However, I want to take this person away." Chu Chaoyun's gaze fell on Jiang He. His expression did not change, but his words shocked everyone. He wanted to take Jiang He away. "You are indeed not a good person," Xiao Suo said with a cold gaze as his figure flashed, shielding Jiang He and Lin Feng. Chu Chaoyun had a deep gaze as he said after some thought, "He is the crux of the wings of time. I have to take him away. However, I guarantee that I will not harm his life. Do you think that I will let you take him away?" Xiao Suo showed a cold smile as he looked at Chu Chaoyun with murderous intent in his eyes. "That is not up to you." Right after Xiao Suo spoke, Chu Chaoyun's figure turned blurry. The space where he was turned chaotic, making it impossible for anyone to catch him. "Where is he?" Hao Kai and Xiao Suo charged forward. However, they could not find Chu Chaoyun at all, greatly startling them. Whoosh! A beam of light flashed, and Chu Chaoyun carried the unconscious Jiang He as he dashed past the two. "Damn it! After him!" The three of them cursed and rushed forward. Chu Chaoyun, who moved with the wind, looked back at the cloud-like figure in front. A golden light flickered in Chu Chaoyun's eyes, and golden flames surged out, forming a sea of fire that blocked the three. "It's the universe origin true flame." Hao Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. He stretched out his hands and blocked Xiao Suo and Lin Feng. "Why are you stopping? That fellow is already far away." Xiao Suo raged. While he looked crude and rash as he walked on the sea, he had a forthright and righteous nature. In Xiao Suo's heart, righteousness always took precedence. He would never forget the kindness of others. Xiaoqin gave him everything he had. Without Xiaoqin, Xiao Suo would not have obtained the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance or reached his current height. That Xiaoqin was Xiao Suo's benefactor. Hence, Xiao Suo was willing to do anything for Xiaoqin without hesitation. Such a person hated betrayal the most. He could not even tolerate a sesame-sized stain. If Xiao Suo could, he would have killed Chu Chaoyun right now. He had come over to help Chu Chaoyun deal with Shi in vain. In the end, it turned out that this fellow was a liar, no different from Shi. Lin Feng's gaze turned grave as he looked at the blazing golden flame. Fear flashed in his eyes. This is the universe origin true flame that surpasses rank 9. It already comes in contact with the universe origin true flame's origin. If we charge over rashly, we will die a miserable death. Hao Kai said after some thought, unexpectedly, there is such a strong person hidden beside us. He is not much weaker than Shi. However, I have a way to deal with this flame. How? Fight fire with fire. Boom! A resplendent flame blazed around Hao Kai's body. The solar true flame blazed fiercely. Hao Kai wanted to use his solar true flame to burn away all of Chu Chaoyun's universe origin true flame. Although the other party's flame was stronger than Hao Kai's, Chu Chaoyun was already far away. If Hao Kai continued to use his soul energy to control the solar true flame, he would eventually be able to burn away the sea of fire before him. However, it would take some time. After shaking off Xiao Suo's group, Chu Chaoyun continued running without stopping. Everywhere Xiao Suo passed were the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Yuan Zhen, the Silver Dragon King, and the others, who led the way, must have brought out all their trump cards. The dirty blood had dyed the beautiful jade-like palace walls and the ground bright red. However, the strange thing was that as the blood seeped into the jade, the glow of the palace walls and floor became even brighter. Chu Chaoyun did not go far before he stopped with a slight frown. Then, a person walked out from a corner in front, smiling at Chu Chaoyun. This was the Xuewu dynasty's Shi. A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. After some thought, he said, "It looks like you guessed it as well. The so-called inheritance key is Jiang He himself." She smiled faintly and said, "I can only say that the previous generation Heaven Dragon's means are indeed brilliant. Normally, Jiang He is Jiang He. When the Heaven Dragon brings out his mysteries, he will activate the inheritance key hidden in his body, bringing out the ethereal immortal palace." "What are you trying to do?" Chu Chaoyun asked, not saying anything more. "Naturally, I am trying to extract the inheritance key from his body." "Don't you want to? You have a deep understanding of me. How can I not guess your background?" "Hee hee. Actually, I should have appeared at the banquet and waited for you to kill him to obtain the inheritance key." She narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled playfully. "There's no need to pretend. You and I are the same kind of person. It just so happens that the two of us can work together to break the previous generation Heaven Dragon's restrictions. After we obtain the inheritance key, we can fight for it with our strength." Chu Chaoyun showed a smile on his face, showing a mocking expression in his eyes. "I never thought of killing him. It looks like you do not understand me. Move aside." Chapter 23:30. It looks like you do not understand me. Get out of my way. Chu Chaoyun did not even consider Shi's suggestion, directly rejecting it. "Are you sure?" Shi's face sank as he said coldly, "This time, I will not give you a chance to escape." Chu Chaoyun retorted indifferently, "Is that so? If the two of us fight at full power, whether you are willing or not, Jiang He will die for sure. If the previous generation Heaven Dragon dies before the restriction on him is broken, the inheritance key might be destroyed as a result." "Are you sure?" Given the two's strength, if they fought at full power, they would not be able to control it. He would definitely not be able to control it in the end, and it would definitely affect the unconscious Jiang He. The result went without saying. "Are you threatening me?" Shi's expression turned extremely sullen. Although he did not want to admit it, what Chu Chaoyun said was indeed very likely. "Am I? I am just stating the truth. Or do you really think that we are the same kind of person?" Chu Chaoyun revealed a faint smile as he looked at Shi calmly. Shi's gaze was deep. He discovered that he could not see through Chu Chaoyun, not knowing how to describe him. While Shi was said to value relationships, he was not like Xiao Qin, who would unconditionally protect the people important to him. If it were Xiao Qin, he would absolutely not use Jiang He's death to force Shi. While Xiao Qin placed his own interests above all else, he rejected working with Shi, a decision that would maximize his own benefits. Xiao Qin's words were filled with contradictions. Xiao Qin wanted to protect the persistence in his heart but had no choice but to compromise with reality. This was the best portrayal of Xiao Qin. With the epic changing, such a person was the most pitiful. "Living like you is really tiring." She revealed a pitiful expression as he said indifferently, "I do not need to force you. Whether you are willing or not, time will slowly force you to make a choice. I just need to wait patiently. Right after she spoke, he turned illusory, slowly vanishing from Chu Chaoyun's sight. Chu Chaoyun's smile froze. Then, he revealed unprecedented grief, the helplessness of having his disguise seen through. The scene of Xiao Chen drawing his saber after learning the truth in Black Wind Ridge appeared in his mind again. That saber strike destroyed the sinister wind that lingered in Black Wind Ridge for 10,000 years, venting all the dissatisfaction in his heart. That saber strike displayed the determination in Xiao Chen's heart, even if he faced a change in fortuitous encounters. He would also draw his saber without hesitation. No matter how difficult it was, he would press forward and face it head-on. He would never retreat. Withdrawing his thoughts, Chu Chaoyun remained impassive as he continued forward with Jiang He on his back. There were ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts everywhere in the Immortal Palace. Yuan Zhen and the others, who were searching for the wings of time, did not have a smooth journey. They stumbled along the way. However, these people were either outstanding talents among outstanding talents, demonic geniuses, or peak great perfection sovereign emperors. No matter how strong the ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts were, they could not compare to the immortal corpses outside. The group of people advanced madly, each using their trump cards, continuously advancing into the depths of the Immortal Palace. Damn it! We can't catch up to him. After Xiao Suo, Lin Feng, and Hao Kai crossed the Sea of Fire, they could not see Chu Chaoyun at all. Lin Feng closed his eyes and did his best to recall something. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "I know where he is." Oh. Xiao Suo and Hao Kai revealed suspicious gazes as they looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said after some thought, "It should be the Great Hall that Jiang He and I first appeared in. Now that I think about it, that should be the core region of the ethereal Immortal Palace." However, there were immortal birds and ferocious beasts everywhere at that time. I did not dare to linger, so I charged out with him. Xiao Suo thought for a while before saying, "If you had not left back then, you might have obtained the wings of time already." I did not see the wings of time. At that time, I also did not expect this to be the ethereal Immortal Palace, Lin Feng answered honestly. At that time, he had been confused, not knowing how he got to this place. Hao Kai said after some thought, "Let's not talk about this for now. Bring us over. Follow me." Along the way, the ground was littered with the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and primordial beasts. The blood hadn't dried yet, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The speed of the three of them was not considered fast. On one hand, Lin Feng needed time to recall. On the other hand, he would occasionally encounter immortal birds and ferocious beasts. Fortunately, Xiao Suo and Hao Kai were around. One had inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable will, and the other was a great perfection six-veined sovereign emperor. With the three of them working together, there were almost no immortal birds or ferocious beasts that they could not defeat. Just like that, they killed their way over. After an hour, Lin Feng pointed to the exit in front of them and said, "If I remember correctly, it should be the hall in front. Let's go and take a look." They passed through the passageway and entered the hall. In an instant, his eyes lit up. The spacious circular hall had a towering dome, and above the dome was a moving galaxy, sun, and moon. The sky was filled with dazzling stars. The floor of the hall was made of pure white immortal jade. It was seamless and emitted a dazzling light like white snow. Suddenly entering such a bright hall, Xiao Suo and the other two were not used to it. "This is the place," Lin Feng said softly as he sized up the hall. Although Lin Feng had been here once before, he had not been able to stay for long before the immortal birds and ferocious beasts surging over from all directions scared him into fleeing. Now that he was here again, he could not help looking around curiously. A vast star chart hung above the core hole. Stars flickered, and the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the entire hall, making it look dreamy. When one entered, one's emotions, physical body, and soul naturally turned ethereal, feeling somewhat unreal. An even more dazzling five-colored divine stone was placed on a stone pillar in the center of the hall. Red, orange, yellow, green, and blue flickered with light, changing endlessly. The interior of the five-colored divine sense was an azure liquid that looked like ripples from space-time fluctuations. Xiao Suo immediately said, "It turns out that the space-time fluctuations we sensed in the outside world came from this five-colored divine sense. Could it be that the wings of time are sealed in there?" Hao Kai showed a grave expression as he thought of a possibility. "That's very possible," Xiao Suo said softly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings and discovered that there were many passageways in the hall. It wouldn't be long before the others arrived. There were immortal birds and ferocious beasts in the ethereal immortal palace as well as maze-like winding corridors. If not for Lin Feng having been here once before, he could not have arrived before the others. However, he would not have been much faster. What should we do now? To think that Chu Chaoyun is not here. Xiao Suo glanced at the five-colored divine stone and ignored it. He felt somewhat depressed that he could not find Chu Chaoyun. Let's wait first. Since he is here for the wings of time, he will definitely come. Someone is coming. Hao Kai, who was speaking, frowned slightly. The three quickly raised their guard and retreated to the edge of the hall. Whoosh! A Buddhist light flooded the dreamy hall. It was Yuan Zhen, who had rushed in first, flying in while seated on a lotus platform. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Zhen's lotus platform was stained with blood. Clearly, Yuan Zhen had killed many people along the way before finally reaching this step. The wings of time. The instant Yuan Zhen looked at the five-colored divine stone, he immediately sensed the space-time ripples in it. His expression changed slightly. Yuan Zhen immediately concluded that the wings of time were sealed in the five-colored divine stone. Dong! 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 Just as Yuan Zhen was about to make a move, the Silver Dragon King, Qin Ming, and Sikong Shu rushed in from another passageway, covered in blood. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the five-colored divine stone, and a frenzied flame immediately blazed in his eyes. The wings of time. I finally found it. After so much effort, I finally found it. Qin Ming revealed boundless joy on his face. When he glanced around and saw Yuan Zhen, heavy murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Humph! On the lotus platform, Yuan Zhen showed a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with mockery. Before the two sides could fight, when Ren Yu and Dao Yan, Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan, Shi, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing all came out from different passageways. Looking around, nearly all the holders of the ethereal immortal palace keys had charged over with their companions. This was the final place where the wings of time were hidden. Murderous intent gathered in Xiao Suo's eyes as he looked around. However, he did not see Chu Chaoyun's figure. Damn it! Where is this ungrateful fellow hiding? However, Qin Ming, Wen Renyu, and the others showed cautious gazes as they watched the others. At a crucial moment, they might get killed by the others if they were not careful. The wings of time were right before them. Everyone wanted to obtain them. However, there was only one wings of time in the end. No matter who wanted to monopolize it, they would face a situation where everyone would attack them. No one dared to act rashly. The atmosphere slowly turned strange. At some point in time, Qin Ming's group slowly closed the distance between Wen Renyu and Dao Yan. Yan Sangming, Jin Yuan, and she slowly moved closer. Everyone could foresee that a battle of life and death would soon break out. Before life and death, it was human instinct to stick together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The two sides happened to be the righteous Dao and demonic Dao. The Buddhist sects Yuanjin remained neutral, not leaning on anyone. On the other hand, Xiao Suo's group of three was ignored. They had an inseparable connection to Xiao Qin. Clearly, neither the righteous Tao nor the demonic Tao could tolerate Xiao Qian's existence, which implicated Xiao Suo's group of three. Yuanzhen, the hidden spirit temple, has always been a righteous Tao sect. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation by not siding with us? Qin Ming asked coldly as he looked at Yuanzhen on the lotus platform. As Qin Ming spoke, Shi and Yan Sangming also looked at Yuanzhen. Clearly, neither the righteous Tao nor the demonic Tao would allow a strong existence to watch from the sidelines. If Yuanzhen still did not express his stance, the righteous Tao and demonic Tao might work together to finish him off, not giving him a chance to take advantage of the situation. Facing Qin Ming's overbearing attitude, Yuanzhen said indifferently, "Buddha is not Buddha, demon is not demon. This humble monk does not want to get involved in the karma of your two factions." The moment Yuanzhen said that, the righteous Tao and demonic Tao glared at each other. Whoosh! However, just as the righteous Tao and demonic Tao prepared to work together to finish off Yuanzhen, the five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar suddenly soared into the air. When everyone looked up, they saw a person descend from the starry sky. Jiang He's eyes were tightly shut as he faced the ground. His chest gave off a complicated light as he slowly descended. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in Jiang He's body. As the light spread out, it slowly dissolved. One descended from the sky, and the other soared into the air. Jiang He slowly approached the five-colored divine stone. Everyone showed some confusion on their faces. Only she showed a cold smile. He had long expected that Chu Chaoyun would undo the restriction left by the previous generation Heaven Dragon at the crucial moment. Whether Chu Chaoyun was willing or not, he had to make a decision. It was not up to him. Chapter 23:31. In the starry sky above, Jiang He descended with his eyes closed. The restriction on his chest slowly unraveled. The five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar below seemed to sense it. It soared into the air and slowly merged with Jiang He. If nothing unexpected happened, this five-colored divine stone would soon merge with Jiang He. No one knew what would happen after the merger. Perhaps the five-colored divine stone's seal would be undone. Perhaps the five-colored divine stone would merge with Jiang He and obtain the wings of time. Perhaps Jiang He would die, and the five-element spiritual sense would explode, and the wings of time would appear. Everything was possible, but it was also possible that none of it would happen. A faint smile appeared on Shi's face as he quietly watched the two slowly approach, not moving at all. Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan, who stood beside Shi, showed grave expressions. Damn it! What is this Shi thinking? Even now, they are not doing anything. Wouldn't everything be over if Jiang He managed to get his hands on the wings of time? Yan Sangming sent a voice projection to Jin Yuan, showing the anxiety and conflict in his heart. Jin Yuan's expression was equally unsightly. He replied, "This fellow must know something that we do not. We cannot let Jiang He merge with the five-element divine stone. Otherwise, we will be too passive." Yan Sangming entered deep thought. Then, he turned his head and said, "Lord Shi, this situation is somewhat strange. Are we just going to watch the five-element divine stone merge with Jiang He?" She smiled faintly and said, "Yan Sangming, do you want to make a move?" "I have no objections. This is indeed somewhat strange. It would be good for you to test it out." Seeing Shi's smile, Yan Sangming felt that this person was unfathomable in the depths of his heart. Yan Sangming cursed Shi countless times in his heart. However, Yan Sangming had no choice. He could not be as calm as Shi, watching the five-element divine stone merge with Jiang He. If Jiang He really gained control of the wings of time, Yan Sangming, as the hope of the flood dragon race, would not be able to accept such a result. Damn it! Yan Sangming roared as he clenched his teeth. Then, he soared into the air and attacked Jiang He. On the other side, another figure leaped up at nearly the same time as Yan Sangming. It was Qin Ming, the dragon god crown prince Qin Ming. Like Yan Sangming, Qin Ming could not accept that a heaven dragon's descendant grasped the wings of time. If that really happened, he would feel even worse than Yan Sangming. No matter how strange the situation in front of him was, or if someone was secretly plotting something. But the two of them had no choice. Even if they knew they were trapped, they had no choice but to jump in. Xiao. One was a golden divine dragon, and the other was a flood dragon human that had fallen from a mixed blood dragon. Their gazes clashed in midair. Both of them could see the deep-seated hatred and disgust in each other's eyes, but both of them had the same goal and attacked Jiang He at the same time. Touch of Death. 9 Heavens Dragon. The two each executed a killing move. A black flame burned on Yan Sangming's body. The flame seemed to be alive, flowing like water. When driven by Yan Sangming's Death Dao domain, it was like the Grim Reaper swinging his scythe to harvest life mercilessly at Jiang He. Qin Ming executed the Emperor Dragon Fish to its limits. He clenched his fist and merged with the Golden Emperor Dragon. Boom! The two's killer moves manifested a terrifying momentum that was swift and decisive. Almost before anyone could react, they landed on Jiang He's body at the same time, erupting a shockwave that was a mixture of black and yellow. Shockwaves emanated from Jiang He's body, but something weird happened. Jiang He was unscathed. Not only that, but the restriction on Jiang He's chest seemed to dissolve even faster. Damn it! How can it be like this? Yan Sangming and Qin Ming revealed horrified expressions. Even great perfection sovereign emperors could not endure their killing moves. However, Jiang He seemed fine, only stopping Yan Sangming's descent. If you want to kill Jiang He, you have to ask for our permission first. Xiao Suo and Hao Kai reacted, but they did not have time to think. They soared into the air and guarded Jiang He, one on the left and one on the right, staring at Qin Ming and Jiang He. You are seeking death. Qin Ming and Yan Sangming were enraged, not hiding the murderous intent on their faces at all. The four immediately started a chaotic battle in the air. Under the illumination of the resplendent light, it was incredibly intense. Whoosh! When Lin Feng saw the situation, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to carry Jiang He away. However, Zhen Yuan blocked him with his saber. Damn it! The two immediately started fighting, turning the battle in the air even more chaotic. Whoosh! Without any warning, the 5-colored divine stone below flashed with light and headed for Yuan Zhen, who was on the lotus platform. To think that Yuan Zhen wanted to take advantage of the chaos to take away the 5-colored divine stone. Damn Baldy! Stay here. Wenren Yu and Dao Yan surrounded Yuan Zhen. Xi's expression changed slightly. After some thought, he said, "Attack. We absolutely cannot let Yuan Zhen bring the 5-colored divine stone out of this place." Ming Xian and Yang Qing's figures flashed as they worked with Wenren Yu and Dao Yan to surround Yuan Zhen. The core region of the ethereal Immortal Palace immediately turned chaotic. The various factions fought each other in a chaotic mess. Amid the chaotic battle, all the attacks that landed on Jiang He's body made the restriction on his heart melt even faster. When she saw this, a smile widened on his face. He looked meaningfully at the starry sky in the sky. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who were staring at Xi, felt that something was wrong. However, they did not know what was wrong. At the same time, at the bottom of Immortal Burial Lake, the instant Shao Qin was pulled into the lake, he found himself unable to move. He could not circulate his divine energy or soul energy. He could only watch as his life force slowly flowed away at the bottom of the lake. Life and death hung by a thread. Life on the surface, death below. A chill invaded Xiao Chen's entire body, making him feel like death was slowly approaching. However, he remained calm in the depths of his heart, not showing any fear of death. Slowly, all the light in the lake vanished. Only darkness remained at the bottom of the lake, cold and silent. Boundless loneliness and desolation surged like the tide, stirring restlessly in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused. He did not know where this boundless loneliness that lasted for tens of thousands of years came from. After some time, when this loneliness filled Xiao Chen's heart, a beam of light suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of him, and he saw a beautiful figure. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was swimming toward him quickly. How fast! However, Xiao Chen's first reaction was not that she was beautiful but that she was very fast. The beautiful figure moved like light, arriving before Xiao Chen in the blink of an eye and cupping his face. She gently kissed him. This kiss penetrated his heart. Then, the beautiful figure entered his soul pool in the blink of an eye. This was clearly his soul pool. However, Xiao Chen felt like he had become a bystander. That beautiful figure floated into his soul pool. Her red lips parted as she muttered, "Sky Dome, Sky Dome, Sky Dome." The voice of the Sky Dome reverberated continuously in his soul pool, causing Xiao Chen's soul energy to surge like waves. She showed an anxious expression, a flustered look in her eyes. She seemed to be searching for something as she continuously ran through the vast and boundless soul pool. Xiao Chen felt shocked, somewhat surprised that his soul pool was actually so vast. There were many remote places that his mind had never been to. As the beautiful figure ran, Xiao Chen saw many things that he had never seen before. This broadened his horizons. What is she searching for? Could there be a secret that even I do not know hidden in my soul pool? Xiao Chen felt curious. He had seen his previous life in the three-life mirror. He knew that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation. However, he did not know much about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. He only knew that although the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was an Immortal Lord, he was much stronger than Xiao Chen's ancestor, the top Immortal Lord of the Immortal Epic. That is. Suddenly, huge waves stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. To think that there was a grave in the boundless depths of his soul pool. When the beautiful figure saw the grave, she could no longer suppress her emotions. She fell to the ground and caressed the wordless stone steel, tears flowing endlessly. Without a doubt, this beautiful figure was definitely the Immortal Epic Shi Wangmu. However, why was she crying endlessly before this grave? Many doubts appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. Many questions lingered in his heart. Xiao Chen thought back to the scene he saw in the three-life mirror, the meeting between the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and the Qing Emperor before his death. This filled him with doubts and fear. Who was buried in this grave? Chapter 23-32. However, just as Xiao Chen prepared to stand up and fight again, he suddenly discovered that Shi Wangmu, who was standing on the grave mound, was looking at the sky with some despair. You must have many questions in your heart. Just ask. Back then, when he created this immortal burial lake for me, he said that he would appear before me one day. He left this remnant soul of mine to wait for you to appear. It was easy to change a person's appearance. However, it was hard to duplicate a person's aura. Xiao Chen revealed a self-mocking smile. Then, he said helplessly, if everything in life is fixed and arranged, would just be someone else's shadow. What is the point of knowing these questions and secrets? There is no point, there is really no point. Xiao Chen slammed his palm on the ground and leaped up like a fish. Then, he looked at Shi Wangmu, who was on the grave mound. The scene that Xiao Chen saw in the three-life mirror had already explained everything. From the moment he swallowed that immortal pill, he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, the reincarnation of the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, he still had to face the Sky Dome Immortal Lord head-on. However, his mental state was extraordinary. Normally, he could maintain a good balance. Or rather, he had already merged with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord perfectly. Shi Wangmu's expression changed slightly. How much suffering and responsibility did this youth before her endure in his short life? The two fought endlessly. Shi Wangmu used her supreme immortal skills to fight against Xiao Chen's demonified cultivation technique and martial technique. Shi Wangmu, who was in front of the stone stele, stood up and spoke softly. He once said that he would come. However, what she saw was only a grave. What appeared before her was his reincarnation. You repulsive woman. Scram. I am not some dog's hit Sky Dome Immortal Lord. I am Xiao Qin. I will never be someone else's pawn in my life. Shock flashed on Shi Wangmu's face. Then, Xiao Qin knocked her back and sent her flying. The demonified Xiao Qin on the ground slowly regained his clarity, and the overwhelming demonic flame on his body slowly faded away. I don't want to ask. I don't want to know anything. Please leave my soul pool and send me out of Immortal Burial Lake. I, Xiao Qin, still have friends. I do not know if they are alive or dead. I am very worried about them. With a blood-curdling screech, the demonized Xiao Qin was severely injured. It was as if he didn't want to hurt him, afraid that he would accidentally kill him. He was a celestial and demonic being, cultivating both immortal and martial arts. Deep in his heart, there had always been a terrifying demonic intent. You have 1,000, 10,000 reasons to become a demon, but you can't become a demon because of him. If you do, I will really look down on you. You must remember, you can be Firmament, but Firmament will never be Xiao Qin. You have all the possibilities. He is just a pitiful person that no one can protect. Without these, what would he, Xiao Qin, be? He was nothing, not even a fart. Demonic thoughts filled his heart, expanding Xiao Chen's negative emotions infinitely. Shi Wangmu revealed a mocking expression as she said indifferently, he could not even protect himself, turning into a wasteland with only a lone grave left. In the end, it was all for naught. It was pitiful and lamentable. Why do you need to live in this person's shadow? Why do you feel inferior, unable to even protect your heart? Xiao Qin could not guess the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's purpose in reincarnating into the martial epic. However, he did not want to know either. I once saw him sweep through the demons. Even when the 8 desolate demonic sovereigns worked together, they could not last more than 100 moves against him. I once saw him ascend the Spirit Mountain alone, not daring to show himself despite the gods and Buddhas filling the sky. I once saw him go to the Kunlun realm and the heavenly court in a rage for a beauty, shattering the clouds. 100,000 heavenly soldiers, 3,000 immortal kings, and 8 immortal ancestors could only watch as he carried the beauty away. Shi Wangmu's words were like a blow to the head, pulling back the disheartened Xiao Qin. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thoughts in the depths of Xiao Chen's heart broke free like a wild horse, slowly slipping out of his control. Shi Wangmu's words elicited a bitter smile on Xiao Chen's face. What is this? The demonized Xiao Chen burst out with startling strength, driving all the soul energy in his soul pool. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable Xiao Chen felt. Then, he clutched his chest and knelt on the ground. An uncontrollable obsession raged in Xiao Chen's body like a flood. He felt like he was about to lose control of his heart, showing a ferocious and pained expression. Xiao Chen felt startled. He did not know what kind of existence this Shi Wangmu was now. Her strength was somewhat incredible. It was like some kind of force had forcefully pulled her out and solidified her in his soul pool. Xiao Chen's hatred for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord turned into boundless hatred. He even felt a boundless murderous intent toward Shi Wangmu before him. The tears in Xiao Chen's eyes had already dried up, leaving only boundless loneliness and unchanging grief. The demonic thoughts were a ferocious beast, a ferocious tiger in the heart. Once released, even Xiao Chen would fear it. Running away was a sign of the weak. There were no openings. The immortal was Xiao Qin, the demon was Xiao Qin, and the Buddha was Xiao Qin. Everything was him. Only his heart did not change. Now, Xiao Qin finally understood that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, a pawn that used the Qing Emperor's karma to reincarnate into the martial epic. In this soul pool, Xiao Qin brought out strength that far surpassed his main bodies. Unexpectedly, he forced Shi Wangmu back step by step. Shi Wangmu snorted coldly in her heart. With a flip of her hand, she sent out a god-killing seal. Her gorgeous clothes fluttered, and her long hair fluttered. Her beautiful appearance was like a rose carved from ice, bursting out with a horrifying aura. When Xiao Qin discovered this opening, he immediately laughed maniacally. He showed no mercy, launching an even more unbridled attack. If someone had planted a seed of karma in Xiao Chen's life long before the martial epic started, he would have died. The demonized Xiao Qin had broken the shackles that Xiao Qin had placed on himself, standing upright and rushing forward. There was no need to guess what the Qing Emperor's final wish was. It was to bring back the glory and flourishing age of the Blue Dragon bloodline. The person before Xiao Qin perfectly overlapped with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord from back then, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord who did not even spare a glance at the immortal ancestor. Come out! Shi Wangmu wore large, gorgeous clothes that looked like thousands of fresh flowers spread out. She knelt before the grave and caressed the wordless stone steel. Back then, the Qing Emperor made a deal with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord successfully reincarnated into the martial epic. However, he also had to inherit the karma of the Blue Dragon bloodline, completing the Qing Emperor's unfulfilled final wish. At first, Xiao Qin did not hold much of an advantage. However, he slowly discovered that Shi Wangmu had many concerns. Xiao Qin did his best to calm the fluctuations in his heart, doing his best to remain calm. Shi Wangmu calmed her emotions and said after some thought, "I cannot exist for long. If you turn around and leave now, you might never be able to resolve the doubts in your heart. Are you sure you don't want to know anything?" The name of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord shook the three realms. Everyone knew him. He was the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords, fully deserving of being the strongest person in the immortal world. However, so what? In the end, he was just a pitiful worm. Before the epic changed, he could not even protect his loved ones, friends, or lovers. That's right. It's me. It's me, the white-robed bladesman, Xiao Qin. You want to suppress me? It's not that simple. Die. Tell me, then. What exactly is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? I, Xiao Qin, will complete it for him. Not only could the Sky Dome Immortal Lord not resolve the problem, but it also gave the demonic thought an opportunity to push the matter to a situation that he did not want to see. This Xiao Qin was insufferably arrogant, becoming increasingly arrogant. Boom! Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, Xiao Qin, who was originally just a bystander and could not even control his spiritual sense. Plop! Xiao Qin turned berserk. His eyes turned pitch black, and the demonic flames covering his entire body surged into the sky. Right now, Xiao Chen's heart was crumbling. He felt that he had lived his life in vain. Even Shi Wangmu felt immense pressure, unable to suppress the demonic thought in his body. Seeing the obsession and persistence in Xiao Chen's eyes, Shi Wangmu's body trembled. This is too similar. Seeing the increasingly berserk expression on Xiao Chen's face, Shi Wangmu stepped forward and placed her hand on his forehead. At this moment, there was no obsession or resentment in his eyes, only calmness and ease. Bang! Xiao Chen's heart and morals, which he had been holding onto until now, were a huge joke. Xiao Chen faced the karma that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. He faced the weakness and inferiority complex that he feared being mentioned in the depths of his heart. Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Xiao Qin. She clearly looked at Xiao Qin, but she gave off an aloof feeling, a noble and cold arrogance that one could only look up to. Pa! Just as Xiao Qin was feeling confused, wondering why there was a grave in his soul pool, Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Xiao Qin. When the god-killing seal landed, all of Xiao Chen's attacks were easily broken. However, Shi Wangmu's words and this strange grave shook Xiao Chen's indomitable heart. He. Are you afraid? In the end, this is my, Xiao Chen's, soul pool. It is not a place for an old and smelly woman like you to be stunned. If you still do not scram, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 23:33. Tell me, then. What is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? I, Xiao Qin, will complete it for him. After saying this, Xiao Qin knew that the demonic thought in his heart had already vanished. Deep in his heart, he knew everything that had happened when he was demonized. However, the demonic thought was too deep. After demonizing, one's way of thinking would completely change. After demonizing, one would abandon their long-held heart and break the shackles. Their strength would soar by leaps and bounds. However, the increase in strength would only be temporary. The negative emotions would linger for a long time, forming new shackles. In the martial Tao, many experts demonized. Most of them could not break the shackles for a long time. Their obsession was too deep, and they took risks out of desperation, losing to power. While it looked like their strength soared for a short time, in reality, it became a subsidiary of power, falling into the abyss forever. However, it was not that no one in history had entered the Tao through the demonic path. After demonizing, they found another way to control the demonic thought, such as the Buddhist sect's Kasyapa Buddha. In the past, Xiao Qin had faced the danger of demonizing many times. However, he managed to keep his heart at the very last moment. However, when he saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's grave and learned that he was just a pawn of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, his mental state fluctuated too much. He felt like he was living in someone else's shadow. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thought found an opening. Fortunately, Shi Wangmu woke him up at the crucial moment. This experience of demonizing gave him a new understanding of his heart, removing the greatest weakness in the depths of his heart. To others, Xiao Chen's talent was outstanding. He was calm and collected, even more horrifying than a demonic genius. However, Xiao Chen always hid a secret in his heart that no one could tell others. Xiao Chen was not a person of this world. He came from the distant earth. Originally, he was just a somewhat introverted shut-in. Sometimes, he doubted all his current glory and strength. Was it just because of that miraculous, immortal pill? Without that immortal pill, would he not have been able to achieve his current accomplishments, unable to become the white-robed bladesman in the eyes of others? This was the ultimate weakness that troubled Xiao Chen's heart of the martial Tao. He did not even dare to think about it. He had already forgotten about it for a long time. However, just because he didn't think about it didn't mean that it didn't exist. The truth was the truth. Hence, when Xiao Chen saw the grave of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and heard what Shi Wangmu said, he had such a huge reaction. They would lose all hope and feel inferior. It was like the fear and embarrassment of a person with a dishonorable past who had been exposed in public after succeeding. But now, Xiao Chen had a new understanding of his heart, and the biggest flaw in his mental state had been fixed. "Thank you, Queen Mother," Xiao Chen said sincerely as he looked at Shi Wangmu's grave. She looked like a phoenix that descended from the heavens. If not for the other party, Xiao Chen would still be deceiving himself, not daring to face the karma left by the Sky Dome realm. Shi Wangmu said calmly, "Humans are all like that. Most of the time, it is just that they cannot overcome themselves. Once you get past it, you'll realize that what you're afraid of is actually just that. It's not that scary. I understand. Xiaochen performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. His eyes were like limpid autumn water, rippling with faint ripples, looking peaceful and peaceful. He gave off a feeling of tranquility and otherworldliness. It was like he had been reborn. Shi Wangmu looked at Xiaochen in a daze. Then, she sighed softly and said, he did indeed have a very deep obsession. I believe that even in death, he would not have forgiven himself. What obsession? He once had the chance to become the new epic master. However, because of his conceit, he failed miserably. Who did he lose to? Shi Wangmu shook her head and said, I don't know. I only know that after that battle, he changed completely. He did not say a word as the epic changed. He sank into despair and helplessness. Given his character, if he lost, he would have ended it with death, not living an ignoble existence. However, not only did he survive, but he even set up a trap, carrying the karma of others to the martial epic. He definitely felt dissatisfied. Xiaochen entered deep thought. It looked like Shi Wangmu was not clear about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's trap. Although he did not say it, I can roughly guess that he swept through the 3 realms. Even the Immortal Epic's epic master was not a match for him. He definitely felt dissatisfied with how he lost in the end. Shi Wangmu voiced her guess based on her understanding of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiaochen thought to himself, Shi Wangmu is a proud person. Shi Wangmu's guess should be close to the mark. Putting this matter aside for now, Xiaochen asked, what was the message that he wanted you to bring me? Whoosh! An item appeared in the Queen Mother's hand. It was a gloomy ball of light. When Xiaochen looked at the outline of the ball of light, he vaguely felt that it was an extremely ancient talisman script containing some supreme law. It should have once shone with light, writing the laws of the world, containing the Tao and principles that everyone had to abide by. What is this? Although this item was already dim, Xiaochen could still feel its unfathomable power and strange law energy. This is the epic heart. More accurately, it is the immortal epic heart. Back then, the immortal epic's epic master used his supreme might to write the character, Immortal. Hence, the immortal epic began, giving birth to thousands of laws and principles. It was the character, Immortal, the heart of the immortal epic. The immortal epic started because of it. Shi Wangmu slowly explained the origins of this item, shocking Xiaochen. To think that the once glorious and vast immortal epic started because of this item. I'm very curious. How exactly did the new epic start? What kind of person truly had the qualifications to establish a new great era? Why was it that after the great era before the great era was destroyed? Why did the immortal epic appear after the end of the previous epic and not some other epic? While Xiaochen felt shocked in his heart, his doubts also filled his heart. He looked at Shi Wangmu in confusion. Shi Wangmu said after some thought, after the epic is destroyed, everyone can condense a new epic heart. Using one's own understanding to start a new epic, one can spread out in the end, continuously perfecting one's Tao and principles. There will always be only one epic heart. That one will be the true master of the new epic. Xiaochen revealed an expression of understanding. So, that is the case. Everyone can condense a new epic heart. However, the epic hearts that they condense have their own merits, with some strong and some weak. There will be competition between experts, just like 100 clans contending for supremacy. The victor will rule the new epic. The laws of the world will materialize according to the Tao and principles in that victor's heart. He told me to hand this immortal epic heart to you after I meet you. Shi Wangmu stretched out her hand and gently raised the immortal epic heart. Then, the immortal epic heart slowly flew towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen carefully put away the immortal epic heart. However, He could not understand what the Sky Dome Immortal Lord meant. Could it be that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord wanted to restore the immortal epic to its glory and decline? The entire immortal epic's birth, glory, and decline are all within it. In the future, if you want to start a new epic, it should be of help to you. When Shi Wangmu saw Xiao Chen's confused expression, she explained softly. Very well, I'll accept it. Can you send me off? Xiao Chen carefully put away the immortal epic heart. Then, he looked at Shi Wangmu. He's still worried about Xiao Suo, Hao Kai, and the others. He did not know how they were or what the ethereal immortal palace was like. The commotion caused by this succession race was already uncontrollable. Xiao Chen needed to leave early. If he stayed late, he might miss the crucial moment. Shi Wangmu said indifferently, I'm afraid not. Why? When Xiao Chen heard this, his expression immediately changed drastically. Right now, his physical body was lacking life force. Right now, the life force of his physical body was slowly fading. If he still did not leave, he might die here. Shi Wangmu gently drifted down and landed beside Xiao Chen. Then, she walked forward. As Xiao Chen watched Shi Wangmu leave, he hesitated for a moment before following. Shi Wangmu revealed a reminiscing expression on her face. She muttered to herself, I did not want my physical body to be destroyed when the epic changed. I did not want to end up like the other immortals, dying for no reason, growing old and wrinkled, living like an old woman. So, there was this immortal burial lake. I would rather die at the bottom of the lake, as long as my appearance remains and my physical body remains immortal. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat sorrowful. It was hard to imagine that a beautiful person like Shi Wangmu would have a wrinkled face and grow old. Indeed. So, I begged him to create an immortal burial lake for me. When I learned that the epic changing could not be avoided, I jumped in without hesitation. Shi Wangmu revealed a gentle smile on her face. She said, he told me to leave a strand of my soul intact. He said that he would come back again. At that time, if I can get out, it will be a fortuitous encounter. If I cannot, he will stay behind and accompany me, dying at the bottom of the lake with me. As Xiao Chen looked at the smile on Shi Wangmu's face, he felt some pity in his heart. At this moment, the other party was not the aloof Shi Wangmu, who looked like a model of phoenixes. She was just a passionate young girl. Back then, when she jumped into Immortal Burial Lake, she definitely had such a smile on her face. However, because of a promise, she left with a smile from the bottom of her heart and jumped into Immortal Burial Lake without hesitation. However, in the end, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord still lied to her. He did not come. The one who came was Xiao Chen. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was left with only a lonely grave. Hence, Shi Wangmu sat before the grave, crying endlessly. She had waited for many years. However, all she got was a grave and the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's lie. As the saying went, getting out is a fortuitous encounter. That was the fortuitous encounter left for Xiao Chen. If Shi Wangmu could not get out, the one who stayed behind to accompany her would be Xiao Chen. From the start to the end, it was not the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Chapter 23:34. Shi Wangmu's words sounded like she was talking to herself. However, in reality, she also answered the doubts in Xiao Chen's heart. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord had left the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake for Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen could comprehend it, he could obtain this fortuitous encounter. If he could not, he would stay behind and become a living corpse to accompany Shi Wangmu. Not wanting to waste time, Xiao Chen asked, Senior, do you know what the mysteries of this Immortal Burial Lake's fortuitous encounter are? If Xiao Chen could find some clues, it should be easier to comprehend it. Shi Wangmu said softly, life above the lake and death below the lake. Life and death hang on a thin line. However, to me, life can only be found below the lake. There is only death above the lake. The epic changes, life and death, life and death. Life and death, life and death. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. It turned out that Shi Wangmu already knew what the fortuitous encounter the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left here was. What will happen to you after I leave? However, Shi Wangmu felt dispirited, like she was seeking death. Xiao Chen felt very nervous as he looked at Shi Wangmu's back. Me? I have been waiting for a person for so many years. That person has arrived. Xiao Chen added, I want to ask, if I obtain the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake, what will you do? Why are you so confident? It is still uncertain whether you can walk out of this Immortal Burial Lake. Shi Wangmu smiled faintly as she turned to look at Xiao Chen. You already told me earlier that the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake is that so? Shi Wangmu interrupted Xiao Chen, showing a smile that did not seem like a smile, unfathomable. Xiao Chen did not know whether it was a tacit agreement or a denial. Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, her figure started to drift away. Her expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as she said, the fortuitous encounter is right before you. Grasp it properly. Boom. As Shi Wangmu's figure vanished, Xiao Chen's consciousness came out of his soul pool and returned to reality. In reality, it was not as relaxing as it was in the soul pool. Immortal Burial Lake was like a boundless abyss. Xiao Chen's physical body continued to sink at the bottom of the dark water. His life force slowly faded. Even worse, he could not use his soul energy or divine energy. Death crept closer and closer, but he could only watch it happen slowly. There was no doubt that it was more despairing than fear. However, this time, Xiao Chen was no longer as flustered as he was at the beginning. He opened his eyes in the dark lake. Her clear eyes shone with a gaze that was even cleaner than the lake water, tranquil and peaceful. The Queen Mother of the West once said, "Live on the surface of the lake, die under the lake." The changing of eras, life and death, his words ended here. It seemed like he didn't say anything, but he had already pointed it out. Epics changed, life and death and life and death. Only the cycle of reincarnation would never end. The opportunity in the Immortal Burial Lake was the essence of the change of epics, the reincarnation Great Tao. The Queen Mother of the West had actually seen through it long ago. However, she did not say it out loud because she was waiting for someone. That person was not Firmament, but Xiao Chen. She would rather use a lie to deceive herself for the rest of her life, pretending that she did not see through it, pretending that she was still waiting for someone. This was because that person was her most beloved, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Whether you love me or not, whether you lie to me or not, at the very least, in your heart, I was once a person worth trusting. As the epics changed, how many people did not have a choice? How many people did not mean what they said? How many people cheated and lied? I am already satisfied with your trust. I would rather be misunderstood by you, jumping into Immortal Burial Lake so that my beauty would not be ruined. However, in Queen Mother's heart, from the start to the end, she was only guarding this lake for you. As Xiao Chen expected, the state of cycle circulated smoothly. As the state of cycle slowly circulated, Xiao Chen stopped sinking. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and focused on circulating the state of cycle. The scattered life force returned to his physical body 100 times, 1,000 times faster. A black and white halo appeared behind Xiao Chen, looking like life and death circulating. Mysterious phenomena immediately appeared in the lake, and all sorts of scenes appeared. A figure roamed the great 1,000 realms, searching for treasures of heaven and earth. Even 100,000-year-old immortal herbs were condensed into a drop of dew. This was the dew materialized by the boundless supreme treasures of the world. Many a little makes a mickle. From a depression, to a clear spring, to a circle of water, and finally to the lake in front of them. It turned out that before the immortal epic ended, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord gathered all the supreme treasures of the world to form this immortal burial lake. After that, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord used the different attributes of these supreme treasures to derive the cycle Great Tao. Finally, it created the terrifying immortal burial lake. Life above the lake, death below the lake. This sentence looked simple, but it already involved the power of laws, close to creating a world. At this moment, after Xiao Qin circulated the state of cycle, he activated the backup plan that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. Xiao Qian's physical body was like the mouth of a deep abyss, frantically devouring the entire immortal burial lake's water. If someone else were here, they would be shocked to discover that the entire immortal burial lake's water level dropped at a visible rate. In merely a few breaths, Xiao Qin absorbed half of the entire immortal burial lake. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Qin stood in the middle of the lake, his upper body already exposed. The lake water had already dropped to his knees. The black and white ring of light behind him had already turned into a black and white ink world. Boom! When not a single drop of lake water remained, Xiao Qin suddenly opened his eyes. A spiritual light surged in his clear eyes. At this moment, Xiao Qian's state of cycle finally formed a great Tao. The fortuitous encounter that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind for Xiao Qin surpassed his imagination. Not to mention the cycle Great Tao that Xiao Qin could freely drive from now on, this lake water formed by countless supreme treasures from the immortal epic would bring him unimaginable benefits. With a thought, Xiao Qin was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to three-veined sovereign emperor. With a thought, Xiao Qin was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to three-veined sovereign emperor. At some point in time, he had formed a fourth divine vein in his body, breaking through to small perfection and advancing to great perfection sovereign emperor. However, this divine vein seemed somewhat special, different from the other 3 divine veins. Bang! Just as Xiao Qin was about to check it out, loud sounds came from the surroundings. The immortal corpses filling the air suddenly shattered. A strong wind picked up their bones and scattered them into ashes. After Xiao Qin absorbed the immortal burial lake, the originally unkillable immortal corpses turned into ashes. Xiao Qian's heart suddenly tightened, and anxiety appeared on his face. When he looked up, he saw a person standing in the air in front, looking like she would go with the wind. She was a peerless beauty, a beauty that could topple nations. She was as beautiful as an ice lotus, looking very noble. Shi Wangmu. The joy in Xiao Qian's heart scattered. He felt empty as he frantically ran towards Shi Wangmu. Shi Wangmu seemed to hear Xiao Qian's call. Then, she looked back and smiled as she stretched out her hand. This smile was like a sovereign descending on the world in the spring breeze. However, this smile was very lonely, making one's heart ache like needles pricking one's heart. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground with his feet and soared into the air. It looked like he was about to touch that jade-white finger. Shi Wangmu's entire body shattered and went with the wind. She was like a short-lived epiphyllum, a smile that could topple nations. Then, she fell and went with the wind. Xiao Qin landed dispiritedly. He closed his eyes and remained silent, unable to speak for a long time. The ancient sages were all lonely. The 10,000 years of mundane affairs were all for naught. Shi Wangmu was a peerless beauty, like an ice lotus blooming at the peak of the Kunlun realm, attracting thousands of immortals. In the end, she scattered like a flower. Before the epic changed, she was helpless. In the 10,000 years of mundane affairs, how many people, how many things, and how many beautiful dreams all came to naught. Saying that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was unrivaled in the world was just a liar. The might of the 3 realms could not compare to Shi Wangmu's smile. However, Xiao Qin somewhat envied the Sky Dome Immortal Lord for having a confidant like Shi Wangmu. Xiao Qin felt very jealous. How many women in the world could see through things like her without saying anything? To be able to be like her, indulging in love until death, even if the other party loved someone else. What was love in the world? It was like drinking. One would not leave until one was drunk. Chapter 23:35. The existence of the immortal burial lake abandoned the complicated 7 states. Or rather, it advanced directly from the 7 states to the life and death Tao, connecting directly to the essence of reincarnation. That was when Jiang He's chest shone with a blinding radiance as blinding as the sun. Boom! Everyone was shocked, and panic appeared on their faces. They found it difficult to control their bodies. Even the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who had been keeping their guard up against Shi, did not expect Shi to be so horrifying. He thought that these people had left after failing to open the Immortal Palace. This was one of the ultimate grand Daos. Everything in the world had life and death. After falling to the bottom of the lake, Zhang Xian had no idea what was going on behind him, but from the chaotic situation before him, he had caught a whiff of a scheme. If he still did not make a move, Xiao Suo and the others would be swallowed by Shi's demonic eye. Right now, Xiao Qin had to focus on keeping an eye on Shi and see what he was up to. A thick blood-colored flame burned in his left eye. The blood-colored flame burned through the barriers of countless worlds in the depths of his eye. His eyes burned out of his eye sockets and lingered under his brows, erupting with a terrifying devouring power. Devouring the heavens, devouring the earth, devouring everything. It was not the pure power of life, nor was it the pure power of death. Instead, it was a brand new power of the great Tao that was created by combining the characteristics of the two. From slaughter to death, it was actually a reincarnation cycle, from life to death, and from death to life. Yuan Zhen sat on the lotus platform, tightly controlling a 5-colored divine stone. Xiao Qin fought 1 against 4, Wen Renyu, Dao Yan, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing. After the saber light passed, the originally distorted space and chaotic scene were forcibly returned to normal by this saber. Just as the 5-colored divine stone was about to be devoured by the dazzling radiance in front of Jiang He's chest, from a bystander's point of view, he only needed to pay a little attention to discover all sorts of strange things. The 5-colored divine stone that Yuanjin held tightly to struggled free and flew towards Jiang He's chest. As he stealthily looked over, he could see that those people all had confused expressions on their faces. Xiao Qin soon realized that someone was using Jiang He to set up a trap. He wanted to incite the various factions to fight to remove the restriction that the Heaven Dragon had left in Jiang He's body. Chu Chaoyun. The consequences were unimaginable. Xiao Qin had to pull out the saber. Boom! Xiao Suo, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng guarded him, fighting Qin Ming and Yan Tsangming with much difficulty. The wings of time are in the 5-colored divine stone in Yuanjin's hand. No one could avoid it. The so-called reincarnation power was essentially the power produced by the reincarnation cycle of life and death. Even though the Immortal Palace had disintegrated, these people did not stop. After a moment of shock, they continued to fight. In the past, he had condensed the reincarnation intent from the intent of slaughter, despair, and death. The others who were struggling in the demonic eye whirlpool were repelled by the devouring power and sent flying. With a single glance, Zhang Xian recognized that this was the inheritance key that everyone yearned for but could not find. No. Xiao Chen. If there is a next life, I only hope that you don't become infatuated. Just be yourself and be a peerless beauty. Why has the lake dried up? Just at this moment, the misty Immortal Palace in the sky started to shake. A crisp sound rang out. The resplendent light in front of Jiang He's chest gathered into a key covered in talisman scripts and shot out. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and caught a pure white piece of jade. He could clearly sense the pure spiritual energy contained in it. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's visit, the wings of time that everyone expected did not appear. Only 8 words floated quietly in the air. Demonic eye swallowing the heavens. Damn it, what's going on? Crack. Just like how one would not return until they were drunk, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. Before the Immortal Palace completely disintegrated, he withdrew his aura and hid. Hidden in the dark, Xiao Chen frowned heavily, feeling very confused. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu also noticed the dried lake water. Jin Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. A black dragon image slowly swam in each of his eyes. Xiao Chen felt somewhat heavy. As he looked at the empty sky after Shi Wangmu left, his heart also felt empty. If Shi Wangmu had been talking about Shi Wangmu, perhaps he would have added that he would not return until he was drunk. The inheritance key easily broke the five-colored divine stone. The newly formed divine vein was completely different from the previous three divine veins. It was even clearer and purer. Aside from driving his divine energy and soul energy, it was also for driving his cycle Great Tao. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, the two experienced Great Perfection Sovereign Emperors, did not participate in the battle. Instead, they kept staring at the mysterious and unfathomable Shi. The two agreed that Shi, who had not made a move yet, definitely knew some secrets. This thought immediately flashed in Shi's mind. Never mind, the restriction is about to be undone. I'll go and check it out after I obtain the Wings of Time. Xiao Chen stopped thinking and looked up. He saw cracks appearing in the ethereal palace that was as perfect as a beautiful piece of jade. Qin Ming and Yan Sangming attacked ruthlessly, showing no mercy. They wanted to chase away the three and kill Jiang He. Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Zhen Yuan were in a tense stalemate. Saber lights knocked them into the air, causing them to vomit blood. However, what Xiao Chen did not understand the most was this saber light. This slash seemed extremely ordinary, yet everywhere it passed, it swept through everything in its path, and all phenomena collapsed and were easily crushed. As long as Xiao Chen kept an eye on Shi, he would not have to worry about not gaining anything. Xiao Chen frowned heavily as his thoughts raced at lightning speed. Chu Chaoyun's figure turned blurry, turning chaotic. He gently pushed off with his feet, trying to confuse space and break free. Given the ethereal Immortal Palace's noble and magnificent appearance, only Shi Wangmu in the Immortal Epic could possess such a powerful treasure. That was very likely the case. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for the ethereal Immortal Palace's coincidental appearance at Immortal Burial Lake. Pu Ci. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of a name. Shock filled his face as he gaped. The ethereal Immortal Palace completely disintegrated, and a river of stars flowed continuously in the sky. Countless stars flickered in the sky. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in space, and a blurry figure seemed to emerge from the primal chaos. Could the ethereal Immortal Palace's disintegration have something to do with Immortal Burial Lake's drying up? Only 3 people could barely stabilize themselves in the whirlpool. Crack! This was especially so for Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Jin Yuan. As they struggled, they did their best to prevent Shi's demonic eye from swallowing up the inheritance key and the 5-colored divine stone. Without any warning, Shi appeared above Jiang He and landed a palm strike on his back. However, just at this moment, Shi, who had been strolling leisurely with his hands behind his back, suddenly made a move. Shi Wangmu just left, and something happened to the ethereal Immortal Palace. Could it be that the ethereal Immortal Palace was Shi Wangmu's temporary residence when she was alive? Chu Chaoyun. Earlier, Xiao Chen had been wondering who was using Jiang He to lay a trap. Then, he was shocked to discover that Chu Chaoyun was not around. He clearly sensed that the potential of Immortal Burial Lake had not been exhausted yet. Naturally, the 5-colored divine stone that Yuan Zhen grasped could not escape Xiao Chen's notice. The space-time ripples coming from it would be hard not to notice. After a while, Xiao Chen perked up and checked the changes in his body. She stood in the air and looked at the deep pit left by Immortal Burial Lake. He showed some confusion in his eyes. Someone is laying a trap. On the other side, a Buddhist light shone, and Buddhist chanting rang out endlessly. Yuanjun pressed his palms together and chanted endlessly. The colossal figure of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva materialized behind him. Jiang He. After grasping the cycle Great Tao, Shaoqin gained many comprehensions, many things that he did not understand when he was still in the state of cycle. Seeing Chu Chaoyun appear, rage immediately appeared on Xiao Suo's face. He ferociously swung the Scarlet Blood War banner and charged at Chu Chaoyun. Everyone saw Shaoqin use the inheritance key to open the five-colored divine stone without hesitation. Immediately, some people cried out in dissatisfaction. Clearly, the ethereal Immortal Palace's sudden disintegration caught these people off guard. The three of them, along with Shi, fought in four directions. The others felt the world spin around them, their bodies spinning in a whirlpool. No matter what Shaoqin thought, the ethereal Immortal Palace disintegrated at a visible rate. The peerless unpolished jades emitted a celestial spiritual light as they rained down in all directions. After indulging in love, they would not return until they were drunk. Even if they were drunk, they would not return. The main reason was that she was too strange, and his strength was unfathomable. The two did not dare to confidently defeat him. One of them stepped aside to check. If she suddenly attacked, they might not be able to stop him. Die. Immediately, everyone thought of a possibility. What was love in the world? However, the gazes of the others were no longer on Chu Chaoyun. Instead, they were focused on the golden key. They saw Jiang He floating in the air with his eyes closed, unconscious. Light continuously poured out of Jiang He's chest as the restrictions in his body rapidly dissolved. The shock waves from the battle of the various sides, be it demonic chi divine energy or spiritual energy divine energy, silently entered Jiang He's body after a series of ripples. Then, they sped up the removal of the restrictions in Jiang He's body. Tears of blood continuously dripped from Shi's eyes. Clearly, it was very taxing for him to fight so many outstanding talents alone. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. The five-colored divine stone instantly melted, and the resplendent spacetime power rippled like lake water. The Silver Dragon King, Sikong Shu, Wenren Yu, the other outstanding talents, and the older generation sovereign emperors all felt their breathing turn rushed. When the various outstanding talents on the ground saw Shaoqin walk out while brandishing his saber, they revealed horrified expressions. The palace shook continuously, showing signs of breaking apart. This startled Shaoqin. The four sides fought in secret, not daring to relax. The scene in this area turned blurry, and space twisted. Shaoqin's left eye was like a bottomless hole. Everything in the surroundings flew into his left eye uncontrollably. The chaotic battle continued. As the ethereal Immortal Palace disintegrated, it became even more chaotic. After Shaoqin consumed the entire Immortal Burial Lake, he easily broke through to Small Perfection Sovereign Emperor and advanced to Four Vein Sovereign Emperor. However, the two did not do anything. Pu Ci. The sound of intense fighting rang out, along with all sorts of familiar shouts. Who would have thought that all of them would enter the Immortal Palace without a single one missing? Shaoqin sheathed his saber and slowly walked forward from the darkness. Then, he stretched out his hand and collected the inheritance key and the five-colored divine stone. However, these were not what shocked Shaoqin. What shocked Shaoqin was that as the ethereal Immortal Palace disintegrated, the inheritance key appeared. The inheritance key. Because Shaoqin's physical body could not endure it, he stored the potential of Immortal Burial Lake's boundless natural treasures, waiting to be developed. As the four sides wrestled, a saber light carrying the power of reincarnation swept out. One could face death and live to death. One could cycle endlessly, producing the power to tear time and space. Life to death, death to life to life. As long as the world existed, the cycle would not end. The person who arrived was Chu Chaoyun, who had been lying in wait for a long time. Chu Chaoyun saw she, who wore the scarlet dragon robes, standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back. It seemed like the battle before him had nothing to do with him. What surprised she was that although the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, every piece of white jade seemed to be connected. Chapter 23:36. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. There was nothing. When Xiao Qin used the inheritance key to open the seal on the five-colored divine stone, he did not get the wings of time that everyone expected. Instead, he got a sentence that rendered everyone speechless. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. Even though Xiao Qin had always been calm, he was stunned speechless when he saw these words. He was completely stupefied. He was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Everyone schemed, set up, and used all sorts of trump cards, fighting to the death. In the end, all they got was empty words, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's merciless mockery. She, who was even more incredulous than Xiao Qin, remained unperturbed, believing that his plan was flawless. Xi's mind went blank as he muttered to himself, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun took away the wings of time, he would definitely hide it in the demonic Dao Hall. If it were in the demonic Dao Hall, I would definitely know where exactly went wrong. Chu Chaoyun remained silent, showing a complicated expression as he looked at the 8 words in the air. It was like he saw Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun mocking the Holy Lord. A person who died 50,000 years ago toyed with the powerhouses of the various factions. Although there were no foe gods here, in reality, those who could reach this step had the support of a super faction. By standing here, they represented not only themselves but also the terrifying factions behind them. What the heck is going on? Qi Ming bit his lip, confusion filling his face. His father clearly swore that the wings of time were hidden in the ethereal immortal palace. However, why was there nothing after the inheritance key opened the seal? There's no need to think about it. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun must have taken away the wings of time. We were all fooled by him, Sikong Shu said with a sullen expression, sounding extremely upset. No one would feel good if they were fooled by a dead man. Crack! Crack! Just at this moment, cracks appeared at the edges of this space, spreading out like a spiderweb. When everyone looked up, the space-time tunnel formed by the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys was shrinking continuously. Oh no! This space-time secret realm is going to shatter. Instantly, everyone started to panic. They were in the middle of a space-time gap. As a mystic realm, it had always been extremely stable. But now, strange things kept happening. First, the misty immortal palace had exploded, and the celestial burial lake had disappeared for no reason. Now, the 5-colored divine stone had also been opened. The important pillar that maintained the space-time mystic realm might no longer exist. If they couldn't get out before the secret realm broke, they might be lost in the space-time reversal forever. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go. The immortal palace was gone, the immortal burial lake was gone, and now the wings of time were also gone. Even the mystic area was about to be destroyed. If he stayed here any longer, he would definitely die. He had to leave even if he didn't want to. Jin Yuan and Yan Cangming stood side by side, appearing somewhat confused. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. Came here? Yan Cangming said somewhat hatefully, feeling very depressed. Jin Yuan said indifferently, it is still acceptable. Let's go. The outcome of the Crown Prince battle should be out soon. However, the outcome of the Crown Prince battle doesn't seem to have much meaning. Jin Yuan paused for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, that's true, this was decided from the very start. Let's go. Our original plan will not change. Yes. So. Many figures immediately flashed, flying towards the space-time tunnel in the sky. No matter how dissatisfied they were, being fooled was being fooled. They had to leave. Lord Shi. When Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived beside Shi, they clearly discovered that something was wrong with Shi's condition. Shi's left eye looked like a hole, not daring to look at it directly. His complexion was pale, and he kept muttering to himself. Ming Xian frowned slightly and said, "Lord Shi, we should go. If we still don't, this place will crumble." Shi covered his left eye and slowly stood up. Then, he looked at Xiao Qin, who was taking care of Jiang He. It seemed like she was wondering if the other party's expression was fake or not. "Ming Xian, do you think that Xiao Qin obtained the wings of time in advance? He mysteriously came back to life in Immortal Burial Lake. Even I could not understand that final saber strike." Rumble. As she spoke, the space-time secret realm slowly shook, and the cracks widened. Ming Xian said after some thought, perhaps he had some other fortuitous encounter, but the wings of time should not be in his hands. Otherwise, if he had the wings of time, we would not be able to survive. He would have finished us all off. At that time, when the epic changed, he would not have a single opponent. She remained silent. In his heart, he also leaned toward Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun taking the wings of time. However, it was strange. If Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had the wings of time, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord back then? There had to be something fishy about this. "Let's go." After looking at the crumbling secret realm, she no longer hesitated. After some thought, he said, "Let's leave first. Our plan is not over yet." "Yes." Before leaving, she gave Xiao Qin a deep look, revealing a complicated look in his right eye. Soon, aside from Xiao Qin, Xiao Suo, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng, who were guarding Jiang He and the others, only Chu Chaoyun remained in this secret realm. Chu Chaoyun wanted to go over from a distance, but he saw Xiao Suo's murderous expression. Chu Chaoyun shook his head and sighed softly before leaving through the space-time tunnel. "Big brother, can he still be saved?" Xiao Suo asked somewhat anxiously. The secret realm looked like it was about to collapse, but Xiao Qin did not show any intention of leaving. It was hard not to feel anxious and worried. However, Xiao Qin remained unmoved, appearing like he did not hear Xiao Suo's words. He entered deep thought. Jiang He's condition was extremely strange. All signs of life were present. However, his divine seal was dim, and his soul showed no fluctuations. He was like a living corpse. After a while, Xiao Chen's gaze landed on his right hand. The inheritance key in his palm flickered with a faint light. Could it be? A thought occurred to Xiao Qin as he looked at Jiang He. Then, he looked at the inheritance key in his hand. Could it be that this inheritance key already merged with Jiang He's soul? I can only gamble. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and slapped the inheritance key back into Jiang He's chest. Boom! In the next moment, Jiang He's chest burst out with resplendent light. The beautiful ethereal immortal palace jades in the sky turned into beams of rainbow light and entered Jiang He's chest. The wandering starry river in the sky and the surrounding stars all followed. Soon, a brand new ethereal immortal palace materialized in Jiang He's chest and merged into his body. This, Xiao Suo, Lin Feng, and the others gaped at this scene incredulously. After Jiang He absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace, his entire body gave off a crystalline, faint light. Like a peerless piece of jade, her entire body, from the inside to the outside, was undergoing a complete transformation. Understanding appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he understood some things. This ethereal immortal palace did not have the wings of time. The previous generation Heaven Dragon was very clear about this. He must have discovered some of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's secrets in the Blue Dragon's old land. The Heaven Dragon had left the inheritance key in Jiang He's body to give him a great fortuitous encounter. All of this was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plot. After learning about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plot, the previous generation Heaven Dragon went with the flow and left this fortuitous encounter for Jiang He. Since the Heaven Dragon had the wings of time 50,000 years ago, why did he not use it against the Holy Lord? Xiao Chen could only personally ask the previous generation Heaven Dragon for the answer. Otherwise, he could only seek the answer in the Blue Dragon's old land. It's over. It's going to collapse. Xiao Suo said in some despair as he looked at the edges of the collapsing space. This secret realm was already in tatters. Don't panic. Xiao Chen slung Jiang He over his shoulder and said, "Come with me." He drove the cycle Great Dao, and Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet. Then, he used the power of cycles to reconnect the shattered space. After Xiao Chen left, space immediately shattered. Wherever he passed, the space behind him would collapse. He relied on the forceful pull of the reincarnation power. Then, Xiao Chen led the four into the air, forcibly stepping out of the passageway just as it was about to close. Lin Feng and the others, who followed behind Xiao Chen, felt incredibly mystical. They suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen seemed to have undergone a drastic change compared to before he sank to the bottom of the lake. Xiao Chen now gave off an indescribable calmness. His eyes were clear and pure, and he gave off a faint otherworldly aura. Previously, this feeling was not obvious. Now, it was very clear. The succession race will end soon, Xiao Chen said softly. After exiting the passageway, the group returned to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Chen looked at the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree. Chapter 23:37. At the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, the 9th Prince Wang Yan was currently fighting an intense battle with the 4th Prince Wang Yun. However, the situation did not look good. The Yan imperial sword that Wang Yun refined was the 9th altar. 9 was the limit, containing a vast amount of dragon essence. The other princes, on the other hand, had long since lost the right to participate in the battle for the position of crown prince. They could only watch from the ancient tree. The 8th Prince Wang Feng and the 13th Prince had unwilling expressions on their faces. They were the most popular princes after the first prince. Who would have thought that after the death of the first prince, someone would truly ascend to the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? They were the two brothers whom he looked down on the most. This was especially so for the 4th Prince Wang Yun. He had always been treated like a fool, a complete joke. No one thought that he would be able to pass the first round of the test. But who knew that this fool would turn the tables and stand at the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? This was the final battle with the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Based on the situation, Xiao Chen was suppressing Wang Yan all the way, holding a great advantage. Even though Wang Yan's grasp of the massacre Great Dao was far more exquisite than the other party's Buddhist Dao might, Wang Yan's massacre Great Dao was not as exquisite as the other parties. In terms of martial strength, the 4th prince could not compare to the battle-hardened and experienced Wang Yan. However, there was nothing he could do. The 9th altar contained too much dragon essence. The might of Wang Yun's Yan imperial sword far surpassed Wang Yan's. Wang Yan used force to break technique. He did not need to use too many exquisite killing moves or martial techniques. He could suppress Wang Yan with just the sword in his hand. 9th brother, you still haven't given up. Wang Yun held his Yan imperial sword at the top of the ancient tree, stuck in the vast clouds. The body of the sword overflowed with Buddhist light, and the Buddhist light behind him shone even brighter. It was as if a sky full of Buddhas had appeared, chanting Buddhist mantras incessantly, and the might of one sword seemed to be able to flatten mountains and rivers. Wang Yan's eyes filled with murderous intent. However, his aura was completely drowned out by the other party's vast sovereign might. It seemed as if he was surrounded by a powerful army, and his entire body was filled with killing intent as he fought bravely while bathed in blood. Unfortunately, there was no end to the killing. Even when they were exhausted, they were still unable to break out of the encirclement. It looks like Wang Yan's defeat is only a matter of time. Xiao Suo looked into the distance and sighed softly as he watched the battle at the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree. Hao Kai also shook his head slightly. Although the few of them had not interacted with Wang Yan for long, they still admired his character. Seeing that the prince whom he had been escorting was about to lose to someone else, he couldn't help but feel indignant. Xiao Chen's expression was calm, and his emotions did not fluctuate. Along the way, he had done his best to protect Wang Yan. Now, in this final battle, he could only rely on himself. Regardless of the outcome, he only hoped that he would not have any regrets. He could tell that Wang Yan's martial Dao foundation far surpassed the fourth prince, Wang Yun. After all, he had been stationed at the borders all year round and was always at the forefront. Wang Yun, who lived in the capital, couldn't be compared to him. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's aura was completely suppressed. The dragon essence in the Yen Imperial Sword could not compare to his opponents. If he could come to his senses and use the brocade pouch that he had given him, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. However, it did not matter. The first prince had already been killed. No matter who ascended to the position of crown prince, Xiao Chen could still reluctantly accept it deep down in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Chen had other worries. The succession race in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb had been full of twists and turns. The situation had developed to this point. It was hard not to worry about why the Imperial Ancestral Temple was protecting Shi and the others. Now, Xiao Chen felt somewhat worried about Ao Jiao, Su Yi, and the others in the depths of the Imperial Palace. "Big brother, should we continue watching?" Xiao Suo asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. Most of the other prince's guests had already left the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. "Let's leave this place first." Xiao Chen and the others thought to themselves, "Give up." Then, they immediately felt a vast, mighty force from the depths of the ground connecting to their physical bodies and souls. The mighty force of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb forcefully sent Xiao Chen and the others out. In the next moment, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the scene before him changed drastically. His entire body suddenly felt incredibly relaxed. The pressure of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb no longer existed. Whoosh! 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 The instant Xiao Chen appeared in the Imperial Palace's drill ground, he immediately felt 10 odds strong, suffocating soul energy scanning his body. This startled Xiao Chen. He had once come into contact with a faux god flame and could clearly sense it. Every strand of soul energy contained a faux god flame. This meant that a significant number of faux gods had arrived in the Yinwu dynasty. The soul energy containing a faux god flame left as quickly as it came, lasting less than 1,000th of a second. Those who were slightly weaker would not be able to sense it. Xiao Chen understood. These faux gods were trying to sense if they had the wings of time or not. Xiao Chen immediately felt a chill down his spine, feeling fortunate. Fortunately, the misty Immortal Palace did not have the wings of time. If he had taken the wings of time and appeared in the Imperial Palace, the misty Immortal Palace would have been destroyed. If Xiao Chen obtained the wings of time and appeared in the Imperial Palace, he would instantly suffer the attacks of at least 10 odd faux gods. At that time, even if he had the Cycle Great Tao, he would not be able to escape death. However, it was hard to say. With so many faux gods gathered, the Heavenly Alliance's faux gods would be here as well. If the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon knew that Xiao Chen possessed the wings of time, they would definitely protect him to the death. But no matter what, he would be caught in the center of the dispute, and it would be hard to predict whether he would survive or not. Without batting an eyelid, Xiao Chen handed Jiang He to Xiao Suo and walked toward Ao Jiao and Su Yi. "Your Highness Goddess, I'm glad I didn't fail you," Hao Kai said respectfully when he saw Ao Jiao. "Thank you, Senior Hao Kai." Ao Jiao quickly returned the greeting and said softly. Then, her beautiful eyes turned and landed on Xiaoqin. She complained, "Why did you work so hard? You don't know how worried we were about you." Indeed, the competition for the crown prince position was full of twists and turns. There were many times when he was on the brink of life and death. He didn't have the time to think about it, but the onlookers were definitely alarmed and worried. "I'm not dead, don't worry." Feeling Ao Jiao's concern, Xiaoqin felt warmth in his heart. Then, he stepped forward and pinched Ao Jiao's cheeks. After Shi Wangmu's matter, Xiaoqin understood many things. One should not wait until the people by one's side were no longer around before regretting it. After seeing Ao Jiao, many of the emotions that Xiaoqin suppressed in his heart surged out. Ao Jiao's youthful face immediately blushed. She pulled away from Xiaoqin's hand and asked, "What are you doing? There are so many people watching." Cough. Cough. "Young Master Xiao, this is our Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. Don't go overboard," Hao Kai said softly as he coughed a few times. Xiaoqin withdrew his hand and looked back. Indeed, several gazes were looking at him. Then, Xiaoqin saw Shi with a white bandage wrapped around his left eye. He smiled at Xiaoqin in a mocking manner. Yan Songming and Jin Yuan, who fought to the death with Shi earlier, were together with Shi again. There were also several hostile gazes, such as Qin Ming, who gritted his teeth in anger. Naturally, Xiaoqin ignored all of them. At this moment, the eliminated princes and the many guests on the drill ground all stared at the light screen. Everyone stared at the light screen, watching the peak battle between Wang Yan and Wang Yun. There was destined to be only one victor in this battle, ascending to the crown prince position. However, Xiaoqin had a bad feeling in his heart, regardless of whether he had the wings of time or not. Whether he had the wings of time or not, the Yanwu dynasty gathering so many foe gods was an ominous sign. If he got careless, a battle between foe gods would start. At that time, the consequences would be dire. What worried Xiaoqin more were Shi and Yan Songming. One was the Shuowu dynasty's first prince, the leader of the demonic Dao. The other was the underworld god Hall's outstanding talent, representing the factions of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. They were like fire and water with the righteous Dao. Now that the first prince was dead, the two of them, who had lost their protection, still dared to openly remain in the palace. This gave Xiaoqin a bad feeling. After some thought, he said, "Everyone, stay closer to me. Something is not quite right." The current calm was like the calm before the storm, making Xiaoqin very worried. Xiaoqin got Su Yi and the others to stay closer to him. Once there were any changes, he would use the divine universe steel to put everyone in. Su Yi and the others did not suspect anything. After hearing that, they quietly gathered around Xiaoqin, surrounding him. Suddenly, Xiaoqin thought of something. He asked, "Did you see the Yan Emperor appear?" As long as the Yan Emperor was around, Xiaoqin could swing his Yan Imperial sword. Even foe gods would fear him in this Yanwu dynasty. Su Yi frowned and said, "His Majesty, the Yan Emperor, has not appeared since the start." The moment Su Yi said that, Xiaoqin's heart skipped a beat. He already had a bad feeling. Just at this moment, the surrounding people started discussing. "The fourth prince is going to win." On the light screen, Wang Yan, who was surrounded at the top of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, could no longer endure, getting knocked into the air by Wang Yun's sword. Blood spurted out endlessly, a cruel sight to behold. Chapter 23:38. At the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, at the start of the fight, Wang Yun, who held the upper hand, finally inflicted heavy injuries on Wang Yan, who was bitterly holding on. After being sent flying by a single sword strike, the accumulated injuries all erupted at this moment. Wang Yan, who was sent flying, showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Hate. If this Wang Yun was truly stronger than him, he could still accept his loss wholeheartedly. However, Wang Yun was no match for him. In fact, he was much weaker than him. However, he relied on the vast dragon essence contained in the ninth altar to suppress him in terms of the Emperor's might. He didn't have any room to display his various martial arts. The other party used force to break technique. I don't care what killing move or martial technique you have. I only need one sword, and the deities and Buddhas in the sky all materialize sovereign might. If Wang Yan could match his opponent's long essence, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent within 3 moves. However, there were no ifs in this world. In terms of unwillingness, the eliminated 8th prince and 13th prince were even more unwilling. It's a pity. I've already come this far, but I still fell short of success. Wang Yan felt very guilty. He felt that he had let down Shao Qin and the Heavenly Book scholar, who had supported him through life and death along the way. I'm sorry to disappoint you. From the very beginning when he faced Wang Yuan, he knew that his chances of winning weren't high, and he had no regrets holding on until now. However, when he thought of Shao Qin and the others, he was filled with guilt. No. Just as Wang Yan closed his eyes in despair, he suddenly recalled that Shao Qin had given him a brocade pouch in Black Wind Ridge. Wang Yan, who was about to open it, was stopped by Shao Qin, telling him not to open it unless absolutely necessary. With this thought, Wang Yan opened his eyes. Just as he was about to descend to the top of the ancient tree, Wang Yan opened his eyes. With a tap of his foot, he stabbed his sword into the crown of the tree. He knelt down on one knee and stood up once more. A hint of doubt flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. In that instant earlier, he clearly sensed that the other party had lost all fighting spirit. There was no chance of victory at all, so why did he suddenly stop? Ninth brother, there's no need to struggle anymore. You and I are brothers. I don't want to hurt you too badly, and I don't want to kill you. Wang Yun said calmly. What he said was the truth. Of the many princes, only Wang Yan did not have much resentment or murderous intent. However, if Wang Yan insisted on going his own way, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You think you've already won. Isn't it? Wang Yan's lips curled up in a smile filled with mockery. His ninth brother, Wang Yan, is only so-so. Even now, he is still so naive. I don't think so. Wang Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a sharp look flashed in them. Then, he opened the brocade pouch that Shao Qin gave him. Boom! The instant the brocade pouch was opened, a dazzling radiance flowed out in all directions. Wang Yun covered his eyes with his left hand and slowly looked at Luo Kai. He squinted his eyes, and when he looked, his expression changed drastically. It was a heavy jasper with clear ripples on the inside. 9 dragon shadows floated around it. This was a dragon jade with 9 dragon shadows. When this jade appeared, not only was Wang Yun shocked, but the many spectators in the dueling ground were also astonished. In the first round of the test, being able to fill up the dragon jade with 3 dragon shadows was already very impressive. Reaching 5 dragon shadows was already considered heaven-defying. It was unheard of for someone to reach 9 dragon shadows in the past. Damn it! Wang Yun could no longer remain calm. He cursed and charged over while holding his Yen Imperial sword. Wang Yun wanted to end this battle before Wang Yan absorbed this dragon jade. Shao Qin, you really gave me a pleasant surprise. A smile appeared on Wang Yun's face. The importance of this brocade pouch surpassed his expectations. Whoosh! Wang Yan raised his Yen Imperial sword to the sky, and 9 dragon shadows immediately gathered. The Yen Imperial sword in Wang Yun's hand burst out with a light that rivaled the sun. His dynasty's dragon might quickly soared. Wang Yun, who originally held a suppressive advantage, forced back his aura before the resplendent Yen Imperial sword. Soon, Wang Yan's dynasty's dragon might clashed with Wang Yun's and overtook him. Wang Yun, who was charging over, could only watch helplessly as all this happened. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! Wang Yan roared furiously and soared into the air. His sword light flickered. Sword images containing the massacre Great Tao pierced through the Buddha statues in the sky and destroyed them all. Pu ci. Wang Yun vomited a mouthful of blood as the many sword images knocked him to the ground. After losing the advantage in dragon essence, Wang Yun's true level instantly revealed itself. He lost in one move. How can it be like this? Wang Yun felt confused, unable to accept this. Earlier, he had been suppressing the other party. By the time their dynasty's dragon might were about the same, he was actually defeated in one move. Crack! Cracks appeared in the Yen Imperial sword in Wang Yun's hand before shattering. Without sufficient accumulations, Wang Yun forcefully occupied the ninth altar. The huge difference after losing in one move caused him to crumble. After losing his Yen Imperial sword, Wang Yun was forcefully sent out of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. No one had expected such a dramatic reversal. In the end, the one to truly ascend to the peak and become crown prince was the ninth prince Wang Yan. All the prince's Yen Imperial swords were gone. Now, only Wang Yan's remained in the entire ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Boom! The dynasty's dragon vein hidden under the ancient Yen Emperor tomb poured into the ancient Yen Emperor tree and merged with Wang Yan, who was at the top. In the next moment, the huge screen in the drill ground shattered, materializing bright light. Wang Yan held his Yen Imperial sword as he stepped out amid the bright light, appearing before everyone. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The various feudal lords and noble clans all stood up and performed cupped fist salutes. No matter how the succession race turned out, now that Wang Yan was the crown prince, he would be the next Yen emperor in the future. Wang Yan revealed a smile as he looked around, his heart filled with joy. If you are the crown prince, then what am I? Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Wang Yan's expression changed slightly. Wang Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw the one-eyed Shi smiling mockingly at Wang Yan, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan's face sank. I thought that you already left. You are still here even now. You are really bold. The sudden situation startled the feudal lords, the many princes, and the guests at the drill ground. Why should I leave? She countered with a faint smile. Right after she spoke, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor walked out of the clouds in the sky above the palace. Then, he said coldly, Wang Yan, your guests cruelly killed the first prince. You will not be able to escape punishment. The elders have already decided to strip you of your crown prince position. What? These words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking the various feudal lords and stirring up a huge commotion. Wang Yan said with a sullen expression, I want to see Imperial Father. You are not qualified to strip me of my crown prince position. I'm afraid that's not up to you. She sneered and said indifferently. Whoosh! Hundreds of figures covered in demonic flames rushed out of the vast palace. Without exception, they were all demonic Dao Hall elite sovereign emperors. They surrounded the entire drill ground, filling the air with demonic might, spreading out in all directions. The Yenwu dynasty's palace instantly changed. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's experts, who were supposed to be here, disappeared. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The expressions of the various feudal lords and princes changed drastically. At this moment, all the elites of the Yenwu dynasty gathered in the palace. It was like the demonic Dao Hall had surrounded them. In the palace in the clouds, the imprisoned Yen Emperor trembled with rage. You, to think that you are so deranged, becoming the demonic Dao Hall's dogs. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor said expressionlessly, the epic is changing. If we want to continue the Yenwu dynasty's glory, we need to make a choice. The sudden change in the situation caused everyone to feel somewhat frightened. How did the Yenwu dynasty fall in an instant, occupied by the demonic Dao Hall? How can it be like this? To think that the demonic Dao Hall's people took over the palace just like that. Senior Feng and the Heavenly Book scholar said with uneasy expressions, not understanding what happened. Xiaochen looked around and said, that is not all. The Underworld God Hall's people are mixed in as well. This should have been planned long ago. If the first prince had not died, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor would have had a trump card to bargain with the other party. Now, he has completely sided with the other party. What should we do? Ao Zhao asked somewhat anxiously. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestors experts listened to the other party. This was like the dynasty's faction and the demonic Dao Hall's faction working together to surround them. There was no way out. Give me the sword. She climbed onto the drill ground and walked towards Wang Yan, demanding the Yan Imperial sword that symbolized the dynasty's inheritance. Chapter 2339. The entire palace immediately burst into a huge commotion. Mu Zifeng and Sui Renji both felt startled, flabbergasted. Wang Yan's lips curled up in a cold smile. After some thought, he said, "You two are really my good brothers. Chief, let me tell you this. Unless I die today, I will not give you the Yan Imperial sword in my hand." During the succession race, she wielded the demonic Imperial sword and prepared to swallow up the dynasty's dragon vein. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, who managed the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, already turned a blind eye to it, not doing anything. Before the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor finished speaking, Pan Huang mercilessly attacked, sending him flying with a slap from a distance. Xiaochen, are you going to save the 9th prince? Indeed. Xiaochen thought to himself. It was more or less as he guessed. That's right. Father is still in their hands. Even if you don't want to kill us, are you going to kill Father as well? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The smile on Xi's face faded, replaced by a murderous intent. Just as she pressed forward, the 13th Prince Wang Yi said indifferently. If not for something unexpected happening that even she could not control, Yuan Zhen and Wang Yan would have counterattacked. Several dozen figures rushed over from the dark. Without exception, they were all experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Whoosh! 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 Everyone looked up and saw the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain outside the imperial capital. The golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha released a resplendent light, materializing a Buddhist nation behind him. However, the situation was far from that simple. Hence, no matter what, they could not let down their guard. They had to protect the people around them. After some thought, Mu Zifeng said, "That's right. Wang Fei is the representative of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the Demonic Dao Hall, and the Underworld God Hall. If he did not die, he would not have pushed Xi to the front. He would not have let these foe gods do so, either. However, a war between foe gods is just a matter of time. The Hidden Spirit Temple will not just sit and wait for death." Under the control of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, the Yenwu dynasty submitted to the demonic Dao Hall. Did they become prisoners? Suiren Ji said softly, "Little girl, the Yenwu dynasty is now filled with the foe gods of the various super factions. No matter how bold the demonic Dao Hall and the Underworld God Hall are, they would not dare to offend all of them. People like the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming and the profound Heaven Holy Son Wenren Yu were also taken away by the foe gods of the various factions. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor, an 8-vein sovereign emperor, could not even last one exchange with Pan Huang." Ao Zhao asked as he looked at Xiaochen. The world out from the Shao into the Buddha Light Mountain. Suddenly, the boundless golden light disappeared, and a dark Buddhist light, accompanied by the strange and indifferent face of the Gautama Buddha, shrouded in front of the world. Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. He said, "Don't worry. There will be someone who will not let him die. I just need to take care of you." Pan Huang chuckled, looking down on everyone, not taking these four seriously at all. Chen Feng say, Chin, Shan. Spirit, Mu said. Ji said Ji, Mu, Emperor, Chin, Mu, Hai. This is, the 9th Yen Emperor. He's still alive. It looked like a faux god battle was about to start. The Yenwu dynasty would always be at the foot of the Spirit Mountain. No need. You teach me. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor appeared again in the palace in the clouds. He said calmly, "Princes and feudal lords, there is no need to be nervous. After Lord Shi becomes the new Yen Emperor, everyone will continue as before. Your titles and lands will not change. The martial epoch is about to collapse, and the new epoch is about to crumble. Lord Shi promised us even greater glory." The imperial palace had always been bathed in the Buddha's light, and it had never changed. Just at this moment, the golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha that everyone looked up to suddenly spun on Spirit Vulture Mountain. His gaze landed on Wang Yan from thousands of kilometers away. At the same time, he began to think about how his family and the interests under his name would change if this was true. What's going on? However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A beam of golden Buddhist light pierced through the dark clouds and enveloped Wang Yan. Then, the golden Buddhist light quickly expanded. In a moment, it cleared away all the demonic clouds in the sky. Scram to the side. It was the Hidden Spirit Temple's abbot, Abbot Su Yi. On the left and right were the Spring Snow Bladesman Pan Huang and Sword God Su Han. Suiren Ji looked coldly at Mu Zifeng. Then, he waved his long sleeves and turned into a beam of dark light that pulled in Xiao Qin and the others. Suiren Ji glanced over and said indifferently, "Brat, be more respectful when you speak. I was the one who made a move earlier to fish you out." This completely cut off Wang Yan's thoughts of fleeing with his sword. The golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha frantically switched between good and evil. The golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha began to switch between righteous and evil. Xiao Qin could not help saying, "Lord Mu." When the ordinary people inside and outside Yen City saw such a miracle, they all knelt and prayed. When Xiao Qin saw such a miracle, they all knelt and prayed. Xiao Qin asked as he looked at Mu Zifeng. The hundreds of demonic Dao sovereign emperors in the surroundings showed cold gazes as they silently circulated their demonic essence. They drove overwhelming demonic qi, and surging black clouds instantly covered the sky above the imperial palace. Whoosh! Boom! This rather dramatic scene seemed absurd and inconceivable. It seemed to be unexpected, but also beyond reason. Just as the Yenwu dynasty was in a precarious situation, on the verge of leaning toward the demonic Dao Hall, this super faction, which had been hiding its strength and not made a move for many years, finally revealed its fangs. Shi's words had the meaning behind them. Even if everyone in the world wanted to side with the demonic Dao Hall, Wang Yan would absolutely not do so. In that case, since all of you are here, why did you not help the Hidden Spirit Temple? Hao Kai could not help asking. Ao Zhao asked, "Then how did you enter the Imperial Palace? The people of the demonic hall didn't attack you." Below the martial arts practice field, many princes were shocked, and they were slightly dazed and unable to stand steadily. TSK, there are really a lot of old farts. Who else is there? Stop hiding. The four of you are not enough for me to beat you up. Bang! Right now, she had probably already swallowed the dynasty's dragon vein. The consequences would be even worse than now. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor showed a grave expression as he flew forward. Then, he said, "Senior Abbot, my royal clan is currently dealing with internal matters. Please leave. The Hidden Spirit Temple no longer has any connection to my Yinwu dynasty." Could it be? Wang Yan, who was on the martial arts practice field, felt a chill in his heart. His expression turned extremely unsightly. This was just his nature. Wang Yan's expression turned sullen, and his hand, which held the Yan imperial sword, trembled endlessly. He looked at Shi and asked, "Is my father still alive? Take out the sword." A thought occurred to Shao Qin. He looked at Mu Zifeng and asked, "Is it because I killed the first Prince Wang Fei?" Shao Qin knew that he had to leave. With a thought, he prepared to take out the Divine Universe Steel. This did not surprise Shao Qin. When he looked back, he frowned heavily. He still felt somewhat worried about Pan Huang. The Imperial Ancestral Temple not only did not stop the demonic Dao Hall's sovereign emperor expert from taking over the Imperial Palace, but it even colluded with him. Even Shao Qin, Hao Kai, and the others all looked at Mu Zifeng in confusion. Even though some people were dissatisfied with the demonic Dao's sovereign emperors and the hidden Imperial Ancestral Temple experts, the Yan Imperial Ancestor was a dynasty that had existed for close to 100,000 years. Even though the Yan Imperial Ancestor normally did not show himself, it did not mean that there were no faux god experts. When Shao Chen's vision recovered, he only saw a blurry golden light in the imperial capital Yan City when he looked back. What startled Shao Chen even more was that the person traveling with him was his old rival, Sui Renji. This enveloped the entire imperial palace in a somber and cold atmosphere, suppressing everyone. Shi's lips curled up in mockery. "Are you sure that I will attack you?" "I won't." She smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, you will live. However, if you do not cooperate, it will be hard to say whether you will live or not. Don't even think about resisting. The Imperial Ancestral Temple already came to an agreement with my demonic Dao Hole. The Flame Dragon formation in the Imperial Palace will not be activated." Clang! Since the demonic Dao Hall was confident of making a move under the Hidden Spirit Temple's nose, they definitely had something up their sleeves. 3 old men followed behind this white-haired old man. All the faux god experts of the royal court came out in full force. However, Shao Chen suddenly sensed a strong aura behind him. When he turned around, shock flashed on his face. Shao Chen knew that the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body had both good and evil sides. However, Shao Chen had never expected that the other side would appear before the world one day. However, he could still sense that strong faux god aura. Shao Chen's thoughts raced. He found it strange, but he resisted and did not make a move in the end. Even if Shao Chen did not become the crown prince today, he would still be the first to step forward in such a situation. A white-haired old man stood on the flame dragon, radiating a faint faux god might. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "What's wrong? Do you find it strange to see me? Now is not the time to speak. There will be a huge battle between faux gods soon. Sui Renji, bring them away first." Wang Yan was not stupid. He quickly figured out what was going on. It was Mu Zifeng. Wang Yan had been rather calm from the start to the end, as he wanted to obtain the Hidden Spirit Temple. No matter what, he would not just sit back and watch the demonic Dao Hall control the Yinwu dynasty. The Yan Emperor had always been under the watch of the Buddhist ancestor, never disappearing. The Hidden Spirit Temple. 3 figures approached from the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain, appearing in the sky above the Imperial Palace's drill ground. Sui Renji, a Heavenly Alliance senior elder, was an incredibly strong faux god expert. "You have backbone, but is it useful?" Just as Shao Chen felt uncertain, the golden Kasayapa Buddha body turned around again, revealing its benevolent, peaceful, and dignified side. Whoosh! The battle between faux gods is already unavoidable. No matter who wins, the Yenwu dynasty is finished. Unexpectedly, the people that Xiaochen wanted to kill in the final battle were his own people. Mu Zifeng sighed softly. Then, he said in a self-mocking manner, I am overthinking. The epic has changed. There is no longer any distinction between the righteous and demonic factions. The super factions might be eager for both sides to fight. It would be best if both sides ended up severely injured, severely damaging their essence. A terrifying aura burst out from the depths of the imperial palace. 9 flame dragons gathered from different directions. Ninth brother, just give the Yen imperial sword to Lord Shi. Don't be rash alone. Don't get us all killed. Wang Yan drew his sword, and the Yen imperial sword gave off a bright light, radiating the dragon might of a dynasty. A Buddhist light shone, looking very dignified. However, Wang Yan did not dare to say anything. Anyone who dared to step forward would definitely die. Now, Wang Yan finally understood that the demonic Dao Hall's actions had the tacit approval of the royal court's faux gods. The princes who lost the succession race did not want Wang Yan to become the crown prince in the first place. As Wang Yan held the Yen imperial sword, he smiled bitterly as he looked at the sovereign emperor experts in the imperial ancestral temple. When the sovereign emperor experts saw the situation, they started speaking in a strange tone, wanting Shi to hand over the Yen imperial sword. She spread his arms and gently drifted back. However, after thinking about it, there were already signs of this happening. The moment she said that, the various feudal lords' anxious hearts eased somewhat. Whoosh! Chapter 2340. After entering the residence, Xiaochen discovered that the Heavenly Alliance doyens and the group of faux god experts were all there. The old alliance chief, Hua Tianyang, and Suiren Ji were among them as well. They all looked at Xiaochen. After a while, Xiaochen figured out what had changed. Whoosh! When Mu Zifeng heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he said, there is no need. Right after Mu Zifeng spoke, the other doyens agreed. In the end, only Suiren Ji remained silent. I know you have many questions in your heart. Ask away. Xiaochen could not help feeling suspicious. If he started a new epic in the future, he would not be able to avoid destruction in the end. 3 days later, the alloy battle armor arrived at the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Mu Zifeng asked after some thought, fate cannot be defied. Mu Zifeng frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, strictly speaking, the martial epic ended the moment the Black Dragon King broke the world tree. However, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor suppressed the Black Dragon King back then, not giving him a chance to destroy the world, allowing the martial epic to survive until now. Mu Zifeng explained, when an epic reaches its end, there will always be an existence like the Black Dragon King, bringing the end and destruction. Only with destruction can there be new life. Only then can the epic cycle never end. Why? Suiren Ji, do you have any objections? Light and shadow flickered. Xiaochen looked into the distance and discovered that aside from the palace, the imperial capital Yen City had turned into rubble. Suyi muttered to herself as she looked at the imperial capital Yen City, still showing disbelief in her eyes. Mu Zifeng thought for a while before saying softly, actually, you should address me as Alliance Chief Mu now. Let's go. This place is no longer safe. Let's return to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters first. Why? Suyi, let's go. In the earlier exchange of faux gods, thousands or even tens of thousands of years of effort turned to dust, leaving nothing behind. It could be opened for cultivation only after obtaining the approval of all the doyens and faux god experts. The instant the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body shattered, 2 figures flew out of the Yenwu dynasty's vast territory. Mu Zifeng mocked, there is no need to care. Who would listen to him now? Does he think that he is still the epic master? Go to the Void God realm and die with him. I'm here to ask for your agreement to open the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation so that Xiao Qin can enter it to cultivate in seclusion. After Mu Zifeng sat down, he looked at Xiao Qin and smiled softly. The group boarded the alloy warship, all of them silent. My Beauty Smile Pavilion, the change of epochs and the collapse of order were just the beginning. Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation. Xiao Qin was slightly shocked. He only calmed down after a while. You're the chief of the Heaven Alliance now. Mu Zifeng stood up and looked at Xiao Qin, wanting to speak to him alone. Even without the Heavenly Alliance's resources, after absorbing the entire Immortal Burial Lake and the Blue Dragon's treasure trove, he did not need many resources. As the two spoke, the horrifying battle between foe gods had already begun. It was broken. Mu Zifeng waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. You know very well what kind of person I am. To put it nicely, we are helping each other. To put it bluntly, we are using each other. However, it does not matter. You and I are of use to each other. So, this relationship is unbreakable." After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin voiced his doubts. Xiao Qin felt worried. At the same time, he understood that after order collapsed, the foe gods would feel fear. When foe gods panicked, no matter how cruel the scene was, no matter how strong the power was, there was no order to maintain it. There were boundless benefits for a divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperor to cultivate on this mountain. Originally, Xiao Qin planned to deal with this matter after he became the Dragon Emperor. However, he had no choice but to say it now. Xiao Qin had found it strange long ago. These two were sworn enemies. Why did they suddenly appear at the same time? Previously, Suirenji's attitude toward Mu Zifeng had been overbearing, like fire and water. Mu Zifeng asked with a frown. Xiao Qin, come with me for a while. All right. Let's put it this way. The Heavenly Alliance will invest all its resources on you to help you ascend to the Dragon Emperor position. However, there is one thing. If you succeed in starting a new epoch, you need to benefit the Heavenly Alliance. I need you to make an oath with your soul. Xiao Qin mocked, this is really interesting. Without anyone knowing, I helped you become the Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief. Upon seeing Xiao Qin agree, joy appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This was especially so when Xiao Qin mentioned Mu Zifeng's name in the oath. Xiao Qin asked, feeling confused. He had been thinking of resealing the other party's Black Dragon King after he became the Dragon Emperor. Previously, Xiao Qin did not have a high status, so he could only cultivate at the waist of the mountain. As Xiao Qin said, Mu Zifeng had always been a person who prioritized his own benefits. It was just that he would hide it in the past. Now, he did not hide his desire at all, being direct. I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. I'm in no rush. Mu Zifeng and Suirenji both felt greatly startled, clearly extremely shocked. Now that order had collapsed, there was no way to restrain foe gods. It was hard to find a truly safe place in the Great Thousand Realms. After Mu Zifeng settled everyone down, he brought Xiao Qin to Heavenly Divine Mountain alone. Mu Zifeng gave Suirenji some instructions, and a transcendent alloy warship appeared. Then, he called Xiao Qin and the others over. Earlier, when the many foe gods fought, the number of people who died from the shock waves could no longer be counted in 10,000. Greetings, Alliance Chief. Do you know how the Black Dragon King was sealed back then? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor exhausted the last of the martial epoch's luck before he succeeded. Furthermore, from a certain point of view, the Black Dragon King's appearance was fate. Even without the Black Dragon King, other experts would have appeared and destroyed the martial epoch. Mu Zifeng looked around and said calmly, Xiao Qin already carved the oath on his soul. If he becomes the epic master, he will definitely benefit the Heavenly Alliance. As long as everyone's juniors and clansmen remain in the Heavenly Alliance, they will safely survive the epic change. Of course, that is on the premise that Xiaochen truly becomes the epic master. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Indeed, he had not expected Mu Zifeng to be so direct. When Xiaochen heard that, he understood. No wonder these faux gods could only wait for death and still listen to Mu Zifeng's orders. Furthermore, they could obey Mu Zifeng's orders. It turned out that they all had descendants. They all had unresolved concerns and bloodline relatives. What? Xiaochen did not continue thinking. He chose to agree. Since the Heavenly Alliance was established, the ancient spirit gathering formation had been established. It had been absorbing the spiritual energy essence of Heavenly Divine Mountain's supreme treasures for many years. The battle between foe gods was cruel. The imperial capital Yen City was instantly destroyed. This made Xiaochen feel that it was better to have a safe place. Xiaochen worried about Pan Huang's safety. His strength was limited, so he could only pray for Pan Huang's safety. The other figure towered into the sky, radiating a terrifying state of death. Everywhere it passed, life force extinguished, materializing the image of an underworld deity. "Let's go," one of the doyens said. While Suiren Ji's words sounded like a question, he was actually threatening Xiaochen. "How did you end up with Suiren Ji?" The Alliance chief's residence at the summit of the Heavenly Divine Mountain was previously managed by Hua Tianyang. Now, it was managed by Mu Zifeng. At that time, with the strength of a faux god, Mu Zifeng would be able to kill the people that Xiaochen cared about. Precisely. Long before the Crown Prince's War, the Alliance head had already decided to choose between me and Suiren Ji. Thanks to you, your performance in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb far surpassed Lin Fang's, and I became the new Heavenly Alliance's Alliance Chief. There's no need. I promise you. I swear in Xiaochen's name that if we start a new epic one day, I will not forget the Heavenly Alliance and Lord Mu Zifeng's kindness, and I will protect them. There seemed to be a boundless force twisting space and confusing the surroundings, preventing others from seeing what was happening. Alliance Chief, the Holy Lord just sent orders for the leaders and faux god experts of the 5 super factions to head to the faux god world. We will discuss how to deal with the demonic Dao Hall and the underworld God Hole. However, once it started, it would immediately descend into madness, chaos, and doomsday. It could only end when the new epic started. A figure covered the sky with demonic clouds. Everywhere he passed, demonic clouds covered half of the Yinwu dynasty's territory. What was the meaning of the epic's existence? Suddenly, Xiaochen said, "Lord Mu, you have changed." These two were the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master and the underworld God Hall's Hall Master, the most horrifying existences among the demonic Dao faux gods. If Xiaochen was not willing to let go of this grudge, there was no need for Mu Zifeng to worry too much. In any case, he would die. Xiaochen continued, just like back then, when the immortal Dao collapsed, the cycle of reincarnation was destroyed, and the immortals fell. Coincidentally, Xiaochen had many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask Mu Zifeng. After leaving some instructions to Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others, he followed behind Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng said indifferently, "You should have noticed that practically all the super factions have a spokesperson. They are betting everything, hoping that their faction spokesperson will become the new epic master in the future. Naturally, my Heavenly Alliance cannot continue splitting resources. We have to make a choice between you and Lin Feng." The only thing that Xiaochen could gain was that the Heavenly Alliance would be a great help in the fight for the Dragon Emperor position. When the Black Dragon King reappears, the martial epic, which is already at its end, will officially come to an end. At that time, all the faux gods who ignited their divine flame and were too deeply connected to the martial epic will fall. There is no why. Every epic ends like this. Then, a new epic emerges. This is fate. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows as he looked at the other party. He discovered that Mu Zifeng seemed to have changed from before. However, he could not see the situation inside clearly. Come, I'll bring you to the peak of the Divine Mountain. After the epic ended, it would be like when the Immortals fell back then. All the foe gods would not be able to avoid being buried with the martial epic. I know where the Black Dragon King's seal is. I can gather foe gods to strengthen the seal. Mu Zifeng narrowed his eyes slightly as he smiled. He has indeed changed. The epic is changing, and a great calamity is looming. No one knows what the future will be like. Even foe gods feel fear and unease. Since things have reached this point, why do I need to disguise myself? I might as well live freely. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept it. Heavenly Divine Mountain was a divine mountain formed from the Heavenly Alliance's boundless resources. Mu Zifeng smiled happily and said, "Good. From now on, you are one of us. What else do you want to know? I will definitely tell you everything I know. Everyone keeps talking about the epic changing. I would like to know when the martial epic will end." "Yes." Mu Zifeng said after some thought, No wonder the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders are so confident, daring to work with the Underworld God Hall and the Demonic Tao Hall. It turns out that they already predicted that the Buddhist sect's days are numbered, which is why they are so bold. Even the Alliance chief did not have the authority to open it. Suiren Ji showed a cold expression as he smiled sinisterly. "What objection can I have? Xiao Chen, this old man once had an old grudge with you. Although you repay kindness, you are ruthless and vengeful. You are not a good person either. Let me ask you this, after you become the epic master, will you let go of this grudge? I am not begging you. If you are not willing to let go, that is fine. In any case, you are someone who is about to die. I do not have to worry too much." Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Mu Zifeng immediately understood that Xiao Chen should have something to rely on. The golden Kasayapa Buddha body, which had existed since the birth of the martial epic, actually shattered on Spirit Vulture Mountain. Actually, Xiao Chen was somewhat hesitant about whether to agree or not. Chapter 2341. Suiren Ji. Are you trying to rebel? Rage appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This Suiren Ji was not giving him any face at all. Mu Zifeng had already formed a contract with Xiao Chen. However, at the last step, Xiao Chen put him on the spot. Suiren Ji ignored Mu Zifeng's rage and the other doyen's anger. Suiren Ji maintained a sinister expression. In any case, in Suiren Ji's opinion, Xiao Chen was someone who repaid kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. Xiao Chen was ruthless and vengeful. However, Xiao Chen's character was rather good. As long as Xiao Chen made a promise, Suiren Ji would believe him. It looked like Mu Zifeng was about to give the order for the other foe gods and doyens to attack Suiren Ji together. Xiao Chen raised his hand to stop Mu Zifeng. He felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Suiren Ji's threat made him feel some pity. This was the change of epics. Even someone as strong as a foe god felt so uneasy and lowly. If it were in the past, Suiren Ji would not have bothered with Xiao Chen when foe gods were aloof. However, Suiren Ji now showed a cold expression, threatening a four-vein sovereign emperor jr. with words that cut off all means of retreat. How could a foe god do such an embarrassing thing in the past? Xiao Chen said calmly, "I can promise you that as long as you do not make a move against me, I will naturally not make a move against you. All the more, I will not touch your Heavenly Alliance descendants or other blood relatives." I was just waiting for you to say that. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Suiren Ji's expression instantly changed, revealing a faint smile. Mu Zifeng showed a sullen expression, ignoring Suiren Ji's little tricks. He said softly, "Doyens, let's work together to open the seal on Heavenly Divine Mountain." All right. Whoosh. 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 The doyens and faux god experts present all took out Heavenly Alliance medallions and dripped their soul blood into them. The medallions immediately gave off a bright light, giving off many ancient and mysterious talisman scripts, looking very dazzling and intoxicating. After a while, these 10-odd Heavenly Alliance doyens merged into a door of light. They formed a door of light that emitted a hazy and mysterious purple luster. The door of light was covered in pure white snow, and a plum blossom stood proudly. This was the symbol of the Heaven Alliance. Mu Zifeng and the other doyens stopped what they were doing and looked at the light door with complicated expressions. Open this door, and you will enter the core of the God of Heaven Mountain, which is a paradise created by the 9 heavens source gathering formation. Mu Zifeng said with a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin was about to step in, Mu Zifeng said again, "There is one last thing that I want to remind you of." What? Once you enter, you won't be able to exit for a year. The 9 heavens origin gathering formation would only self-destruct when the heavenly divine mountain's resources were truly exhausted. The space-time inside is distorted. 1 year in the outside world is equivalent to 10 years inside. Xiao Qin turned around and said, "In other words, I have to stay in there for 10 years before I can come out." Mu Zifeng nodded and said, "That's right. The purpose of this heavenly divine mountain is to nurture the epic master. Only a superpower could create such a blessed land. Once the seal was broken, the heavenly treasures would be destroyed. Once the seal is broken, there will be no turning back. You will not come out until you exhaust the resources that the Heavenly Alliance has accumulated for more than 100,000 years. Do the other super factions have similar paradises?" Xiao Qin asked. "Naturally. Their inheritances might be even more ancient, so you have to give it your all. If you don't exhaust the resources, you won't be able to come out." Xiao Qin thought to himself, this is equivalent to being separated from Ao Jiao, Mo Qin, and the others for a year. Had I known, I would have made some arrangements in advance. Help me take care of Ao Jiao, Mo Qin, and the others. I hope to see them again 1 year later. Bang! Right after speaking, Xiao Qin pushed open the door and entered the core of the heavenly divine mountain. Whoosh! 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 The doyen's medallions returned, and Xiao Qin vanished. Mu Zifeng muttered to himself, "I have bet more than 100,000 years of the Heavenly Alliance's luck on you. I hope you will not disappoint me." At the same time, in the Universe Origin Sect, Bushin Palace, and the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the masters of the various super factions did not heed the Holy Lord's orders to head to the faux god world. They were making similar preparations to the Heavenly Alliance. In their opinion, the Holy Lord was already at the end of his rope. The martial epic would crumble soon. If they headed to the faux god world now, they would just die with the Holy Lord. Light flickered, and the world spun. After a bout of dizziness, Xiao Chen's vision cleared up. Then, he appeared in a mist-shrouded pool. When he looked up, he saw countless stalactites hanging above him, giving off brilliant lights and spiritual energy. Drip! Drip! At the bottom of the stalactite, a handful of dewy spiritual beads fell into the pond. Xiao Qin gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then, he plucked a stalactite. Crunching sounds rang out as Xiao Qin took a bite. As he expected, it was spiritual milk. Whoosh! The moment Xiao Qin took a bite, the spiritual milk materialized in his body like a storm, pouring into his divine energy sea. As he looked around, Xiao Qin said softly, "This place is indeed a blessed land. The spiritual energy here does not contain any impurities at all. If it were someone else, they would not be able to finish absorbing it even after 100 years. However, Xiao Qin was different. His 10,000 dragons art had already reached the 3rd layer and condensed a blue dragon essence soul. The newly condensed blue dragon essence soul was like a baby waiting to be fed. It happened to require a large amount of resources. Even if it was not enough, Xiaochen still had the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. He could materialize the demonic cloud bird, so he did not need to worry about not being able to consume it. As Xiaochen walked, he felt time flow slowly. He entered deep thought, not in a rush to absorb the spiritual milk here. Xiaochen had his own thoughts. In terms of resources, the various super factions should be about the same. Some super factions had inheritances even older than the Heavenly Alliance. In terms of cultivation, there was no way to determine who was stronger. After he came out of closed-door cultivation, he might even be weaker than the other party. Hence, the crux of these 10 years was not to absorb all the resources here and raise his cultivation. Instead, Xiaochen needed to understand his Tao. Aside from the cycle of reincarnation, his Tao was also the Tao that he accumulated bit by bit. Compared to Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Wen Renyuk, Qin Ming, Yan Sangming, Yuan Zhen, and the others, Xiaochen's Tao was more complicated and his path more difficult. Xiaochen dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. At the same time, he had a fate with Buddhism. With the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, many people of the Buddhist sect could not compare to him. Furthermore, Xiaochen cultivated an ancient demonic cultivation technique, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. At the same time, he possessed the blue dragon divine body. Xiaochen dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one. He also had a Buddhist heart. Compared to the natural treasures that littered this place, understanding his Tao was more important in these 10 years. Perhaps it had something to do with Shi Wangmu's experiences, but Xiaochen still maintained an indifferent attitude toward the vast spiritual milk that the Heavenly Alliance had accumulated for more than 100,000 years. His expression was calm, like that of a mortal walking on a mountain made of gold, calm and indifferent. In contrast, when Qin Ming, Wen Renyu, and the others entered their respective blessed lands, they immediately went wild with joy. They did not hesitate to circulate their cultivation techniques frantically, absorbing the surrounding natural treasures into their bodies at a horrifying speed. How long was 10 years? Xiaochen did not know. The instant he entered the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation, he started thinking about dual cultivating immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one, and a Buddhist heart. He wondered how to merge them, how to walk a path that belonged to him, Xiaochen. This was a path that no one had taken before or after. 1 year passed in the blessed lands. Suiren Ji, Hua Tianyang, and the other doyens came to find Mu Zifeng in a somewhat flustered manner. Alliance Chief, not to mention 10% of the resources in the blessed lands, there is not even 1,000 less. What is this Xiaochen doing? Is he sleeping inside? This guy better not waste our painstaking efforts. Regardless of whether he absorbs it or not, after 10 years in the cave, the Divine of Heaven Mountain will self-destruct. The group of doyens appeared flustered. After Mu Zifeng persuaded them to leave with kind words, he also felt apprehensive in his heart. What was Xiaochen up to? Soon, 2 years passed in the blessed enclave. The spiritual milk formed by the various natural treasures in the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation did not decrease at all. This group of doyens sought out Mu Zifeng again. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed in the blessed paradise. However, the resources in the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation did not decrease at all. Now, not only Hua Tianyang and the other doyens but also Mu Zifeng could no longer sit still. Everyone, what should we do now? After a while, regardless of whether Xiaochen is willing or not, the heavenly mountain will collapse, but the resources inside will not decrease. Mu Zifeng said somewhat helplessly as he looked at everyone with a sullen expression. The situation before them was beyond Mu Zifeng's expectations, something he had never expected. Actually, they had already discussed such a problem several times. However, they could not come up with a good solution in the end. Should we switch out someone else? Hua Tianyang said after some thought, since the resources in there have not decreased, let's risk it and open the seal. Then, we can switch out someone else to absorb the resources in the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Formation. Who should we switch to? Let's switch to Jianghe. He is the Heaven Dragon's descendant. Coincidentally, he absorbed the entire ethereal Immortal Palace. I think that he is a person with great luck. Coincidentally, he is also in our Heavenly Alliance. He also wants to become the Dragon Emperor, so we might be able to make a deal. Someone whispered a name, which immediately caused a moment of silence. Switching out someone else meant abandoning Xiaoqin. Mu Zifeng closed his eyes and said, "Don't say it first. Let me think about it." Chapter 23:42. Let me think about it. 8 months had passed since Xiaoqin entered Heavenly Divine Mountain's Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Formation. Based on the ratio of time in the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Formation, Xiaoqin had been in there for 8 years. During these 8 years, the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk and the various divine sources in Heavenly Divine Mountain had not moved at all. Such a strange situation made the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon feel somewhat anxious and uncertain. Some of the outstanding talents that the other super factions placed their bets on had already appeared and stirred up a storm in the Great Thousand Realms, attracting attention. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming suddenly came out of closed-door cultivation 2 months ago. Now, he was a horrifying nine-veined sovereign emperor. The more horrifying thing was that he had completely unlocked the potential of the Golden Dragon's bloodline. His every movement gave people the feeling that he was an ancient golden dragon that had come back to life. The many older generation nine-veined sovereign emperors in Bushan Palace trembled before him. However, Xiaoqin still showed no signs of movement. No one knew what was happening inside. Zifeng, we can't wait anymore. Hua Tianyang, the old alliance chief, said hoarsely, his face covered in wrinkles, looking extremely old. The other doyens did not say anything. However, the expressions in their eyes as they looked at Mu Zifeng went without saying. They could not afford to wait. Or rather, the Heavenly Alliance could not afford to lose. As the epic changed, as long as they lost the bet, it would not just be 1 or 2 people who died. The thousands of clans and factions that relied on the Heavenly Alliance would either be destroyed or enslaved in the new epic. As folk god experts, they definitely did not want their descendants to be unable to maintain their current status in the new epic. They might even be enslaved by other factions. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, I understand. Get someone to send Jianghe over. Understood. In less than 15 minutes, the folk god experts brought Jianghe to the summit of Heavenly Divine Mountain. Back then, after absorbing the ethereal Immortal Palace, Jianghe had fallen into a deep sleep. Then, Xiaoqin saved him. Jianghe had already woken up 3 months ago. Now, he had already stabilized the fortuitous encounter in the ethereal Immortal Palace. His entire body gave off an ethereal air. This was especially so for his eyes, which were as bright as stars and gems. When looked carefully, they were as deep and vast as the boundless starry heavens, giving off an ethereal and clear feeling. The ethereal Immortal Palace's aura was perfectly compatible with the Heaven Dragon mysteries. Now, Xiaoqin already possessed a true Heavenly Dragon bloodline. It had to be said that the previous Heavenly Dragon owed Jianghe a lot. However, he had done everything a father could to show the utmost fatherly love. The Heavenly Alliance doyens, including Mu Zifeng and Sui Renji, all carefully sized up Jianghe, nodding to themselves. Xiaoqin was very satisfied with Jianghe. Since something unexpected happened to Xiaoqin, Jianghe was a good backup. Seniors, what do you want to discuss with me? Jianghe quickly asked, feeling weird being sized up by a group of people. Zhao's Dao Emperor Alliance Chief Shen God, Alliance wants to ask him, King Chen you want me to be to replace Chen? You want Chen, you want me substitute? You want a divine emperor, you want me you want me replacing me instead? Shao King Chen heaven on one, you heaven on one on demon, you sue you all. Yes. The Heavenly Alliance has already staked everything on this and cannot afford to fail. You also want to become a dragon emperor, right? With our support, you will definitely be able to become a dragon emperor after you absorb the spiritual milk and divine source in the 9 heaven source gathering formation. Mu Zifeng knew that Jiang He had a deep relationship with Shao Qin, so he made his relationship clear. Several thoughts flashed through Jiang He's mind, but he soon calmed down and mused to himself, Chieftain Mu, I suggest we wait. Perhaps Shao Qin is at the critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, and if we rashly open the seal, it will instead cause him to fall short of success. But we can't wait any longer. That's right. Once the 9 heaven source convergence array is activated, it can only be maintained for a year. It's already been 8 months. Shao Chen has been in there for 8 years. No matter what he is doing, he should have finished it by now. Little brother Jiang He, just say yes. When the Heavenly Alliance Doyens saw Jiang He hesitate, they immediately felt somewhat anxious. They couldn't be blamed for not being anxious. After all, they had given Shao Chen a lot of time. If it wasn't at the very last moment, they wouldn't resort to such a method. Rumble. Just as Jiang He was about to speak, the entire heavenly divine mountain suddenly shook intensely. The world spun around as if time and space twisted. At the summit of the mountain, Mu Zifeng and the others in the residence shook, unable to stand stably. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, showing doubt in their eyes. Crack. Crack. Cracks appeared in the roof of the residence, and rubble fell continuously. The palace that stood on the peak of the mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Let's go. Mu Zifeng made a prompt decision, quickly leaving with Jiang He and the other Doyens. Whoosh! Just as the group left the residence and landed at the foot of Heavenly Divine Mountain, the Heavenly Divine Mountain shining with spiritual light behind them suddenly lost all its spiritual energy. All of a sudden, there was no more spiritual chi, and it turned into a pile of withered rocks. Then, it collapsed. The 10,000-foot God Mountain disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Hua Tianyang and the other Doyens were startled, their expressions changing dramatically. They all wondered if something had happened to the 9 heavens origin gathering array. It's over. It's all gone. Suiren Ji shook his head and sighed softly. The 100,000-odd years of the Heavenly Alliance's accumulation suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. Jiang He entered deep thought as if he thought of something. Whoosh! 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 Many figures quickly flew over from a distance. The Heavenly Alliance's cultivators had rushed over after hearing the news. Heavenly Divine Mountain was the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone's every move was watched by the light. What more when it collapsed? They could not hide it even if they wanted to. This might even trigger a chain reaction. Bang! Just at this moment, the rubble exploded, and a figure drifted out. Shao Chen. Jiang He's sharp eyes immediately recognized the person who flew out of the Heavenly Divine Mountain's rubble. This person was none other than Shao Chen. This is somewhat strange. Suiren Ji stared at Shao Chen, who was slowly descending. He revealed an expression of doubt in his eyes, as he was shocked to discover that Shao Chen's aura had disappeared. He was shocked to discover that, despite being a faux god, he could not make out Shao Chen's cultivation. Shao Chen, who appeared before Suiren Ji, seemed ordinary, without anything special about him. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He signaled with his eyes, and a gray-clad 9-veined sovereign Emperor Doyen immediately soared into the air. He soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Qin without saying a word. When Xiao Qin punched, he activated his 9 divine veins at the same time. Vast divine energy and soul energy drove the power of the world and materialized the mysterious phenomenon of 10,000 stars falling and the sun and moon shattering. This punch seemed to shatter the boundless river of stars and the sun, moon, and stars at the same time. Good timing. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. Then, he raised his hand and flicked his finger. Whoosh! A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiao Qin's fingertip. When the saber chi appeared, sun, moon, stars, universe, starry sky, endless divine essence. Before this seemingly ordinary strand of saber chi, they all lost their color and vanished. Pu ci. The saber chi pierced through the fist light of the 9-veined sovereign Emperor Doyan, sending him flying back while vomiting blood. 9-veined sovereign emperor. The instant Xiao Qin attacked, Suiren Ji and the other Doyans clearly saw Xiao Qin's cultivation. A bona fide 9-veined sovereign emperor. They immediately rejoiced. It turned out that Xiao Qin had absorbed all the resources in this heavenly divine mountain. Sorry for the offense earlier. After Xiao Qin landed, he performed a cupped fist salute to the Doyan who vomited blood. It's not really, the gray-clad Doyan quickly waved his hand as he spoke. When Xiao Qin attacked earlier, the gray-clad Doyan seemed to see gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas sitting quietly behind him, submitting to a treasure saber. He had never seen or heard of such a scene before. The sky was filled with immortals, Buddhas, and countless gods and demons. Any one of them was an unprecedented powerhouse. Every one of them represented a grand epic. All of them had startling magic skills that could pluck the stars and moon. However, they all submitted to the light of a saber. Be it the ancient Buddhist nations with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Vajras, the supreme immortal courts with immortals, the 9 layers of the demonic abyss with ancient demonic sovereigns, or the boundless hell, they were no exception. Xiao Qin raised his hand and flicked his finger, and the immortals, Buddhas, and ancient gods and demons all submitted. Chapter 23:43. Xiao Qin raised his hand and flicked his finger. The gray-clad 9-veined sovereign Emperor Doyan instantly lost, a clean defeat. Such a scene elicited wild joy from Mu Zifeng and Suiren Ji's shock. Although this gray-clad Doyan was not particularly strong among the 9-veined sovereign emperors, he was still a bona fide 9-veined sovereign emperor. However, Xiao Qin was a bona fide 9-veined sovereign emperor who had accumulated his divine energy for many years. However, he still got defeated in one move. Xiao Qin, how did you do it? Mu Zifeng and the other Doyans asked out of curiosity. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and replied, I just figured out some problems, understood my Tao, and found the path I want to take. For the past 8 years, Xiao Qin had been thinking hard about where his path should be. Immortal cultivation and martial dual cultivation, divine and demon as one, and a Buddhist heart. All these things were hard to separate. Compared to raising his cultivation and absorbing resources, Xiao Qin paid more attention to the Tao he wanted to take. How to control it, how to merge it, how to look at his heart, and how to make his thoughts clear. Xiao Qin was very clear that if he did not understand, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would not be able to jump out of his current shackles. If he could not break through the bottleneck of the martial epic, he would always have to live in the shadows of his predecessors, unable to be himself. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qin finally understood. His Tao, his path, his original heart, everything, came from the saber in his heart that had never been sealed. Xiao Qin was a bladesman. No matter how long it took, no matter how many immortals, demons, gods, or Buddhas passed, this would never change. After thinking it through, Xiao Qin suddenly saw the light. Then, he used the saber to suppress the immortals, demons, gods, and Buddhas in his heart. Although it was called suppression, it was actually merging and absorbing them, mastering them, and taking the path to his heart. After comprehending the Tao, the world suddenly became clear. In one breath, Shaochen absorbed all the resources of Heavenly Divine Mountain into the saber in his heart. What exactly is your cultivation now? Mu Zifeng was more concerned about this. Shaochen had revealed too little strength, so it was better to have an idea. Shaochen didn't say anything. After a while, he said softly, the level of cultivation isn't important. Once the epic collapses, all the rules will be broken, including the division of cultivation levels. At that time, who will truly be able to establish an epic will depend on one's understanding of the Tao, the world, and one's own heart. What do you mean? The moment Shaochen said that, Mu Zifeng and the other doyens exchanged looks, not really understanding. It's fine. With my current strength, I should be able to fight anyone below the empty god realm. Seeing that the other party did not really understand what he was talking about, Shaochen sighed in his heart. He could only say something practical. When Mu Zifeng and the others heard this, they all laughed. This made it much easier to understand. According to Shaochen's humble character, he was at the highest level below the faux god realm. Get some rest. Jiang He is here anyway, and you could ask him about what happened in the outside world while you were in seclusion. We'll be on our way. After experiencing Shaochen's strength, Mu Zifeng and the other Heavenly Alliance upper echelon left in satisfaction. He did not care about the collapse of the Heavenly God Mountain at all. Congratulations. Jiang He said with a smile as he strolled over. Many thanks. Shaochen sized up Jiang He with a few glances and sensed the other party's ethereal air, as well as the deep and distant eyes that looked like the boundless starry heavens. Shaochen's eyes lit up. After some thought, he asked, "You became a heaven dragon?" "Yes. However, although I became a heaven dragon, my cultivation did not increase by much. I cannot compare to you." Jiang He smiled faintly, not showing much joy. Is that so? That might not be the case. When the martial epic is destroyed, the various rules of the martial epic might be destroyed along with it. At that time, we might no longer be able to judge a person's strength based on their cultivation. What do you mean? You were right about that earlier. That group of doyens said it too. Jiang He showed a confused expression. He felt that Shaochen did not seem to be joking. Shaochen thought for a while before explaining, "This is just my guess." When the martial epic is destroyed, the rules of the martial epic, like the division of cultivation realms, will be destroyed as well. At that time, before the new epic appears, how much strength one can bring out will depend on one's understanding of one's Tao, not just one's cultivation. Jiang He had never heard of such a theory before. When he suddenly heard it, he felt greatly startled. Shaochen said softly, "Let's not talk about this for now. While I was in closed-door cultivation, did the faux god war in the Yanwu dynasty come to an end?" Shaochen had been in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation for about 8 years. 8 or 9 months should have passed in the outside world. Logically speaking, the results of the faux god war in the Yanwu dynasty should have come to an end already. Jiang He nodded and said, "I was just about to talk to you about this. I'd like to hear the details. I'm not very sure about the process of the faux god war. However, after that battle, the factions of the Underworld God Hall and the Demonic Tao Hall withdrew from the imperial capital Yen City. All the factions belonging to the Imperial Ancestral Temple in the palace have been cleared out. Now, Wang Yan has inherited the throne and is the new Yan Emperor." After a pause, Jiang He continued, "However, things are far from over. The Demonic Tao Hall and the Underworld God Hall have already launched a large-scale invasion of the Yanwu dynasty. Right now, the flames of war raged everywhere in the Yanwu dynasty. There was also a new Buddhist sect that appeared everywhere, bewitching the masses. They revered the ancient Kitagarbha Bodhisattva as the Buddha, gaining countless believers. It shows signs of overtaking the hidden spirit temple. Its development speed is incredible. Xiaochen thought to himself, it looks like the shattering of the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body has something to do with Yuanjin. How is the hidden spirit temple now? It's very difficult. The shattering of the golden body of the Buddha caused them to lose many believers. Now, there's a young monk called Yan Qin who goes around preaching and forming an alliance with the imperial family. We're mutually dependent. If that was the case, then the battle between foe gods that day must have been extremely intense. Pan Huang and sword god Su Hanshan should have worked together to defeat the demonic Dao Hall and the underworld god Hall. However, they could no longer support the Yanwu dynasty. The entire dynasty was in a precarious situation, becoming the most chaotic place before the epoch changed. Oh, right. There's something else I have to tell you. He looked around cautiously. Then, he sent a voice projection to Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt enlightened, but his expression did not change much. That's normal. I have not done anything for 8 years. It is hard for them to not get anxious. After all, he staked everything on me. Xiaochen appeared rather calm about Jianghe's secret, replying in a relaxed manner. That's good. I was thinking the same thing. Before this, I was still hesitating, afraid that you would overthink it. Now, it looks like I was overthinking. Jianghe sized up Xiaochen and found that he could not figure out the other party. It was like Jianghe and the others were still in a cage, but Xiaochen had already jumped out. How is the situation in the Divine Dragon Empire? I would like to take some time to go over. It is time to resolve some grudges. Jianghe's expression changed slightly as he asked, are you sure? While Xiaochen spoke casually, Jianghe knew that once Xiaochen went, there would be a bloody storm. I'm sure. Tell me, then. Xiaochen knew that Jianghe had been thinking of returning to the Divine Dragon Empire. He had designs on the Dragon Emperor position and had been paying attention at all times. Qin Ming stood out among the outstanding bloodline talents of the 8 great empires and obtained the full support of the Bushan Palace. He came out of closed-door cultivation before you and is a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Now, he shakes the dragon race with his might. The purple-gold Dragon Emperor intends to bring forward the Dragon Emperor selection. Helplessness flashed in Jianghe's eyes as he said, however, with Qin Ming's current cultivation, even if the other divine dragon disciples work together, they will not be able to defeat him. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor is just a ceremony for him to crown the Dragon Emperor. Is that so? A smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he said softly, it will not be that easy. Remember to tell me when you return to the Divine Dragon Empire. Xiaochen, will you vie for the Dragon Emperor position as well? Jianghe felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he said, although you saved my life, if you vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I'll probably have to fight you to the end and not back down. Xiaochen did not deny it, not answering directly. He smiled and said, there's no need to feel conflicted. I never use morals to coerce others. If you do your best to vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I will definitely support you. I have to go and meet the others. Thank you for telling me so much. What does that mean? Jianghe remained in front of the rubble of Heavenly Divine Mountain, frowning heavily as he pondered Xiaochen's words. Sorry, I have to vie for the Dragon Emperor position. I can only repay the debt of saving my life in the future. Even after a long time, Jianghe still could not figure out Xiaochen's words. So, he shook his head and chose to leave. Whoosh! 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 Xiaochen continuously traveled through the vast and boundless Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, appearing like a flash of light and shadow, leaving no traces. After a while, he appeared outside Ao Jiao's room. However, he discovered that Ao Jiao had already left. She returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Mo Chen and Su Yi, who were in the same courtyard, came out. After chatting for a long time, they informed Xiao Qin of Ao Jiao's whereabouts. She already left. That's good. I should make a trip to the Golden Crow Empire. Chapter 2344. At that time, the 100 schools of thought and the 10,000 races would contend for supremacy. Blood and fire, chaos and despair, would continue until the start of the new epoch. The two crashed into the Buddhist nation's barrier in the air like broken kites, producing loud sounds that sounded like morning bells and evening drums. Which evil beast dares to barge into the divine kingdom? The two controlled their Buddhist sect consummate techniques as they pleased. With a wave of their hands, they perfectly manifested their true meaning. Xiao Qin felt startled. He had heard from Jiang He that the new Buddhist sect led by Yuanjin was developing rapidly. The so-called purification was using the Buddhist sect's magic skills to brainwash and enslave the other party, turning them into one's slaves. The two's initiative vanished in mere moments, and they fell into a predicament. The saber light materialized by the power of cycles materialized in Xiao Chen's 5 fingers gathered in his palm. Then, he casually swung. The many believers on the ground showed joy on their faces. Smiles appeared on their faces, appearing content and blissful. The seal could not stop Xiao Qin, as this world called for the destroyer. The various mysterious phenomena of the Buddhist sect could not advance an inch under the illumination of the saber light. Cloud rubbing palm. No matter where one was in the vast, boundless starry heavens, as long as one looked back, one would always see the central great realm, which was like an eternal treasure of the world. Xiao Qin was very familiar with such a scene. The life Tao and the death Tao immediately cycled endlessly around Xiao Qin, sending out saber lights materialized by the power of cycles. However, there were still many people outside the Divine Kingdom who could not avoid worshipping the Divine Kingdom. These people kowtowed piously, hoping that the Bodhisattvas would show themselves and let them in. In an instant, a vast Buddhist kingdom appeared, overflowing with golden light. However, when looking at it now, one could clearly sense an ominous black fog encasing the central great realm. Now, this Yanwu dynasty's ritual ground was densely packed with believers in the blink of an eye. Countless believers worshipped inside and outside the ritual ground. Incense burned, making the Buddha statue and the bodhisattvas and arhats around it look even more dignified. A rainbow path carrying a lotus platform wound its way through the air and landed at Xiao Chen's feet. Then, Xiao Chen saw a gigantic Buddha image in the west of the Yanwu dynasty. Connected to the heavens and the earth, Buddhist light illuminated everything. His appearance was dignified and kind. After passing 10 layers of palace halls and 1,000,000 steps, Xiao Chen saw Yuanjin on the spacious Dao platform in front of the palace. Xiao Chen spread his arms and slowly descended from the starry sky like an eagle. Countless refugees, destitute and destitute. The evil Dao ran amok everywhere. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, feeling a little sad. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen felt curious and wanted to probe Yuanjin's current situation. He immediately stepped onto the lotus platform, and the Buddhist light rotated. The lotus platform automatically brought Xiao Chen forward on the rainbow path. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's divine sense sensed a dazzling Buddhist light, and he opened his eyes. Xiao! The two of them vomited blood and looked at Xiao Chen with fear in their eyes. That was because if the old era was not destroyed, the new era would never appear. That eternal night would never have a moment of dawn. It would forever fall into darkness. Just as the two were at a loss for what to do, the barrier of the Buddhist nation in the air suddenly opened like an ancient Buddhist gate. Furthermore, Ao Jiao did not feel at ease leaving little yellow feather alone in the Golden Crow Empire. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. This was the purification that the two protector Vidra mentioned earlier. However, since Yuanjin invited him, there was no harm in meeting him. Buddhist chanting rang out beside Xiao Chen's ears as scriptures echoed. Rubbing the clouds freely and projecting 10,000 Buddhas with the palm. However, Xiao Chen did not know that the other party had already established a Buddhist nation. The eyes of the two Buddhist sect protectors, who were as strong as great perfection sovereign emperors, lit up when they saw Xiao Chen. Then, they saw two Buddhist sect experts bathed in golden light, dressed in protector Vajra attire, flying out of the dazzling golden nation. If they wanted to make things difficult for Xiao Chen, it would not be easy for them to come out. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After entering the other party's Buddhist nation, his strength would be limited. He knew that this was just the beginning. Such a tragedy would slowly spread. Eventually, it would spread to the entire Great Thousand Realms. When the epic ended, the eternal night would officially descend. At this moment, Yuanzhen sat cross-legged, giving a lecture to the surroundings. 3 days later, Xiao Chen returned to the central Great Realm from the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. These two Buddhist sect experts had pure Buddhist dharma and deep accumulations. The two did not waste any time speaking nonsense. They each executed a killing move, and vast Buddhist might encased Xiao Chen. At the very least, there were hundreds of millions of them. They are pretty strong. Furthermore, they are spies sent by the royal court's lackeys. Without any warning, Xiao Chen, who moved forward like a laser beam, crashed into the void. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into countless invisible motes of light, spreading out like a spiderweb. Soon, he sensed the entire Yanwu dynasty in his sea of consciousness. This was the small world of more than 100 Buddhist sect experts, gathered using Buddhist magic skills. This materialized a divine nation that rivaled a true god's, even stronger than a small world. Dang! The sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao stood up and left respectfully. Just as the sovereign emperor experts felt horrified, they saw Xiao Chen suddenly raise his hand. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were lifeless, devoid of spiritual light. Clearly, he was already delirious. We have guests. We'll talk about it another day. You all can withdraw. Flames of war and beacons filled the place. The bustle of the past was long gone. Xiao Chen could see the dragon luck guarding the Yanwu dynasty from the constellation. It was unstable in the wind and rain, showing signs of crumbling. When Xiao Chen sent out his spiritual sense, all he received was negative emotions. The Yanwu dynasty's etiquette had collapsed. Order no longer existed, and ghosts ran amok. Night slowly descended, with no hope in sight. Xiao Chen did not panic. He silently circulated the cycle Great Tao. Xiao Chen did not rush to the Golden Crow Empire. He directly landed in the sky above the Yanwu dynasty. This was the center of the entire martial epic, the Great Thousand Realms, where the luck of the entire martial epic gathered. Xiao Chen was like a wild beast that saw delicious prey. He spread his fingers and lifted them up high. In an instant. In that instant, Xiao Chen's figure magnified infinitely in the eyes of the two, making them look infinitely insignificant. As the world venerate commands. Don't bother speaking nonsense with him. Capture him and get martial ancestor Yuanzhen to purify him. That will be a great help. Now, Xiao Chen somewhat understood why Mu Zifeng said that the Black Dragon King would definitely appear. Even if Xiao Chen knew where the Black Dragon King was sealed, he would not be able to stop the Black Dragon King from appearing. Back in the Kunlun realm, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had opened a similar dojo in the heavenly starry ocean. However, it was much smaller in scale. Paw! Millions of five-colored auspicious signs layered over each other burst out. A golden Kitagarbha Bodhisattva Dharmic incarnation was hidden in the depths of the Buddhist light. Without more than 100 years of attainments in the Buddhist Dharma, it would be very difficult to materialize such a perfect Buddhist mysterious phenomenon as one pleased. Flying Flower Finger. After all, she was the Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. She could not remain in the Heavenly Alliance forever. Xiao Chen's figure turned around and flew straight to the dojo. He arrived within a short while. "Welcome, Benefactor Xiao. The World Venerate invites you in." The countless astral regions and the magnificent starry heavens revolved around the central great realm. Whoosh! After Xiao Chen entered, the gates of the Buddhist nation closed. When Xiao Chen looked down, there was a vast and majestic execution ground that occupied a vast area. Yuanjin glanced over. When he saw Xiao Chen, he smiled and said, "Benefactor Xiao, how have you been?" Xiao Chen took a few steps back and looked over, entering deep thought. Flowers flew around, and light and shadows danced. It was not hard to understand why Ao Jiao returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Given Xiao Chen's current strength, he could travel the starry heavens without an alloy warship, even faster. Xiao Chen did not seem like a sovereign emperor expert who relied on the power of incense. The people who spoke to him startled Xiao Chen. Among them were sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao. There were even people of the demonic Tao and abyssal underworld's foreign races. Those lawless evil cultivators all appeared pious or enslaved. This situation could not be reversed by just one person. After saying goodbye to Mo Chen and Su Yi, Xiao Chen headed to the Golden Crow Empire alone. The ordinary people showed flustered expressions. They were numb and ignorant, not knowing how to deal with this. Some were kept in captivity by demonic Tao cultivators, using their physical bodies as nourishment for their demonic cultivation techniques, and their souls as sacrifices to the ghost pennant. The various religious sects took advantage of the chaos to bewitch the hearts of the people. When looking around, Xiao Chen saw a dense, indescribable number of believers. Countless arhats wore kasayas and had golden divine powder smeared over their bodies on both sides of the road. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they glistened like ancient arhats, looking incredibly dazzling. Chapter 23:45. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? When Yuanjin saw Xiao Chen, he smiled faintly, showing a relaxed expression. There was an indescribable Buddha nature on him. It was neither good nor evil, and it was extremely strange. Xiao Chen had just heard the others call him the revered one of the world. This was an incredible title. It was rumored that the first ancestor of Buddhism was born. He pointed to the heavens and drew the earth, saying that he was the only supreme being in the world. This simple form of address showed Yuanjin's ambition. Xiao Chen asked softly, "Should I call you Yuanjin or the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva?" Yuanjin pressed his palms together and smiled benevolently. "Benefactor Xiao, it is better to address me as Yuanjin. I prefer you to call me Yuanjin, but in your eyes, it's all the same no matter what you call me." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He found Yuanjin somewhat unfathomable. Looking up, at the back of the Heavenly Strength Hall, in the depths of the myriad of overlapping auspicious signs, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's transcendence golden body was hidden within. Its face was benevolent, and its heart was filled with compassion. Suddenly, Xiao Chen understood. So that's how it was. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had already merged with Yuanjin. However, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva existed in Yuanjin's form. The two had not truly merged yet. Hence, Yuanjin's consciousness remained. He was right. The one standing before Xiao Chen was indeed Yuanjin and not the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. Xiao Chen said softly, "If you had a choice, would you still bear the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma?" According to his plan, when the Buddhist epic is established, your memories of Yuanjin will disappear. Yuanjin's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen saw through his relationship with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. When the Buddhist epic arrived, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva would truly awaken. At that time, the dominant position would change. Yuanjin withdrew his smile. After some thought, he said, most of the time, there is actually no choice. Maybe. Xiaochen didn't refute the other party. From his point of view, he could choose at any time. But he also understood that the others had no choice. There seem to be many hidden spirit temple esteemed monks in your Buddhist nation. Xiaochen changed the topic and asked casually. Yuanjun smiled and said, you have pretty good eyes. Indeed, after the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed, the Kasyapa Buddha's body was destroyed. Many martial uncles abandoned the darkness for the light and joined me in creating a new Buddhism. But, even if you want to create a new Buddhist school, there's no need for you to make a move against these commoners, no? Xiaochen pointed at the believers kneeling at the foot of the 10,000 steps. Yuanjun argued, what's wrong? Didn't you see the smiles on their faces? In my Buddhist kingdom, you only need to worship devoutly every day, and you won't have to worry about food or clothing. What's so bad about that? Right now, the Yenwu dynasty is hell on earth, filled with the flames of war. I am doing good deeds to accumulate virtue. If you want to argue, I won't argue with you. Yuanzhen's expression slowly turned serious. He said seriously, Xiaochen, what if I told you that the Kasyapa Buddha used this method to establish the Buddhist sect back then, would you believe me? The epoch changed, and chaos arose everywhere. Extraordinary times naturally required extraordinary methods. If I did not use such methods, how could I establish the Buddhist kingdom in such a short time? I know you want to say that these believers do not have any thoughts or intelligence, like the walking dead. However, this has always been the case in this world. The strong can be merciful. When the Buddhist epoch starts, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva will return the power of faith, and there will be no need to do this. Xiaochen felt slightly stunned. Then, he thought of the 3 black mountains behind Spirit Vulture Mountain, the boundless demonic domain filled with sin. Yuanzhen's words should be true. However, so what? Hence, Xiaochen did not feel any pity for the hidden spirit temple's destruction. A temple built on boundless sin should not have a reason to exist, no matter how glorious it was. You're on your own. You should understand that these words of self-consolation can only deceive yourself. Xiaochen felt very uncomfortable staying here. After investigating Yuanzhen and the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's situation, Xiaochen did not want to linger, so he turned and left. Did I say you could leave? Yuanzhen snorted coldly and sent a palm strike at Xiaochen. The entire Buddhist kingdom's 90,000 arhats, 8,000 vidras, and 300 bodhisattvas all chanted scriptures at the same time. This caused countless ancient Buddhist sect scriptures to surround Yuanzhen's palm strike. The entire divine kingdom started circulating in his palm. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He turned around and sent a palm strike in retaliation. Boom! The instant the 2 palms clashed, the vast and boundless Buddhist kingdom shook intensely. Images of countless ancient arhats and bodhisattvas appeared in the sky amid thousands of auspicious signs. The Tao of life and death cycled endlessly around Xiaochen, producing an unending stream of reincarnation power. Xiaochen resisted the pressure of the entire Buddhist kingdom by himself. Saber! Xiaochen shouted, and an eternal, inextinguishable saber light that surpassed the epoch shot out from his body. The saber light soared into the clouds and tore a crack in the Buddhist kingdom's barrier in the sky. Yuanzhen showed shock on his face as he got knocked back. Then, he watched helplessly as Xiaochen soared into the air and left the divine kingdom before the crack mended. World Venerate. Right after Xiaochen left, many Buddhist sect sovereign emperors appeared in the surroundings with grave expressions. World Venerate, why did you not bring out the golden Buddha body and directly suppress him? With Xiaochen dead, we will have one less strong enemy. Yuanzhen said indifferently, I feel that he is not as simple as a 9-veined sovereign emperor. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's golden body is not complete yet. We cannot take the risk. The two were testing each other, probing each other's limits. While Xiaochen wanted to figure out Yuanjin and the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's strength, Yuanjin thought the same. However, Yuanjin could not figure out the other party's strength with just one palm strike. After leaving the Buddhist kingdom, Xiaochen hovered in the air and looked down at the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's golden body. Yuanjin remained silent and observed for a long time, not leaving. He wanted to destroy this Buddhist kingdom in one go. However, he felt that there was no need in the end. The Buddhist kingdom was established because the epoch was about to end. Order collapsed, and the natural laws no longer existed. It was like a dynasty on the verge of destruction. The emperor lost his suppression of the feudal lords. Outstanding talents fought each other, and chaos descended. This was not a problem that could be solved by killing one or two feudal lords. The current situation was even more complicated and terrifying than that. The Holy Lord, who controlled the entire epoch, had already lost control of the various factions. The righteous Tao was no longer righteous, and the demonic Tao was even more demonic. The entire world was on the verge of collapse, on the verge of collapse. Xiaochen withdrew his gaze and stood up to leave. Not long later, Xiaochen sensed two figures rapidly approaching him. Big brother. It was the little monk Yan Chen and the heavenly book scholar. Xiaochen asked in confusion, "Why are the two of you here? Let's leave this place first. This is the evil Buddhist territory. Even foe gods do not dare to barge in." The heavenly book scholar looked at the Buddhist kingdom fearfully. After a while, Xiaochen understood that Yan Qin and the heavenly book scholar sensed a battle in the Buddhist kingdom. They came to check and discovered that it was Xiaochen, so they rushed over. Whoosh! Far away from Yuanjin's Buddhist kingdom, the three landed. When Xiaochen saw the little monk Yan Chen, he felt rather happy. "Big brother, my master passed away," Yan Chen said sullenly, showing grief on his face. "Big brother, my master passed away." Venerable Su Yun. This senior had left a very good impression on Xiaochen. Xiaochen felt deep respect for him. "How did he die?" The heavenly book scholar explained, "Back when we were still in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb during the succession race, Senior Su Yun chased after the traitor, Su Ming, who was Yuanjin's master. In the end, that Su Ming had planned this. He lured Venerable Su Yi to the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body. Then, he died together, destroying the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body, resulting in today's situation. That was how the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed. This Su Ming schemed and was very ruthless. No wonder Xiaochen did not see him in the Buddhist kingdom. It turned out that he was already dead. Where are Abbot Su Yi and Senior Pan Huang? Xiaochen asked. Yan Chen answered, "The abbot and Senior Pan Huang are at Spirit Vulture Mountain, leading the remaining martial uncles to suppress the sin in Spirit Vulture Mountain. Right now, I am in charge of the Hidden Spirit Temple. The abbot and his martial uncle told me to assist the Yan Emperor and not lower my head to the evil Buddha." Unexpectedly, Yan Chen would have a day where he could stand on his own. Given Yan Chen's character, he probably did not like this responsibility. However, with the epoch changing, the Buddhist sects no longer had anyone to lead them aside from him. Xiaochen said softly, "Before I came, I saw that the entire Yinwu dynasty was covered in smoke. The situation does not seem very optimistic. We have to persevere, right?" The heavenly book scholar smiled and said, "If even we give up, there will be no hope for this land at all." Yan Chen showed a determined expression as he said through clenched teeth, "Big brother, there is no need to worry. When the reinforcements from the other 3 Buddhist temples arrive, the evil Buddha will not be able to be so arrogant." Aside from the Hidden Spirit Temple, the Buddhist sects had 3 other Buddhist temples, all of them holy lands. It looks like the situation is not that bad. Xiaochen said, "Help me send my regards to 9th brother. I still have things to do and cannot stay to help him for now." After taking his leave of the two, Xiaochen headed for the Golden Crow Empire. Xiaochen passed through the desolate sea and arrived at the Blue Dragon's old land, stopping at the small village that Xiaochen once led. The small village no longer existed. In its place was a flourishing city. A towering tree stood outside the city, covering the sky and sun. A youth formed hand seals under the tree, using spiritual energy to nourish the tree's roots. This youth was none other than Sang, the propping mulberry tree. Wait here first. Sang did not feel surprised to see Xiaochen land. He gave him a casual glance before continuing to focus on nourishing the propping mulberry tree. Many years had passed since they parted. The sapling from back then. After so many years, the sapling from back then had already grown into a towering tree, protecting the city behind it like a guardian deity. Xiaochen was not in a rush. He waited quietly at the side. Chapter 23:46. After Sang finished nourishing it with spiritual energy, Xiaochen waved his hand. Then, he looked at Xiaochen and said, "It has been many years. However, I knew that you would definitely return. That is natural. However, when I came from the Yanwu dynasty, the desolate sea did not seem to have many waves." As the two walked casually, Xiaochen asked, finding it strange. Sang showed a calm expression as he replied casually, "The desolate sea is filled with deserts and desolate lands, lacking in spiritual energy. It is not like the Yanwu dynasty, which is at the center of the storm. However, it is only a matter of time. When the epic ends, chaos will sweep through the entire Great Thousand Realms." Xiaochen frowned and said, "The epic changes, and the order collapses. You don't seem to feel it at all." "What can I feel? When I was still in the propping mulberry tree's body, I saw the rise and fall of many epics. However, don't worry. With the propping mulberry tree's protection, the villagers in Azure Mountain Town should be able to avoid much trouble." Sang knew that the ordinary people gathered in Azure Mountain Town had a deep connection to the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Perhaps they were once ordinary people under the Blue Dragon race's rule. Although Xiaochen did not say it, he still cared about this group of people in his heart. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you." Xiaochen thanked Sang. Then, he turned his head back and happened to see the towering Azure Mountain in the distance. Xiaochen's expression slowly turned grave. Now that he had returned to the Blue Dragon's old land, he definitely could not avoid this towering mountain that resembled the Blue Dragon's flight. However, the Azure Mountain remained, but the dragon head was gone. It was clear that the Azure Mountain once had a dragon head. However, someone chopped it off. Xiaochen guessed that the Divine Master must have done it after defeating Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea. After the Holy Lord defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea, he chopped off the Azure Mountain's dragon head, using that to strangle the Blue Dragon race's luck. "Bring me to meet Grandpa Seven and the others, then." "All right." Sang led the way, bringing Xiaochen to meet all the old friends he once had. Of course, the burning moon wine brewed by Grandpa Seven had to be drunk to his heart's content. In the dead of night, Xiaochen left alone and looked at the blood moon in the sky, deep in thought. "What are you thinking about?" Sang asked as he walked out. Xiaochen muttered softly, "Previously, my cultivation was not high. I thought that the Desolate Sea's blood moon was just a star. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. There was nothing strange about it. Now that I've reached my current realm, I can sense that this blood moon is truly incomparably mysterious. A blood moon would rise in the Desolate Sea every night. This was an ancient mystery. Many faux gods could not solve it. Why could one see the blood moon only in the Desolate Sea and not elsewhere? What was even more mysterious was that the blood moon was clearly in the sky, but if one flew into the starry sky, they would not be able to find it. It was even more wondrous than the reflection in the mirror. When Xiaochen thought about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's words in the ethereal immortal palace, he found it hard not to connect this blood moon to the wings of time. This blood moon is indeed strange. It is clearly in the sky, and moonlight covers the entire desolate sea. However, it feels somewhat illusory. Sang nodded, agreeing with Xiao Chen's point of view. So, I have to figure it out. What are you doing? Sang asked, feeling confused. Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously, not saying anything more. Then, the divine universe steel quietly emerged from his body. After a while, a light flashed, and Xiao Chen entered the divine universe steel. Then, the divine universe steel vanished into thin air. Sang searched around in confusion but did not find anything. However, he did not worry. He shook his head and said, "This fellow is becoming increasingly mysterious. He gives me the feeling that he is even more unfathomable than those powerhouses of the ancient epic." The blue dragon's old land, Xiao Chen leaped out of the blood moon while holding the divine universe steel. He looked around and saw the desolate slave Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in the distance. Soul Reaper's figure looked as imposing as before, but its aura was much weaker than what Xiao Chen had seen previously. "Come in." The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind right after he appeared. Xiao Chen turned into a beam of purple light and leaped 50 kilometers. When he passed by Soul Reaper, he turned his head back to look at it. Soul Reaper sensed Soul Reaper. It also turned its head to look at Xiao Chen with a confused expression. Every time Xiao Chen saw Soul Reaper, he felt a trace of sorrow. Sighing softly, Xiao Chen landed on the ancient city's Dao platform. A blue dragon statue surrounded the mountains in front of the Dao platform. Having come here many times, Xiao Chen was familiar with the place, so he pushed open the door of the dragon statue and entered. The dragon spirit had been waiting for a long time. Without saying a word, it brought Xiao Chen to the blue dragon's inheritance hall. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He headed for the inheritance hall. This time, he was confident of directly climbing to the top floor. There's no need. With your current strength, you no longer need to go through a test. I can give you the 10,000 Dragons Arts follow-up cultivation technique that you want. However, the dragon spirit stopped Xiao Chen and directly handed a jade strip to Xiao Chen. Ancestor Dragon Art. Xiao Chen gave the jade strip a strange look. To think that the dragon spirit gave him the Ancestor Dragon Art. That's right. With your current foundation, you can already cultivate it. When the 10,000 Dragons Art is cultivated to the end, all techniques will return to one. No matter what bloodline it is, it will take the path of atavism, bringing out the great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's divine might. However, it is hard to say whether you can cultivate it or not, the dragon spirit said indifferently. If one could cultivate the Ancestor Dragon Art, one would be able to bring out 1% of a great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon strength. Unfortunately, over the countless epochs, very few managed to cultivate it. However, Xiao Chen did not really need the Ancestor Dragon Art right now. Right now, his flawless Saber Dao already surpassed the epochs, surpassing immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Furthermore, with the Cycle Dao as his foundation, regular 9-vein sovereign emperors would not be a match for him. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had a trump card that others did not know about. Xiao Chen was not a 9-vein sovereign emperor but a 10-vein sovereign emperor. The special divine vein that Xiao Chen condensed after absorbing the entire immortal burial lake actually existed independently. After Xiao Chen comprehended the Dao and absorbed all the resources of Heavenly Divine Mountain, he advanced to a 10-vein sovereign emperor. However, Xiao Chen had not ignited his divine flame and was not a faux god. However, he had one more divine vein than a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Perhaps, it would be more accurate to call it an immortal vein rather than a divine vein. I'll leave this to you as well. After the dragon spirit handed the Ancestor Dragon Art to Xiao Chen, it handed Xiaochen an item. Royal Genealogical Record. Xiaochen received it and took a look. It was a royal genealogical record. Only by writing his true name in it could he truly possess the dragon race's royal bloodline. Before Xiaochen could digest it, the dragon spirit took out another item. A throne with 10,000 dragons carved on its back appeared out of nowhere before Xiaochen. A pure emperor dragon's divine might surged out from the throne. This slightly stunned Xiaochen. Caught off guard, this emperor dragon's divine might forced him back a few steps. This is. Be it the ancestor dragon art or the royal genealogical record, Xiaochen knew about them. Hence, he was not surprised when the dragon spirit took them out. However, this throne startled Xiaochen. Even with Xiaochen's current cultivation, this ancient throne still forced him back a few steps when he was unprepared. One could imagine just how great the background of this throne was. The dragon spirit smiled and said, "This is the Emperor Dragon throne that the dragon race has acknowledged since ancient times. The throne in the Divine Dragon Empire is just a replica. Is this for me as well?" Naturally. The dragon spirit's enthusiasm made Xiaochen feel apprehensive in his heart. This dragon spirit is taking out all its trump cards. Xiaochen asked suspiciously, "Senior, what do you want me to do?" The dragon spirit said somewhat excitedly, "I already sensed a great change in the world. The martial epoch will come to an end. With the Emperor Dragon throne and the royal genealogical record, you will definitely be able to snatch back the position of Dragon Emperor. After that, you will lead the Divine Dragon Empire and formally start the Divine Dragon epoch, fulfilling Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's final wish." So, that is what the dragon spirit wants. Xiaochen put away the Emperor Dragon throne but did not rush to imprint his soul blood on it. He looked at the dragon spirit and said, "Actually, I am not here today for the supreme treasures of the dragon race in the blue dragon treasure trove. I have a question that I would like to ask Senior." "Speak." "Did Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun obtain the wings of time back then?" The dragon spirit turned silent upon hearing that. After a while, it replied, "Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun did indeed obtain the wings of time. In that case, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord?" Chapter 2347. In that case, why did Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord back then? Xiaochen asked the question in his heart. Then, he looked at the dragon spirit, hoping to get an answer from it. The dragon spirit remained silent, seeming to be hiding something else. Xiaochen found it strange, but he did not pursue the matter. He only waited quietly for the other party. After a long time, the dragon spirit said, "I'll tell you after you become the Dragon Emperor." "How about that?" Xiaochen said softly, "It's better to tell you now. I'm afraid of changes in the future. This matter is very important. How long is Senior going to hide it from me?" The dragon spirit sighed. After a while, it said, "All right. It is indeed time to tell you. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun did indeed secretly take away the wings of time back then. He did not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord. That's because the wings of time were prepared to deal with even stronger enemies. The Black Dragon King. An enemy stronger than the Holy Lord." Naturally, Xiaochen thought of the Black Dragon King. That's right. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used the martial epoch's luck to barely seal the Black Dragon King. Back then, the martial epoch declined and could no longer continue sealing the Black Dragon King. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun had a greater goal, to kill the Black Dragon King and deal with this problem in one go. This revelation startled Xiaochen. This Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun was very ambitious. This was something that even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not do. To think that he wanted to take the risk and kill the Black Dragon King. After some thought, Xiaochen said, "How did he prepare?" "If I guess right, it should have something to do with that blood moon above the desolate sea." The dragon spirit looked at Xiao Qin, and its eyes lit up. It said softly, "It looks like you suspected it long ago. It does have something to do with that blood moon." The desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epic. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the Wings of Time, the desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epic. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the Wings of Time, he materialized the blood moon as the formation core and laid two formations. Xiao Qin knew that there was a heavenly Tao killing formation in the vast desolate sea with the blood moon as the formation core. Then where is the other array formation? I believe you know about the heavenly Tao killing formation laid in the desolate sea. The other formation is in the sky. In the sky. Yes. In the vast starry heavens, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun mobilized all the dragon race disciples in the various astral regions of the Great Thousand Realms to set up formation nodes. With the boundless universe as the background, the millions of stars as the nodes, and the Wings of Time as the formation core, Xiao Qin formed the unprecedented Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation. Once the formation is activated, the millions of stars will be driven by the blood moon and condense into an ancient blood dragon from the prehistoric era. The dragon spirit showed a disappointed expression as it spoke of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's shocking actions back then. Xiao Qin was greatly shocked, and his expression changed slightly. The Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation used the starry heavens as its background and the millions of stars as its nodes. If this formation was activated, the size of the Great Desolate Aeon Blood Dragon that was formed would be simply inconceivable. Do you think I'm strong? However, in reality, the Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation alone could not kill the Black Dragon King. He is the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao. He is destruction itself, the monster that the Heavenly Tao used to destroy the martial epic. Hence, the Heavenly Tao killing formation is needed. The two formations overlap, using the Great Desolate Aeon Blood Dragon's boundless dragon might to suppress him and then using the Heavenly Tao's killing intent to destroy him. The dragon spirit did not pause, continuing to speak. Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows. Then, with a flip of his hand, Heavenly Slayer appeared in his grasp. My Heavenly Slayer saber. The desolate sea was the origin of the martial epic. The Heavenly Tao killing formation that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid was to gather the killing intent born of the Heavenly Tao since the birth of the epic. Coincidentally, Xiao Qin's Heavenly Slayer saber could activate the Heavenly Tao's killing intent. The Heavenly Slayer saber did not kill but hurt itself. Once it was unsheathed, it would taste blood. Heavenly Slayer and the Heavenly Tao killing formation happened to draw on the Heavenly Tao's killing intent. The dragon spirit said softly, "You are not stupid. The Heavenly Slayer saber in your hand is used to activate the Heavenly Tao killing formation. The Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation is activated by the Xuewu dynasty's Blood Dragon Cloak." Xiao Qin quickly recalled the Blood Dragon Cloak that she wore. The first time he saw it, he found it incredibly familiar. Indeed, you already know. The dragon spirit did not show much surprise on its face. After some thought, it said, "Back then, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun dual cultivated the righteous and demonic Tao. He left a total of 2 inheritances. Naturally, one is here, and the other is the demonic Tao whole. The 2 inheritances each control a formation and compete with each other in the future. The victor can obtain both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Cloak, truly merging the 2 formations and becoming Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's true inheritor." Xiao Qin could not help revealing a self-mocking smile. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun really hit himself deeply. What, starting the divine dragon epic and inheriting his will? From the very start, she and I were his pawns. Only one person can obtain his inheritance. Both of us have been deceived. Xiao Qin was certain that she had not known about this either. When she saw Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun visit the ethereal Immortal Palace, he could not disguise his shocked expression. However, she should know more than Xiao Qin. You could have continued hiding it. Why are you telling me now? Xiao Chen asked as he looked at the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit sighed and said, according to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's will, when you become the Dragon Emperor, he will become the demonic monarch. Then, the protectors of the two inheritances will tell you the truth, letting you kill each other. The one who survives will be able to merge the two formations. However, even you are suspicious now. I believe that person should be suspicious as well. I cannot be certain that the protectors of the demonic Dao Hall's inheritances will not tell him the truth in advance. If he knows the truth and you do not, you will be at a great disadvantage. In the depths of my heart, I definitely hope that you, with a pure-blooded bloodline, can start the divine dragon epic and not a demonic Dao cultivator without a dragon race bloodline. The dragon spirit showed a guilty expression, but it still told Xiao Chen the reason. Don't blame Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Back then, he spent too much effort laying the two formations. Just as he was about to enter closed-door cultivation to recuperate, the golden dragons betrayed him and told the Holy Lord about his declining strength. The Holy Lord suddenly made a move. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's defeat was too unjust. He simply could not swallow this defeat, so he laid this seemingly inhumane contingency plan. After hearing the dragon spirit's explanation for Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He asked, why did I hear that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun took the initiative to challenge the Holy Lord before being defeated? The dragon spirit smiled and said, back then, he secretly laid the two formations and was incredibly weak. How could he be stupid enough to attack the Holy Lord? The winner takes all. Since the Holy Lord won, he naturally would not say that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun launched a sneak attack, something so disgraceful. Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. This explained why Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did not attack the Holy Lord even though he had the wings of time. However, the Holy Lord is not in a good state either. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun severely injured his main body and basically cannot leave the faux god world. In the past 50,000 years, he wanted to explore the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. However, he could only materialize divine weapons to attack. However, Soul Reaper stopped him. So, that was the case. The golden divine weapons that appeared in this world in the past were actually the work of the Holy Lord. As the dragon spirit said, the Holy Lord was indeed severely injured. Now, I no longer have any secrets. I already told you everything I know. You have to start the divine dragon epic. You have to snatch that person's blood dragon cloak. You can activate the two formations that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid back then only if you obtain both at the same time. The dragon spirit showed a serious expression as it looked at Xiao Chen with a grave expression. The truth was often cruel. The perfect image of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in Xiao Chen's heart had already crumbled. It seemed to be unexpected, but it was also reasonable. If possible, Xiao Chen would not want to face this truth. It was too depressing. Ignoring the grave dragon spirit, Xiao Chen left this place. Then, he saw Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in a daze. When Xiao Chen first saw Soul Reaper, he only felt fear and horror. However, when he saw Soul Reaper now, Xiao Chen felt only sorrow and respect. Compared to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, the desolate slave Soul Reaper held a much higher place in Xiao Chen's heart. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen arrived before the desolate slave Soul Reaper's mountain-like body. Xiao Chen extended his hand. Soul Reaper seemed to sense it, so it raised its thick hand clumsily. When the two hands, one large and one small, touched each other, the cycle Great Tao circulated. Then, Xiao Chen slowly absorbed the death qi in Soul Reaper's body into his body. Then, he converted the death qi into vigorous life force. Life and death cycled, materializing the power of cycles. The death qi in the desolate slave Soul Reaper vanished at a visible rate. Soul Reaper was already a dead person. Due to the death qi in its body, it could not truly die. It could only guard this secret realm in the form of a desolate slave. Bang! The instant the death chi vanished, the desolate slave Soul Reaper's huge body suddenly vanished, turning into ashes. As Xiaochen watched Soul Reaper turn to ashes, he felt deeply moved. He figured out some things. Being despicable was the pass of the despicable. No explanation would be enough. Being noble was the epitaph of the noble. There was no need to say anything. He used his life to shape a character that others looked up to. Chapter 23:48. With Wuchang gone, the Blue Dragon ancient city appeared even more empty under the blood moon. What was emptier than the ancient city was the human heart. Xiaochen looked at the blood moon and pondered for a long time, lost in thought. The dragon spirit's words dispelled many of the doubts in his heart. At the same time, he felt even more deeply moved by the word involuntary. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was a formidable and ambitious person. In the end, he fell at the hands of his own people's betrayal. If Xiaochen could recuperate successfully after he finished laying the Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation and the Heavenly Dao Killing Formation, he would be able to establish a grand undertaking after he came out of closed-door cultivation. He had not expected that he would not need to use the wings of time to deal with the Holy Lord. Thinking about it, it made sense. With his weak body, he was able to severely injure the other party with less than half of his strength. If he used his full strength, the Holy Lord would definitely not be a match for him. While Xiaochen admired Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, he also felt repulsed by Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan before his death. If it weren't for him asking repeatedly, the dragon spirit wouldn't have told him the truth at all. After Xiaochen foolishly became the Dragon Emperor, he would not know that all this was part of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan. The other party had already set up a plan to kill each other. Between Xiaochen and Shi, only one could live. What was even more frightening was that even when he died, he couldn't understand why he had been so focused on restoring the glory of the Blue Dragon. He did not know that he was actually killed by the Dragon Emperor of the Blue Dragon race. She should know the truth by now, right? Xiaochen wondered if Xiaochen, who knew the truth, would still say that no one in the world was his friend, as he did in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. She thought that he was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's inheritors, thinking that he was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's inheritor. No matter what, they should be friends on the same side. However, Xiaochen did not know that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun already planned in his heart. The two of them would kill each other sooner or later, leaving only one alive. After a long time, Xiaochen sighed and left the land of the Blood Moon. The vast desolate sea, the origin land of the martial epic. Under the agile Blood Moon, it was bleak and gloomy. Now, Xiaochen finally understood why the desolate sea's scarlet color was so bleak, giving off an ominous feeling. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid another formation 50,000 years ago, gathering the Heavenly Dao's killing intent born in the martial epic into the Heavenly Dao Killing Formation. In the night sky, a formless killing intent spread to every corner of the desolate sea. Xiaochen tightly grasped Heavenly Slayer and closed his eyes, carefully experiencing it. The killing intent that filled the desolate sea under the blood moon was connected to Heavenly Slayer. Moments later, Xiaochen opened his eyes. Golden rays flickered in his eyes as the chaos godly eyes were activated. Suddenly, he saw many strange sights that others couldn't see. Countless scarlet threads surged over from all directions, connecting to Heavenly Slayer. Unfortunately, he was unable to activate the Heavenly Dao Killing Formation for his own use. According to the Dragon Spirit, one needed to have both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Holy Cloak to activate these two formations. If one possessed only one of them, it would be a soul treasure with no special use. It had to be said that this move was quite ruthless, forcing Xiaochen and Shi to fight. Ha! Just at this moment, Xiaochen frowned slightly. He sensed a dark aura containing destruction approaching. This dark aura covered the night sky. It seemed like a thin layer of fog covered the blood moon in the sky, making it much more hazy. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, a figure approached from afar, rushing over. Xin Yuan. When that figure got closer and clearly saw its appearance, Xiaochen felt slightly startled. This person was none other than Xin Yuan, the one who once had many conflicts with Xiao Qin in the Grave Sea Cluster. Xin Yuan betrayed his master and entered the demonic Dao because of Xin Yuan. Then, he absorbed a portion of the Black Dragon King's demonic thoughts in the soaring Dragon Great Realm's underground dragon city. Whoosh! 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 A few more beams of light flashed. Yan Xiangming quickly followed, arriving beside Jin Yuan. Yan Xiangming hovered in the air, looking down at Xiao Qin, who stood on the Azure Mountain Town's walls. Then, he said, "Indeed, as I expected, you are really here." Xiao Qin asked indifferently, "What business do you have with me?" A faint layer of black fog covered Jin Yuan's body under the night sky, making him look unfathomable. Jin Yuan remained silent, attracting Xiao Qin's attention even more than Yan Xiangming did. Yan Xiangming said softly, "If I guessed right, you should be going to the Divine Dragon Empire soon." Going to the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiao Qin did not have such a plan for now. He intended to go to the Golden Crow Empire to deal with Ao Jiao's matters first. As for the Divine Dragon Empire, he would go there after Ao Jiao's matters were settled. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "Is that so? I don't seem to have told anyone that I am going to the Divine Dragon Empire." Yan Xiangming guffawed and said, "Why act dumb? The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will hold the abdication ceremony 7 days from now. The disciples of the 6-colored divine dragons will fight for the position of Dragon Emperor. Qin Ming inherited the Bushan Palace's inheritance. If you do not go, the position of Dragon Emperor will definitely go to Qin Ming. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor will begin 7 days from now." This news startled Xiao Qin slightly. This news came very suddenly. It should have arrived in the past 2 days. Previously, Xiao Qin had been traveling alone and had not received any notice from the Heavenly Alliance. "What does this have to do with you? The internal affairs of the dragon race are not for you to worry about, right?" Xiao Qin did not deny it, testing Jin Yuan's purpose in coming. Yan Xiangming smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? After all, I have some dragon race bloodline in my body. We are more or less related. I came here to tell you that if you do not work with me, you will die for sure when you go to the Divine Dragon Empire." This joke is not funny. Working with Yan Xiangming felt like a joke on Xiao Chen's part, very comical. Yan Xiangming retorted indifferently, "I came from afar and do not have the time to joke with you. A few days ago, you fought alone in the Yanwu dynasty and fought Yuan Jin to a standstill in the entire Buddhist nation. He is on equal footing with Yuan Jin's entire Buddhist nation. He might even be superior. This news has already spread like wildfire. When the martial epoch comes to an end, only a few people are qualified to start a new epoch. Everyone has to know each other's limits. Your strange strength has already caused many people to be unable to see through it. If you were to become the Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid no one would be able to stop you." Xiao Qin felt excited, feeling that Yan Xiangming was right. Only a few people could start a new epoch. They would definitely view each other as competitors. If Xiao Qin accidentally exposed some of his strength in the Yanwu dynasty, news of it would spread quickly. "So?" Xiao Qin asked as he looked at Yan Xiangming. He. You are a smart person. You should be able to guess what will happen later." Yan Xiangming smiled mysteriously, not saying anything. When Xiao Qin heard that, he could not help smiling bitterly. Given this group of people's characters, they must feel that I am too much of a threat. They are sure that I will head to the Divine Dragon Empire to fight for the Dragon Emperor position, so they might work together to lay a trap and use this opportunity to end me in the Divine Dragon Empire. Hence, Yen Sangming said that if I do not work with him, only death awaits me. Those people should have communicated with Yen Sangming, inviting him to form an alliance to deal with me. However, for some reason, Yen Sangming leaked this information to me and wanted to form an alliance with me. Why are you telling me all this? This was the only question that remained in Xiao Chen's heart. Why did Yen Sangming travel so far to tell him all this? A dim light flashed in Yen Sangming's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. Do you know who set all this up? Who colluded with the outstanding talents of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao to kill you? Yuanjin. That's not right. Chu Chaoyun. Guess again. The profound heaven holy lands Wenrenyu. Yen Sangming smiled faintly and said, that's not right. It's she. After he returned to the demonic Dao palace from the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, he became somewhat strange. After he learned that you fought Yuanjin's Buddhist nation alone in the Yenwu dynasty, he became even stranger. Yen Sangming did not know the reason either. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. It looks like she knows about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan as well. Hence, she plans to kill me immediately. To me, I definitely do not wish for you to die just like that and watch as she covers the sky with one hand. Hence, we should work together. I will help you obtain the Dragon Emperor position, and you will help me restore the status of the Flood Dragon humans in the Divine Dragon Empire. Yen Sangming continued, telling Xiao Chen his true purpose at the same time. Wrong. You just want us, the epic masters, to kill each other so that you can reap the benefits. Black Dragon King, am I right? Xiao Chen swept his gaze past Jin Yuan and fixed it on Jin Yuan, who had remained silent from the start to the end. Whoosh! Jin Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. Two black dragon images swam in the depths of his eyes. Surprise flashed on Jin Yuan's face when he heard what Xiao Chen said. He said softly, that's right, only you can be absolutely certain of my identity. After all, you personally saw me swallow the Black Dragon King's demonic sense back then. Chapter 23:49. That's right. Only you can be 100% certain of my identity. After all, you saw me devour the Black Dragon King's demonic will with your own eyes. When Jin Yuan heard Xiao Chen determine his identity, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Then, he openly admitted it. You fused with the Black Dragon King's demonic will? Xiao Chen asked in a deep voice. Sort of, but that's not important anymore. You don't have a choice. Everyone knows that you will definitely fight for the Dragon Emperor title. However, once you go to the Divine Dragon Empire, only death awaits you. Jin Yuan looked at Xiao Chen and said calmly. Yen Sangming continued, work with me. Everyone is just taking what they need. Even if we take a step back, don't you want Qi Ming to become the Dragon Emperor? Xi's strength is equally terrifying now. You have no choice. Even though Xiao Chen saw through their thoughts, Yen Sangming and Jin Yuan remained fearless. He was not afraid that Xiao Chen would not agree, because he had no choice. No choice. Wrong, as long as your heart is strong enough, you can always make the right choice. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen suddenly attacked, sending a punch flying toward Jin Yuan. Regardless of whether Jin Yuan had merged with the Black Dragon King's demonic will or not, since it delivered itself to him, Xiao Chen naturally would not let it go. When he punched out, the great Tao of reincarnation circulated, and the endless power of reincarnation circulated. It gathered in the fist radiance and bloomed like an epiphyllum in the dark night, making the blood moon in the sky dim. Jin Yuan's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Xiao Chen to suddenly make a move. With a cold snort, a monstrous demonic aura erupted from his body, and a destructive aura erupted from his body. In his eyes, there was a sky full of stars. In the vast river of stars, stars were destroyed one after another. This caused the destructive aura on his body to reach a horrifying level. It was as if there were really stars exploding in his body. Pooh! However, before Jin Yuan, who had passively received this punch, could fully extend his arm, he was sent flying by Xiao Chen like a meteor. Stop! At the side, Yan Sangming felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, the force behind Xiao Chen's punch was so horrifying. He quickly made a move to block Xiao Chen, who wanted to give chase. The will of death spread out from his body like a tide. The black aura was like liquid. The strange, evil tentacles materialized and gathered on Yan Sangming's palm. Just a glance at the terrifying death intent was enough to send shivers down one's spine. He was afraid of being touched by it and could not avoid it in time. Yan Sangming's Death Dao domain already reached the 9th layer, only one step shy of the 10th layer. Its lethality was extremely terrifying. Compared to other killing moves, martial techniques powered by the Death Great Dao could injure a cultivator's life force. If he was heavily injured, his vitality would be damaged, and it would be very difficult to recover. However, Xiao Chen did not fear the killing move materialized by the Death Dao domain. He raised his hand and clashed with it. Boom boom boom. The moment the two palms collided, a vigorous life force gushed out from behind Xiao Chen. At a visible speed, a vast, green grassland took form behind Xiao Chen in an instant. The grass grew long and the orioles flew. Everything was in spring. Thousands of flowers appeared in the vast grassland, adorning it with beautiful purples and reds. My death intent. Horror appeared in Yan Sangming's eyes, revealing heavy confusion. Unexpectedly, the other party turned Yan Sangming's vast and boundless death intent into even more boundless life force, scattering it on this desolate and dilapidated desolate sea land. Flowers bloomed and withered in an endless cycle. Xiao Chen shouted, and the vast grassland behind him looked like a wildfire. It burned out, not leaving a single blade of grass behind. The thousands of flowers and grass instantly withered. The instant the flowers withered, Xiao Chen returned a palm strike to Yan Sangming. The death intent contained in this palm strike was even stronger than Yan Sangming's. Bang! Yan Sangming gaped in disbelief. To think that Xiao Chen was even more skilled in the Death Dao domain than him. Xiao Chen's even more ferocious and surging Death Dao domain directly scattered Yan Sangming's heavy death intent. Yan Sangming vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated in an even more sorry state than Jin Yuan. Whoosh! Whoosh! The instant Yan Sangming and Jin Yuan landed, they flew up at the same time. Both of them charged at Xiao Chen, going all out this time. Jin Yuan drew his saber, and Yan Sangming tightly grasped a black whip with a sticky black liquid around it. Dense black dragon scales appeared on Yan Sangming's face. Alloy Dragon Armor. With a thought, Xiao Chen activated the Alloy Dragon Armor. Then, he grasped the tyrant saber's scabbard on his back with his right hand. As the two charged over, Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber at the same time. Under the blood moon, this flash of saber light looked as beautiful as a scarlet datura flower. Xiao Chen suppressed Jin Yuan's and Yan Sangming's auras by himself. Paw! Yan Sangming roared ferociously and swung his black whip in a circle in the air. It was like a thunderclap, ear-splitting and ear-splitting. As this whip swept over, it was like a phantom from hell's depths. Jin Yuan remained expressionless, looking like a demonic Buddha descending to the world as he held the world destroyer in his hand. The dark saber light cut through the world with an irresistible force, containing a boldness that wanted to destroy everything in the world. Even so, the two still retreated before Xiao Chen's saber light. Xiao Chen's saber light seemed to surpass the limits of the epic, unrestricted by the world. It was like the horn of an antelope, untraceable. It was also like the blazing sun, its surging energy soaring endlessly. Damn it, what kind of strength is this? This is definitely not the cultivation of a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Even a faux god is only a so-so. Yen Sangming said with some despair. Even when the two worked together, they were not a match for Xiaoqin. After exchanging a few moves, the two retreated. However, Xiaoqin remained unfathomable. Under the blood moon, every move he made seemed to freeze time. In the eyes of others, Xiaoqin looked magnificent, unrivaled in the past and present. After 100 moves, Jin Yuan revealed a strange smile as he stretched out his hand and threw a palm strike at the sky. Whoosh! Under the influence of the destruction great Tao, the boundless night sky slowly turned denser, until it hid the blood moon. Let's go. The instant the blood moon vanished, Jin Yuan grabbed Yen Sangming and fled far away. The boundless night sky lasted for only a moment. Before anyone noticed it, the blood moon reappeared. However, when Xiaoqin looked around, he could no longer see Yen Sangming and Jin Yuan. Did they flee? A look of pity flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. It was not that Jin Yuan had fled. But Xiaoqin clearly felt that Jin Yuan had not done his best. Xiaoqin had not fought this battle yet, but the other party had already left. This felt somewhat unfair. An unprecedented 10-vein sovereign emperor, the cycle great Tao, and the flawless saber Tao infused with immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Xiaoqin really wanted to know how strong he was now. Unfortunately, this Jin Yuan, or rather, the Black Dragon King's seal had not been broken, and his strength was not at its peak. Thus, he did not wish to fight with Xiaoqin. What he displayed was only the strength of the Black Dragon King's demonic will and quintessential essence soul, not the sealed Black Dragon King's main body. At best, it can only be considered a clone. How strong is the Black Dragon King's main body? After Xiaoqin sheathed the tyrant saber and calmed down, he entered deep thought. No wonder Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun, a peak expert, had to put in so much effort to lay two startling formations to kill the Black Dragon King. At the mention of Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun, Xiaoqin recalled the arrangements Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun made before his death. Then, he sighed. Now, retribution came. After she learned the truth, he actually worked with the epic masters of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao to kill Xiaoqin and the divine Dragon Empire. He raised his head and saw a glimmer of light on the horizon. Dawn was about to arrive. A vast sun was about to rise into the sky. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat. The desolate sea had a blood moon at night and an incredibly huge, blazing sun during the day, illuminating the desolate sea all year round. The blood moon was a trap laid by Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun. Who was the one who laid the blazing sun, which was much larger than the sun outside? Yen Sangming and Jin Yuan stood side by side in the distance, still feeling lingering fear. This person is too horrifying. No wonder he did not work with me. He did not need it at all. To think that he managed to merge the life and death Tao so perfectly. That is the cycle great Tao, one of the ultimate great Tao. The cycle great Tao. Yes. There's no need to ask about the details. In any case, we already achieved our goal in this trip. Hee hee. Originally, I was worried that he was too weak and would be easily suppressed by Shi. Now, there is a good show to watch, Jin Yuan said softly, revealing a playful smile. Yen Sangming remained silent at the side for a long time. Finally, he could not help asking, if we let him grow, will the Black Dragon King's true body be unsealed and not be able to do anything to him? The moment Yen Sangming said that, Jin Yuan revealed a complicated expression. He sighed, it's useless. The Black Dragon King represents the end, represents destruction. Unless all the epic masters work together, we can barely put up a fight. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. When the Black Dragon King appears, it will be the end of the martial epic.
Capítulo 1. Identidades equivocadas, no soy un ladrón. Dentro del dormitorio del Centro de Asistencia Social, una niña de 9 años se enfrentó a las sospechas de todos, con los ojos enrojecidos. Tenía un par de ojos grandes y llorosos y estaba radiantemente hermosa. Sin embargo, su cuerpo parecía frágil debido a la desnutrición. Al ver que todos la miraban con desdén y odio, se sintió ofendida y ahogada. Ese jade es mío. Yo no soy un ladrón. Mi mamá me dejó eso. ¿Entonces lo que estás diciendo es que robé tus cosas? Frente a ella había una niña de aproximadamente su edad. Inclinando la cabeza, la niña la miró fríamente antes de girarse para sonreír inocentemente a los otros niños. Comparada con ella, la niña parecía dulce y orgullosa, como si fuera una princesita elevada y colmada del amor de todos. Tan pronto como habló, los niños que los rodeaban inmediatamente salieron en su defensa. Obviamente estás mintiendo, ¿por qué Rower robaría tus cosas? Bien, eso es imposible. ¿Cómo es Rower un ladrón? Claramente fuiste tú quien robó su cosa. Ante todas sus condenas y preguntas, la niña no supo dar explicaciones convincentes para defenderse. Absolutamente agraviada, se frotó los ojos con amargura y rompió a llorar. Ese es realmente mi jade. Devolvérsela. Rower la miró con regocijo y se volvió para hablar con todos. Todos, está claro, si es el ladrón, no juegues más con ella, los ladrones son malos. Varios niños asintieron vigorosamente con la cabeza. Escuchemos a la princesa Rower. Ignórala en el futuro. Es una ladrona. Ella es una ladrona. Xiaoxi es una chica mala. Robar las cosas de Rower, la culpa es tuya. Los niños rieron a carcajadas mientras se dispersaban. Sola, la niña se apoyó contra una pared. Contuvo las lágrimas mientras miraba las espaldas de los otros niños, apretando con fuerza los puños. Una fila de hombres vestidos con trajes negros se alinearon frente a la oficina del director. Un anciano de aspecto enérgico, de más de 50 años, estaba sentado con severidad en un sofá. El conjunto de prendas tradicionales chinas que vestía realzaba su comportamiento respetable, y bajo las sombras de sus cejas había un aire de furia. Puede que esté envejeciendo y su apariencia sea un poco envejecida, pero por sus hermosos rasgos faciales, aún se puede imaginar lo impresionante que se veía durante su mejor momento. El director trajo un montón de documentos, se los mostró cuidadosamente al anciano y se los ofreció respetuosamente. Señor Mu, estos son los niños que llegaron al centro de asistencia social el año pasado. Toda su información está aquí. Por favor, échale un vistazo. El anciano extendió la mano para coger los documentos, repasó algunos de ellos y luego frunció el ceño. El asistente a su lado vio su expresión y levantó la cabeza para sonreírle al director y le preguntó: ese niño tiene entre 8 y 9 años. Puedo preguntar, de los que fueron admitidos el año pasado, ¿cuántos cumplen con esta condición? El director repasó brevemente sus recuerdos y rápidamente respondió: por favor, espere un momento. El anciano continuó hojeando los documentos, pero sus ojos estaban fijos en un retrato familiar. De repente extendió la mano y señaló: déjame ver a esta chica. El director se quedó atónito antes de asentir apresuradamente. Entiendo. Haré los arreglos necesarios para que ella se reúna contigo rápidamente. Hizo una llamada y, poco después, un profesor trajo a una niña. Rower se paró diligentemente frente al anciano, con las manos en la espalda y el pecho hinchado. Sonriendo de oreja a oreja, dijo: abuelo, encantado de conocerte. Soy Rower. El anciano la miró inexpresivamente y examinó cuidadosamente cada centímetro de su rostro. Sus ojos se entrecerraron lentamente mientras la miraba oscura y sombríamente. Rower arrugó las cejas con curiosidad. El rostro de aspecto feroz y el comportamiento severo de este anciano la asustaron un poco. Justo cuando retrocedía unos pasos, vio que de repente él le hacía un gesto. Venir. Deja que el abuelo te mire bien. Bueno. Rower, vacilante, dio 2 pasos hacia adelante. El anciano la tomó suavemente por los hombros y la observó de cerca. A pesar de la compatibilidad de edad, todavía sentía que ni su apariencia ni sus rasgos faciales eran similares a los de esa persona. Su visión se movió lentamente hacia abajo hasta que aterrizó en el jade cerca de su clavícula. El anciano levantó el trozo de jade y preguntó en voz baja, ¿este jade? Rower se puso rígido por un momento antes de sonreír dulcemente. Este jade me lo dio mi madre. El anciano entrecerró levemente los ojos. Su asistente rápidamente se dio cuenta de la situación. Rápidamente sacó otro trozo de jade de un maletín y se lo pasó. Se juntaron las dos piezas de jade y encajaron perfectamente. Las manos del anciano se estremecieron levemente. Al presenciar esto, el asistente entendió sus intenciones y se acercó al director. Le murmuró algunas palabras antes de sacar un cheque con una gran cantidad del maletín y entregárselo. El director lo aceptó con una sonrisa. Una hilera de lujosas limusinas negras estaba estacionada en la entrada del centro de asistencia social. Una chica de aspecto desolado trepó por las barandillas de hierro negro en la distancia, con ojos apagados, observó a Rower seguir a un grupo de hombres de traje y entrar en un Bentley extendido. En el momento en que las puertas del vehículo se cerraron, Rower fríamente dirigió su mirada hacia ella. Casualmente, sus vistas chocaron. Rower le sonrió con picardía antes de que las ventanillas del auto se subieran y los vehículos se alejaran en la distancia. Así, la vida de dos niños dio un giro inesperado. Capítulo 4. Incapaz de soportar su todo, bajó la cabeza, ignorando su inquietud y miedo, rozó con sus delgados labios la línea de su mandíbula, haciéndola temblar profusamente. Su cuerpo se volvió más sensible a su invasión. La respiración de Yun Sisi se volvió irregular. Inconscientemente, ella extendió la mano y agarró sus grandes manos para intentar detener su invasión. El hombre parecía haber percibido sus pensamientos. Agarrando sus manos, las ató con facilidad y las levantó por encima de su cabeza. Estaba aún más asustada. Su corazón se resistía constantemente, pero fue en vano. Todo su cuerpo temblaba de miedo absoluto, pero no tenía forma de rechazarlo. Yun Sisi encogió los hombros en un intento de esquivarlo, pero no sabía que el contacto involuntario hizo que la temperatura corporal del hombre aumentara y se volviera hirviendo. El hombre aspiró una bocanada de aire frío. De hecho, casi perdió el control. Esta chica era realmente muy atractiva. No podía creer que casi se perdió. Yun Sisi se sorprendió por el movimiento demasiado íntimo y trató de encoger aún más sus hombros. Ella instintivamente lo apartó. «No». Él ignoró su pequeña resistencia. Exclamó Yun Sisi. Retorciéndose inconscientemente, ella incesantemente apartó su pecho. Sin embargo, él simplemente la agarró por las muñecas con fuerza. Para evitar que ella se resistiera más, se quitó lo último que encontró en su camino. Yun Sisi se quedó sin aliento cuando se dio cuenta de lo que estaba a punto de suceder. Ella trató de rechazar su toque mientras su cuerpo se hundía continuamente. Como deseaba poder esconderse en un mundo donde él no podía entrar. Su dominio parecía haberla asustado mucho. No. ¿No? Muyace se sintió insatisfecha con su resistencia. Él levantó lentamente los ojos y le sostuvo la barbilla con la mano. Bajo la tenue luz de la luna, sus ojos bajaron para mirar su rostro tímido. Preguntó fríamente, ¿qué? ¿No quieres esto? Yun Sisi se tensó y frunció los labios. Él entrecerró los ojos y le frotó los labios sin piedad con el pulgar. Mujer, sabes lo que tienes que hacer viniendo aquí, ¿verdad? Su expresión de repente se endureció mientras su cuerpo temblaba continuamente. No estaba segura de si era por el dolor o por el miedo a su insensibilidad. Permaneciendo en silencio durante mucho tiempo, su voz casi ronca dejó escapar sollozos entrecortados. Yo sé. Entonces, ¿todavía necesitas que te diga qué hacer? Sus cejas rectas se movieron cuando su voz helada preguntó esto. Yun Sisi se mordió el labio inferior con fuerza mientras sus ojos se llenaban de lágrimas. Luego sintió un hilo de humedad fluyendo hacia la hendidura de sus labios y su boca se llenó con un sabor amargo. Sabía que simplemente se regían por el contrato. No tenían una relación entre ellos, por lo que cualquier forma de intimidad estaba establecida por el contrato y nada más. Aún así, pase lo que pase, ella no iba a soportar esta humillación. Muyace le dedicó una sonrisa fría. No tenía intención de darle más tiempo para que se acostumbrara a él. Le ató las manos y las empujó hasta la coronilla. Las comisuras de su boca se curvaron en una sonrisa casi cruel. Tu boca, ábrela. La expresión facial de Yun Sisi gradualmente se fue entumeciendo. Luego cerró lentamente los ojos con desesperación. Sus brazos rodearon sus hombros con dificultad y hundió la cara en su cuello. En ese momento, supo que ya había cruzado a las profundidades del pecado. El hombre estaba satisfecho con su rendición y abruptamente profundizó de un solo golpe. Romper esa capa de límite fue una sensación tan vívida. Apretando los dientes, Yun Sisi aguantó. Su voz era ronca. Inhaló el aire fresco mientras intentaba soportar el dolor insoportable. Su cuerpo se puso rígido como una piedra y ya no podía moverse. Fue un chorro de algo desconocido y extraño, como si la estuviera destrozando. En ese instante, su visión casi se volvió negra y casi se desmaya por el dolor. Su todo era demasiado para que ella pudiera soportarlo. Capítulo 5. Él realmente la besó. No tenía tiempo para preocuparse por su dolor, ya que, en este momento, solo la deseaba descaradamente. Para él, esto fue solo una sesión íntima. A ningún hombre le gustaría perder el tiempo en esto, especialmente cuando se trata de una mujer por la que no sienten nada. ¿Ser compasivo con ella? Él era su empleador. Incluso le dio una generosa recompensa. Este dolor era algo con lo que ella debería lidiar. Ese dolor, junto con los agravios y las dificultades que tuvo que soportar, fluyó incontrolablemente con sus lágrimas. Ella exclamó una vez por el dolor, sus ojos se pusieron completamente rojos, pero se mordió obstinadamente el labio inferior y se esforzó por no mostrar su lado débil. Sin embargo, ella fue realmente incapaz de soportar una invasión tan violenta. Jadeó pesadamente hasta que ya no pudo contenerlo y rompió en sollozos intermitentes. Al final se derrumbó como un gatito perdido. El hombre era como un emperador de sangre fría, robándola todo hasta el punto de la crueldad. El dolor ilimitado que sentía era como las implacables olas del océano, mientras se ahogaba, flotaba y se hundía continuamente. Dejándose llevar lentamente, poco a poco se fue alejando. Estiró los dedos para alcanzar algo, pero no había nada a lo que pudiera agarrarse. Todo frente a ella era negro y su mente estaba en un estado de confusión. Se ajustan perfectamente entre sí. El sudor calentó sus cuerpos. Muyace hundió los dedos en su cabello. Solo se sentía codicioso por más. Ella le imploró con la mente nublada. Durante su excitación, de repente sintió una bocanada de humedad cálida en su cuello. Levantó un poco los ojos, solo para verla mordiéndose el labio y gimiendo por el dolor agonizante. El rostro de Muyace se puso rígido. Mirando el pequeño rostro que lo estaba soportando, inconscientemente bajó la cabeza y chasqueó los labios de ella con los suyos. La punta de su lengua entró en su caverna y capturó a la pequeña serpiente que había dentro. Lo hizo girar con el suyo y se ahogó en todos sus sollozos. Para él un beso era un tabú. Besarse significaba que estaban mutuamente enamorados. Nunca antes había besado a una mujer porque, a sus ojos, sus labios estaban sucios. Las mujeres que se quedaban a su alrededor siempre eran miembros de la alta sociedad, hijas de familias adineradas o celebridades, y él nunca había tocado ninguna de esas mariposas. Sin embargo, no sabía por qué, pero en realidad besó a este. Para ser exactos, ella fue la primera. Nunca había imaginado que la sensación de un beso pudiera ser tan deliciosa. Muyace entrecerró ligeramente los ojos y se apretó contra ella. Desde dentro de una represión sofocante, apagó su sed furiosa con veneno. Sobre la cama había sentimientos tiernos y románticos. Se hundieron en el éxtasis. En la oscuridad, Yun Sisi abrió los ojos. El trozo de seda roja sobre sus ojos estaba totalmente empapado de sudor frío. Escuchó el sonido del agua de la ducha corriendo desde el baño. Ella empujó levemente su cuerpo, pero un dolor agudo emanó de sus dedos. Resultó ser de cuando estaban teniendo su sesión íntima, sus dedos se aferraron a los extremos de la cama. Sus uñas se rompieron por todo el agarre que había estado haciendo y se hundieron en las puntas de sus dedos. Fingió estar tranquila para consolarse. Todo había terminado. Todo había terminado. Con suerte, solo esta vez fue suficiente para dejarla embarazada. Tuvo que esperar hasta dar a luz a su hijo. Después, pudo conseguir el dinero e irse, volviendo a su vida normal. Ya era pasada la medianoche. Muyace se dio una ducha y se puso una ropa. Su figura alta y ancha estaba en la habitación y era abrumadora. Sus ojos permanecieron impasibles. Bajo la luz de la luna, la mujer se acurrucó entre las sábanas blancas y siguió jadeando. En su suave cuerpo había rastros de su brutalidad. El charco de sangre en la cama se extendió como una flor sangrienta en flor. Una visión espantosa. Jun-Sisi yacía inmóvil en la cama, de espaldas a él. Su cuerpo, que estaba acurrucado, temblaba y estaba rígido como una piedra. Él la miró, su cabello suave y sedoso, descuidado y completamente empapado de sudor, desordenado en el borde de una almohada. Él le dio una mirada fría y se quedó allí inmóvil por un momento antes de girarse para irse. Capítulo 6. Su humillación y vergüenza estallido. Al escuchar el frío sonido de la puerta cerrándose, se abrazó los hombros y sintió los aterradores moretones en sus muñecas. Tenía los ojos hinchados, pero no se atrevía a soltar ni el más mínimo grito, aunque fuera solo un gemido. Poco después, escuchó el sonido del motor de un automóvil arrancando proveniente del exterior. El vehículo se fue alejando, cada vez más, hasta que el sonido del motor amainó. Al darse cuenta de su partida, no pudo soportarlo más. Inmediatamente cerró los ojos y sollozó con todo su corazón. En esta desconocida villa costera, ella entregó su pureza por completo a un hombre desconocido. Antes, se preguntaba por qué él la elegiría. Después de pensarlo un poco, concluyó que debido a su identidad como plebeya no podría luchar por los derechos de custodia del niño en el futuro. No sabía si esto era correcto y durante cuánto tiempo debería ocultárselo a su padre. La situación de su familia la había acorralado y estaba fuera de control, pero no se arrepentía. Para ser precisos, no estaba en posición de arrepentirse. Para una persona que luchaba por llegar a fin de mes, esto llamado orgullo era demasiado lujo, y también era su única salida. Además, como hija adoptiva, durante los últimos años, su padre siempre la había tratado como si fuera su propia carne y sangre. A pesar de que a su madre adoptiva y a su hermana no les agradaba, no le faltaba nada en la vida. Por lo tanto, ella ya estaba muy agradecida por esto. Ahora que la crisis financiera había dejado a su familia en una situación desesperada, tenía que devolverles su amabilidad de alguna manera. No quería pensar en nada más por ahora. Muyace nunca sabría que esta noche había dejado tantas cicatrices eternas en su vida y, más aún, nunca sabría de sus futuras interacciones con esta mujer. Amanecer. Los rayos del sol de la mañana. Jun-Sisi se sentó con cuidado en la cama y lentamente se quitó el trozo de seda roja que cubría sus ojos. Se cubrió con las sábanas blancas como la nieve y caminó hacia la ventana para abrir las cortinas. Sin embargo, los rayos del sol no pudieron brillar en su corazón. Desde afuera se oyeron pasos apresurados. La puerta se abrió de par en par. Sorprendido, Jun-Sisi se dio la vuelta, solo para ver a una dama digna y glamorosa entrar y acercarse a ella con cara de enojo. A su lado caminaba obedientemente la secretaria con la que había firmado el contrato de subrogación. La dama dio un paso hacia ella. Inmóvil, con aspecto altivo y poderoso, la examinó de pies a cabeza con disgusto. Una vez que puso sus ojos en el chupetón en su cuerpo, se congeló. Jun-Sisi cubrió ansiosamente su cuerpo con la manta con más fuerza, pero no pudo ocultar esa marca de amor en su cuello. Los celos y la ira picaron sus ojos. Ella habló con furia. ¿Tú eres? ¿Eres esa madre sustituta? Jun-Sisi tragó saliva. Sí, y tú eres, tortazo. La respuesta que recibió fue una fuerte bofetada en la cara. Perra descarada. Tú. ¿Cómo te atreves? ¿Cómo te atreves? La dama se agarró el cabello con rabia mientras su rostro perdía el color. No creas que al dar a luz a su bebé, puedes usar esto para ganar estatus. Déjame advertirte, soy su prometida legítima y tú eres solo una madre sustituta. Ni se te ocurra codiciar algo que no es tuyo, ¿entiendes? Jun-Sisi estaba asombrado. Ella habló perpleja. Firmé el contrato y tengo claras las cláusulas. Conozco mi lugar. ¿Podrías, por favor? Qué bueno que lo entiendas. Su pecho se hinchó mientras hablaba. Aunque sabía, en el fondo, que si fuera fértil, esta chica nunca vendría a darle a luz al sucesor de la familia Mu. Sin embargo, una vez que recordó que estaban enredados en las sábanas durante toda una noche, no pudo evitar ponerse celosa. Capítulo 7. Ella está embarazada. Será mejor que quedes embarazada solo por esta vez, ni creas que te volverá a tocar. Dijo con amargura y se alejó. Jun Sisi cayó al suelo y su espíritu abandonó su cuerpo. La secretaria la ayudó apresuradamente a levantarse. ¿Levantarse? El suelo está frío. Tu salud es importante. 2 meses después. En el hospital privado de la familia Mu, la secretaria consiguió el informe del examen. 7 semanas de embarazo. Su condición era estable. Era un par de gemelos idénticos. Sacó su teléfono e informó de todo al asistente de Muyace. Jun Sisi salió de la sala de examen. El informe del examen no le preocupaba. Ahora era como una marioneta de madera bajo el control de cualquiera. En cualquier caso, ella simplemente hizo lo que se suponía que debía hacer y estuvo de acuerdo con todo lo que habían preparado. No necesitaba preocuparse por nada más. La secretaria se acercó a ella. Dándole una leve sonrisa, la consoló. Señorita Jun, su condición ahora es muy estable. No te pongas demasiado nervioso. Jaja. No tienes que preocuparte por nada más. Quédese en la villa para cuidar a los bebés durante estos meses. Si tiene alguna solicitud, no dude en hacérmelo saber. Jun Sisi levantó la vista y murmuró, quiero ver a mi padre. Hace 2 meses, simplemente dejó una nota sin despedirse. Debe estar preocupado por ella. La secretaria se puso tensa. El jefe ha indicado que tienes prohibido salir. Solo quiero ver a mi padre una vez. No tengo otras solicitudes. ¿Ni siquiera puedes hacer esto? Ante la mirada suplicante de Jun Sisi, la secretaria finalmente cedió. Está bien. Originalmente, esto fue algo difícil para ella de decidir. Según el contrato, a Jun Sisi se le prohibió salir al aire libre. Sin embargo, al mirar a esta pobre niña, que se había convertido en madre sustituta a una edad tan temprana, pensó que debía tener algunas dificultades en casa. Así, sin el consentimiento del director general, concertó una cita para reunirse con su padre. Quedaron en encontrarse en un café del centro de la ciudad. Tan pronto como el padre de Jun Sisi recibió el mensaje, se dirigió apresuradamente hacia allí y llegó 30 minutos antes de la hora estipulada. Se sentó en la habitación privada, removiéndose inquieto en su asiento. Después de que ella se fue sin despedirse, él estaba tan preocupado por ella que pasó muchas noches sin dormir, peleando y dando vueltas en la cama. Su esposa incluso se burlaba con frecuencia de ella por ser una perra ingrata y desalmada en su cara, como si se hubiera escapado de casa con un cabrón al azar. Su familia se estaba desmoronando. Mientras la familia estaba en una situación desesperada, el padre no sabía de su paradero. Aunque cuando misteriosamente ganó $1 millón más en su cuenta bancaria al día siguiente, instintivamente lo vinculó con su desaparición. Incluso pensó que le podría haber pasado algo malo. De hecho, Jun Sisi no era su hija biológica. Ella fue adoptada involuntariamente por él en un centro de asistencia social hace 10 años. De hecho, tuvo una hija biológica. A la familia Jun le iba bien en ese momento, al ver que Jun Sisi era una niña inteligente y sensata, decidió adoptarla. Nunca pensó que después de adoptarla, su esposa y su hija biológica estarían fuertemente en su contra. Al principio no le importó. Pensando en la sensatez de la niña, pensó que eventualmente obtendría el consentimiento de su esposa e hija. Sin embargo, se había equivocado. Por lo general, estaba demasiado ocupado para preocuparse por las pequeñas cosas que sucedían en casa. Sin embargo, como padre, ¿cómo podría no saber que su esposa y su hija la acosaron durante su ausencia? Jun Sisi era de hecho un niño inteligente. Incluso si sufrió a manos de su esposa e hija, nunca se quejó con él ni una sola vez. Por lo tanto, realmente se sintió culpable hacia ella. De hecho, su familia originalmente era acomodada. Tenía una propiedad en el mercado que generaba ganancias estables, por lo que se consideraba que vivían en riqueza. Sin embargo, A principios de año, una tormenta financiera azotó repentinamente el mundo y dejó a toda su familia en la ruina. Capítulo 8. La vida de Yoon Sisi. De hecho, la familia de Yoon Ye-cheng originalmente era acomodada. Tenía una propiedad en el mercado que generaba ganancias estables, por lo que se consideraba que vivían en riqueza. Sin embargo, a principios de año, una tormenta financiera azotó repentinamente el mundo y dejó a toda su familia en la ruina. La empresa operaba bajo una pérdida constante. A muchos accionistas se les habían retirado sus inversiones. Al ver que la empresa estaba a punto de quebrar, su esposa señaló con el dedo a Yoon Sisi y la culpó por ello. Esto se debió a que, apenas el año anterior, él gastó voluntariamente el dinero originalmente reservado para inversiones para enviarla a estudiar a una prestigiosa escuela secundaria basada en dormitorios, para estar lejos de este hogar insignificante. En opinión de su esposa, si no hubiera sido por este movimiento particular suyo en aquel entonces, la empresa no se habría visto afectada por la crisis económica y la familia Yoon no habría caído en tal estado. Este asunto provocó muchas discusiones acaloradas en el hogar. Cuando Yoon Sisi regresó a casa durante las vacaciones, la pareja de madre e hija cerró las puertas y la golpeó mientras él estaba fuera. Debido a esto, casi sucumbió a un infarto. Ardiendo de ansiedad, vio que alguien, la secretaria, abría la puerta y que Yoon Sisi entraba lentamente. Al ver a su padre, sus pupilas temblaron ligeramente. Se le nublaron los ojos pero se recuperó rápidamente. Su padre rápidamente se levantó y miró a la secretaria con escepticismo. Al comprender la situación, rápidamente se despidió y les cerró la puerta. Sí. Se acercó a ella con expresión inquieta. La tomó por los hombros y la examinó de pies a cabeza. ¿Dónde has estado estos últimos 2 meses? ¿Sabías lo preocupado que estuve todo este tiempo? Sintiéndose avergonzada, ella lo miró. Solo habían pasado 2 meses, pero todo su cabello ya era de un tono gris y las líneas de su rostro eran más prominentes. Estuvo preocupado por ella durante muchos días. Resolviendo la montaña de documentos acumulados en la empresa y buscándola en su tiempo libre, dividió su atención entre ella y la empresa. Había trabajado demasiado. Papá, no te preocupes por mí. Estoy bastante bien, aseguró Yoon Sisi. Ella lo ayudó a sentarse antes de preguntar, ¿cómo está la empresa? ¿Depositaste esa suma de dinero? Fue directo al grano. Yoon Sisi estaba atónito, sin saber cómo responderle. Estuvo nerviosa por un momento antes de disfrazarse rápidamente. Él sostuvo el dorso de su mano con fuerza. Oh, niña. Dime la verdad. No me mientas. No hagas que me preocupe por ti otra vez, ¿de acuerdo? De repente pensó en algo terrible. Sentándose derecho, se apresuró a preguntar, ¿hiciste algo tonto? Al ver su cabeza baja y no decir nada, trató de encontrar pistas en su rostro, pero fue en vano. Procedió a señalar hacia la puerta con sospecha. ¿Quién era esa señora hace un momento? Yoon Sisi permaneció en silencio durante mucho tiempo. Finalmente, con una voz tan suave como el zumbido de un insecto, confesó, yo me he convertido en una madre sustituta. De repente la habitación quedó en un silencio sepulcral. Sus pupilas se contrajeron mientras la miraba con incredulidad. ¿Tú? ¿Cómo pudiste, papá? Cuando su voz se apagó, escuchó un sonido ensordecedor. Golpear. Le había dado una bofetada en su ira. Su rostro se torció hacia un lado por la fuerza detrás de la bofetada. Aturdida, se tocó las ardientes mejillas mientras lo escuchaba preguntarle con furia, ¿por qué tienes que degradarte así? ¿Ser madre sustituta es algo que puedes hacer? Ella todavía era muy joven, en una edad floreciente, pero en realidad fue a convertirse en madre sustituta. ¿Sabía que esto arruinaría su vida? A sus ojos, como padre, ¿era realmente inútil hasta el punto de no poder proteger a su hija? No tocaré ni un centavo de este dinero. Yo, Yoon Ye-cheng, no necesito llegar a tal punto. Cuando terminó de hablar, se levantó enojado de su asiento y salió de la habitación. Yoon Sisi bajó la cabeza, estupefacta, y agarró con fuerza el dobladillo de su ropa. Capítulo 9. Parto prematuro 6 meses después. Jun Sisi estuvo acompañada por la secretaria para procesar sus papeles para reanudar sus estudios en su universidad. En el camino, de repente sintió un dolor agudo en el vientre que no cedía. En vilo durante los últimos meses, Jun Sisi inesperadamente entró en trabajo de parto prematuro. No llegaron a tiempo al hospital privado de la familia Mu, por lo que la secretaria la llevó apresuradamente a un hospital ginecológico de la ciudad y con calma realizó los procedimientos necesarios. Jun Sisi yacía en la cama, con el rostro terriblemente pálido. Cuando levantó la vista, la luz de una lámpara incandescente parpadeaba constantemente ante sus ojos. Bajo un dolor tremendo, empezó a sudar frío. Después de 8 meses de embarazo, finalmente iba a ser liberada. La secretaria la acompañó hacia la sala de partos, dándole constantemente palabras de aliento. Señorita Jun, no tenga miedo. Tú y los niños estaréis bien, esperaré afuera por las buenas noticias. Gracias. Jun Sisi cerró los ojos cuando la empujaron hacia la sala de partos y las puertas se cerraron detrás de ellos. El director del hospital conocía a Jun Yecheng. Al enterarse de que quien estaba a punto de dar a luz era Jun Sisi, el médico lo contactó de inmediato. Jun Yecheng corrió al hospital después de recibir el mensaje y esperó con impaciencia fuera de la sala de partos. 4 horas más tarde, se escuchó un gemido resonante desde la habitación. Es un bebé sano. La enfermera colocó al bebé en una incubadora y lo envió a la sala infantil para recién nacidos. A Jun Yecheng no le importaba el bebé. Caminó de un lado a otro y miró frenéticamente a su alrededor fuera de la sala de partos. La secretaria caminó hacia la guardería. Inspeccionando al recién nacido desde el otro lado de la ventana de cristal, se volvió para preguntar, ¿qué pasa con el otro? La enfermera respondió disculpándose, lo sentimos muchísimo. Al ser un parto prematuro, el más joven está demasiado débil. Cuando salió ya no respiraba. El rostro de la secretaria se puso rígido por la sorpresa y preguntó, ¿no hay esperanza? La enfermera habló con franqueza. Sí. Estaba decepcionada, pero no podía hacer nada al respecto. Bien. Por favor, ocúpese de ese niño en consecuencia. Cuando terminó de hablar con la enfermera, levantó su teléfono para comunicarse con algunos de su gente y enviar una ambulancia. Tenía la intención de trasladar al recién nacido al hospital privado de la familia Mu. Antes de irse, llenó un cheque y se lo pasó a Jun Yecheng. Ella habló cortésmente, «Señor Jun. Su hija ha sufrido durante estos últimos meses. Este es el pago restante. Por favor acéptalo». Aturdido, Jun Yecheng recibió el cheque de ella. Entonces la secretaria se fue apresuradamente. Dentro de la sala de partos, Jun Sisi se quedó sin energía y se desmayó. La enfermera se acercó a ella y estaba a punto de atender al bebé que había nacido muerto. Sin embargo, justo cuando lo levantaba, notó algo extraño. Sus pupilas temblaron y su expresión cambió drásticamente. Corrió frenéticamente hacia el médico con el bebé. «Doctor». 6 años después. Pasó el tiempo. Los años y los meses pasaron en un instante. Dentro de la bulliciosa multitud en una tienda departamental, Jun Sisi, que empujaba un carrito, miraba ansiosamente a su alrededor de un lado a otro. Sus pasos fueron apresurados. Simplemente fue a la sección de artículos básicos diarios para tomar algo. Sin embargo, cuando miró hacia atrás, él ya no estaba y no lo encontraba por ningún lado. Al pasar por la sección de juguetes, redujo el paso y examinó toda el área. De repente, vio una pequeña figura. Jun Sisi se encogió de hombros antes de suspirar impotente. Las comisuras de su boca se curvaron y se rió para sí misma. Luego empujó el carro en esa dirección y se inclinó detrás de la figura. Un niño pequeño estaba parado frente a un estante, con los ojos fijos en un auto de carreras con control remoto bellamente envuelto. Parecía muy joven, de unos 5 o 6 años. Llevaba un uniforme escolar limpio que era un poco grande para su delgada figura. Cabello suave, sedoso, negro azabache, piel de jade, un rostro juvenil con rasgos exquisitos y mejillas sonrosadas, era un chico bastante encantador. Poseía un par de ojos grandes y brillantes, que a veces brillaban, claros y hermosos. Sus ojos hundidos estaban enmarcados por pestañas espesas y rizadas que estaban ligeramente levantadas como dos plumas de un fénix negro. Sus orbes negros eran claros y libres de impurezas. Este joven encantador y encantador parecía una pequeña hada. Sin embargo, en este momento, la pequeña hada tenía una expresión seria en su rostro, aparentemente poseyendo la madurez de un adulto. Capítulo 10. Pequeño tú este joven encantador y encantador parecía una pequeña hada. Sin embargo, en este momento, la pequeña hada tenía una expresión seria en su rostro, aparentemente poseyendo la madurez de un adulto. $150, demasiado caro. La voz juvenil tenía un tono grave que era algo inconsistente con su edad. Parecía un anciano, la forma en que frunció el ceño mientras comenzaba a contar con los dedos. Luego suspiró angustiado y sus hombros cayeron, como si estuviera en un mundo de oscuridad. Jun Sisi se rió impotente ante su comportamiento abatido, pero su corazón estaba un poco amargado. Ella frunció los labios y extendió la mano para tocarle el hombro. El niño, sorprendido, se dio la vuelta. Al darse cuenta de que era ella, su rostro se puso de un extraño tono rojo. Mami. Mami te buscó durante tanto tiempo, ¿no te pidió mami que me siguieras obedientemente y que no corrieras? Jun Sisi fingió estar enojado y el niño claramente se sintió más culpable. Su pequeña mano se aferró con cuidado a su cuello. Con las pestañas ligeramente caídas, parpadeaba incesantemente con los ojos muy abiertos mientras murmuraba, «Mami, ¿no te enojes? No volverás a correr más». «Querida, tú». Ella se arrodilló y lo abrazó. «¿Qué estás mirando?» Instintivamente señalaste el auto de carreras, pero, como si hubiera pensado en algo, rápidamente retrajo sus deditos. Luego levantó el rostro y fingió desinterés. «Mami, tú solo estás mirando y realmente no lo quieres». Podría haber dicho esto, pero sus ojos nunca abandonaron ese hermoso auto de carreras a control remoto. Lo han delatado por completo. Su expresión se volvió fría. Todavía era muy joven, pero había aprendido a hablar en contra de sus deseos. Ella sabía que él realmente lo quería, pero estaba tratando de ayudarla a ahorrar. Por eso estaba poniendo una fachada dura. Este niño fue absolutamente un amor desde que nació. Ella se rió y le acarició la cabecita. Se levantó y se dirigió al mostrador, indicando el coche de carreras al cajero. Fijaste la vista en el juguete antes de mirar a Jun Sisi nuevamente. Como si hubiera adivinado lo que estaba a punto de suceder, sus ojos se iluminaron e irradiaron emoción. Corrió hacia el mostrador y miró con nostalgia el juguete bellamente empaquetado que ahora estaba en manos del cajero, sin apartar la mirada ni una sola vez. El cajero colocó el auto de carreras en el mostrador para escanear su código de barras. El niño colocó su mano sobre el mostrador y con entusiasmo se cernió sobre el borde de puntillas, su pequeño rostro mostrando una expresión de satisfacción. Jun Sisi lo siguió. Al mirar su brillante sonrisa, ella quedó visiblemente conmovida. Si ni siquiera podía conceder el pequeño deseo de su hijo, entonces no merecía ser llamada buena madre. Todos estos años le había debido demasiado a este niño. Hace 6 años, para ese hombre, ella dio a luz gemelos. Como eran bebés prematuros, cuando nacieron ambos estaban bastante débiles. La situación de Ti era peor. Cuando todavía estaban en su útero, el hermano de Yo-Yo había consumido demasiada nutrición, como resultado, Yo-Yo no respiraba cuando nació. Su padre le dijo que tan pronto como el mayor salió, lo llevaron inmediatamente a la sala de recién nacidos, poco después, lo trasladaron a otro hospital. Al mismo tiempo, la enfermera que había dado a luz a sus bebés hizo un descubrimiento inesperado. Tú, quien fue proclamado muerto al nacer, tenías un rastro de aliento débil. Capítulo 11. Tú eres su amor. Después de una serie de tratamientos médicos de emergencia, el recién nacido finalmente fue rescatado del borde de la muerte. Sin embargo, su constitución física era demasiado débil y siempre padecía enfermedades. Su pobre hijo también quedó huérfano de padre desde su nacimiento. Para compensar esto, ella lo adoraba con todas sus fuerzas. Ella le dio todo el amor que tenía en ella. Esto fue para hacerle entender que incluso sin un padre, la cantidad de amor que recibió solo podría ser mayor. Por lo tanto, ella le dio el nombre de Yun Tianyo. Si bien agradeció al cielo por haberla bendecido con él, también deseó que él pudiera crecer sano. En cuanto a Muyace, su padre la ayudó a ocultarle la verdad. Su padre tenía una relación bastante buena con el director de ese hospital, y el hombre iba en contra de su ética profesional, ayudándolos a falsificar los registros del hospital. Por lo tanto, Muyace no sabía que el segundo bebé había sobrevivido y Yo-Yo pudo quedarse con ella en lugar de que también se lo quitaran. Si el hombre supiera de la existencia de Yo-Yo, definitivamente se lo alejaría de ella, no podía imaginar lo desesperada que estaría por eso. Después de dar a luz, regresó a la universidad para continuar sus estudios. Al final, la empresa de su padre fracasó, y más tarde, él se declaró en quiebra ante el tribunal. Ese hombre sí cumplió su promesa. Después de que ella le dio a luz un hijo, él le pagó una suma superior a la remuneración acordada. Fue verdaderamente generoso. Esto también alivió gran parte de sus cargas y la sustancial cantidad de dinero ayudó más o menos a pagar las deudas de su padre. Después del cierre de la empresa, Yun Yecheng trabajó desde cero. Sin embargo, ya estaba envejeciendo y, habiendo pasado por el punto más bajo de su vida, estaba atado a demasiadas cosas a su alrededor. Hacía mucho que había perdido la pelea en él. No estaba dispuesto a volver a trabajar demasiado y pasar dificultades. Su madre adoptiva, Lin, se despojó del esplendor y se arrepintió de haberse casado con el viejo inútil Yun Yecheng. Originalmente era ama de casa, pero debido a las limitaciones de la vida, tuvo que salir y hacer trabajos ocasionales. Sin embargo, debido a su vida anterior de comodidad, desarrolló el hábito de ser quisquillosa, por lo tanto, a menudo fue despedida de sus trabajos. Reprendida por otros en el trabajo, Lin expresó su enojo contra Yun Sisi y su hijo. Yun Na, su hermana menor adoptiva, tuvo un rendimiento académico no tan estelar. Sus resultados en la escuela secundaria no la calificaron para la universidad, por lo que tuvo que conformarse con inscribirse en una escuela vocacional. Sin embargo, su actitud mandona a menudo la llevaba a algunos problemas. Casi con regularidad, un puñado de matones turbios llamaban a su puerta. Después de su graduación, holgazaneó aún más. Tenía una gran ambición pero ninguna capacidad real para respaldarla. Incapaz de conseguir ningún trabajo, se quedó en casa y se juntaba con esos matones inútiles día tras día. En la actualidad, toda la familia dependía de los míseros ingresos de su padre, pero Yun Na a menudo se portaba mal, frecuentaba clubes nocturnos y terminaba en muchos problemas. Cuando nació Yo-Yo, tuvo que amamantarlo, y esto coincidió con sus estudios. Fue el periodo más duro de su vida. Ni siquiera podía sentarse correctamente durante el encierro. Cuando fue aceptada en una prestigiosa universidad, su carga de trabajo era pesada. Siempre que estaba libre, tenía que ponerse al día con el trabajo atrasado. En un día normal, tenía su trabajo de medio tiempo mientras cuidaba de Yo-Yo. Su cuerpo estaba a punto de colapsar. Después de graduarse de la universidad, logró conseguir un trabajo bien remunerado, por lo que la situación financiera de la familia mejoró. Como su madre adoptiva y su hermana se quedaban en casa mientras ella estaba trabajando, tenía miedo de que Yo-Yo fuera tratada de la misma manera que ella. En aquel entonces, cuando trajo a Yo-Yo a casa por primera vez, Yun Na se burló apáticamente de ella. No pudo olvidar que le llamó pequeño bastardo, incluso hasta ahora. Por lo tanto, tan pronto como consiguió un trabajo, dejó la casa con Yo-Yo y alquiló un apartamento para los dos. Cuando tenía que trabajar, a Yo-Yo la enviaban a un jardín de infantes y él la esperaba en la entrada una vez que lo despedían. Se alegraba de que Yo-Yo fuera una niña sensata. A pesar de su tierna edad, era muy reflexivo y rara vez obstinado. Ahora incluso podía regresar a casa sin que ella viniera a buscarlo. Capítulo 12. Hermanos separados. Cuando nació Yo-Yo, tuvo que amamantarlo, y esto coincidió con sus estudios. Fue el periodo más duro de su vida. Ni siquiera podía sentarse correctamente durante el encierro. Cuando fue aceptada en una prestigiosa universidad, su carga de trabajo era pesada. Siempre que estaba libre, tenía que ponerse al día con el trabajo atrasado. En un día normal, tenía su trabajo de medio tiempo mientras cuidaba de Yo-Yo. Su cuerpo estaba a punto de colapsar. Después de graduarse de la universidad, logró conseguir un trabajo bien remunerado, por lo que la situación financiera de la familia mejoró. Como su madre adoptiva y su hermana se quedaban en casa mientras ella estaba trabajando, tenía miedo de que Yo-Yo fuera tratada de la misma manera que ella. En aquel entonces, cuando trajo a Yo-Yo a casa por primera vez, Yunna se burló apáticamente de ella. No pudo olvidar que le llamó pequeño bastardo, incluso hasta ahora. Por lo tanto, tan pronto como consiguió un trabajo, dejó la casa con Yo-Yo y alquiló un apartamento para los dos. Cuando tenía que trabajar, a Yo-Yo la enviaban a un jardín de infantes y él la esperaba en la entrada una vez que lo despedían. Se alegraba de que Yo-Yo fuera una niña sensata. A pesar de su tierna edad, era muy reflexivo y rara vez obstinado. Ahora incluso podía regresar a casa sin que ella viniera a buscarlo. Al salir de los grandes almacenes, los dos quedaron expuestos al sol abrasador del exterior. El pequeño sostenía un juguete en la mano mientras la seguía, sus pasos se volvían gradualmente más pesados. Ya era mediados de verano. Salieron de un ambiente refrescante hace apenas unos momentos, por lo que no pudo adaptarse rápidamente al calor sofocante. Levantaste su carita y gritaste suavemente, «¿Mami?» Jun Sisi se dio la vuelta. Ella notó que todo su rostro estaba rojo brillante, sus ojos y cejas caídos con cansancio. Ella frunció el ceño preocupada. «¿Qué pasa? ¿Tú? ¿No te encuentras bien?» Las cejas de Yo-Yo se arrugaron. Extendió sus manos hacia ella y dijo tímidamente, «Mami, ¿hace calor?» «Hace calor. Ya no puedes caminar. ¿Acuestas? ¿Acuestas?» Jun Sisi quedó atónita por sus palabras y no pudo evitar sonreír mientras se inclinaba. Cuando viste esto, sus ojos se curvaron felizmente. Sacó la lengua en broma y saltó sobre sus hombros. Jun Sisi lo abrazó firmemente y se puso de pie. Satisfecho, Yo-Yo se aferró a sus hombros, su pequeño rostro presionando hacia ella. Con tono afectuoso preguntó, «Mami, ¿estás cansada?» «Por supuesto. Espera hasta que crezcas y entonces serás tú quien cargue a mami». Jun Sisi sonrió, «Está bien, tú eres realmente el pequeño y considerado amorcito de mamá». El niño levantó su rostro del tamaño de la palma de su mano y preguntó con una mirada en blanco. «Mami, ¿qué es un cariño?» «Es una persona muy reconfortante, una persona que hace que la gente se sienta cálida». «Oh. Entonces, solo serás cálido con mamá y con nadie más». Dulcemente redondeaste sus labios rosados, tomaste su rostro y ¡guau! Dio un chasquido en sus labios. La madre y el hijo se golpearon la cabeza entre risas y abandonaron alegremente el lugar. Un Lincoln alargado estacionado silenciosamente al borde de la carretera. El Lincoln tenía una carrocería aerodinámica y de color completamente negro. Desde su ventana se podía ver un rostro joven pero frío y atractivo. El niño yacía perezosamente en el asiento de cuero genuino, con una mano debajo de la mejilla. Parecía tener unos 6 años, pero su rostro tenía una mirada madura y distante que era incompatible con su edad. Observó inexpresivamente la alegre escena de Jun Sisi y Yo-Yo a través de la ventana. Mirando por debajo de su fino flequillo, algo se agitó dentro de él y su visión se enfocó. La pareja se alejó cada vez más. Inexplicablemente, una extraña emoción surgió del fondo de su corazón mientras miraba las espaldas de la madre y el hijo. Era algo que no se podía explicar. Le dolía un poco el corazón. Fue amargo y un poco amargo. Poco después, sintió una sensación de soledad. Capítulo 13. Siempre tan despreocupado, entrecerró levemente los ojos. Cuando ya no pudo ver a la pareja madre-hijo, instantáneamente los colgó para ocultar la soledad que brevemente apareció en ellos. Volviendo a concentrarse en la computadora portátil en su regazo, miró su tarea a medio terminar. Se sintió algo molesto y decidió apagar la computadora portátil. Un hombre de mediana edad vestido con traje abrió con cuidado la puerta trasera del Lincoln ampliado y mostró el postre que había comprado para el niño. «Joven maestro, tu postre». El mayordomo desenvolvió con cuidado el envoltorio y le pasó el pastel junto con un tenedor. El niño los recibió con indiferencia. Mirando el delicioso postre, la escena del rostro sonriente del niño mientras abrazaba su juguete todavía aparecía en su mente. De repente, no tenía apetito. No comer. Dejó el postre a un lado y ordenó fríamente, «Vamos». El mayordomo, el tío Yao, lo miró fijamente sin comprender. Procedió a limpiar y tirar el pastel no consumido a un bote de basura junto a la carretera y abordó el vehículo. El vehículo se alejó. Cayó la noche. El grupo Mu. La oficina del director ejecutivo, CEO. Entrando a la vista había accesorios lujosos, elegantes y con estilo, extravagantes hasta la médula. Un hombre estaba quieto junto a la ventana, su figura vigorosa, alta y esbelta. Con una imponente altura de 1,89 metros, su presencia era dominante. Miró inexpresivamente a lo lejos, al bullicioso paisaje nocturno de la ciudad, con el ceño ligeramente fruncido y ojos distantes. Mubanrou abrió lentamente la puerta y vio la figura parada en silencio junto a la ventana francesa. Las comisuras de su boca formaron un suave arco. Este hombre tenía el poder más alto en el grupo Mu. Era hijo del presidente de un conglomerado, el director ejecutivo de un imperio, Muyace de la familia Mu y su prometido. Puede que aún no hayan celebrado una ceremonia de boda, pero ella ya era de nombre la joven amante de la familia Mu. Su futura boda definitivamente sería grandiosa y magnífica, la mayor sensación del siglo. Este hombre también fue una sensación dentro de la clase alta de la sociedad. Muchas jóvenes de familias conocidas se sintieron atraídas por él. Cuando recordó los titulares de hoy sobre los rumores de citas entre Muyace y una diva, Mubanrou estaba locamente celosa. A los ojos de un extraño, ella era la futura joven amante del grupo Mu. ¿Quién sabría que Muyace y ella eran solo marido y mujer de nombre pero no en realidad? Este hombre fue extremadamente frío con ella. Esto la puso en una situación extremadamente incómoda. Mubanrou colocó su bolso ligeramente sobre el sofá y caminó con cautela hacia su trasero. Extendió los brazos para abrazar suavemente su cuerpo en forma y apoyó el rostro en su espalda ancha y fuerte. Sus ojos recuperaron el foco. Inclinó la cara mientras mantenía la compostura. Bajo las frías luces, su contorno facial era prominente y sus rasgos bien definidos eran una obra maestra. Tenía unas cejas bonitas y una mandíbula atractiva. La mejor parte de su rostro eran sus ojos seductores, hundidos, almendrados y con pupilas tan oscuras como una obsidiana, que podían sacudir el corazón y el alma de muchos. Este era un hombre guapo y maduro. Su belleza no era solo algo superficial, aunque su rostro frío parecía joven, desprendía el aura innata de un emperador, altivo y dominante, naturalmente perfecto. Parecía imponente con cada movimiento que hacía, al igual que los emperadores y señores supremos por encima de las masas en la antigüedad. Con un movimiento de su mano, podía dictarlo todo. Solo por su presencia, uno sabría que era un hombre que había desafiado muchas tormentas, un hombre de naturaleza fría. El abuelo me dejó venir a preguntarte, ¿volverás a la residencia Mu mañana por la noche? Sus cejas se movieron ligeramente y una voz indiferente salió de sus labios. No. Ella notó su expresión tibia y echó un vistazo al papeleo amontonado en su escritorio. Ella preguntó, con una vocecita, ¿te molesté? Capítulo 14. Prometida solo de nombre. Ella notó su expresión tibia y echó un vistazo al papeleo amontonado en su escritorio. Ella preguntó, con una vocecita, ¿te molesté? A pesar de que ella iba a ser su esposa, incluso si ya era la joven amante legítima de la familia Mu, al enfrentarse a este hombre insondable, todavía tenía que cuidar cada uno de sus movimientos. A pesar de haber crecido con él, sintió que nunca había entrado realmente en su corazón. Su compromiso la llevó a pensar una vez más que era la mujer más afortunada del mundo. Amaba profundamente a este hombre, pero, irónicamente, nunca lo entendió del todo. Aunque era su futuro marido, por lo general no se preocupaba por ella. Él era así incluso en su primer encuentro. En realidad, él era así con todos. Era dominante, orgulloso e insensible. Ella nunca lo había visto ser afectuoso con nadie, excepto con Yichen, claro está. Solo frente a Yichen ocultaría su aura dominante. Los delgados labios de Muyace estaban ligeramente torcidos. Su voz helada tenía un matiz de ternura cuando respondió, no. Mubanrou sonrió un poco y se regocijó por dentro por su leve preocupación, sus ojos rebosaban de inmenso amor. Ella lentamente se acercó a él, con los brazos extendidos seductoramente, se colgó íntimamente de sus hombros. Su voluptuoso cuerpo se acercó seductoramente a su pecho. Se acercó poco a poco a su atractivo rostro con los ojos entrecerrados y envió un beso hacia sus delgados y atractivos labios. Los ojos rasgados de Muyace la miraron fijamente. Apartando su rostro de un golpe, su beso aterrizó en su mandíbula. Atónita, Mubanrou arqueó las cejas y miró hacia arriba, solo para verlo mirando con indiferencia a otra parte. Las comisuras de sus labios se fruncieron amargamente. Ella se rió de sí misma en silencio. Sí, ¿cómo podría olvidarlo? Aunque iban a ser marido y mujer, sus labios siempre fueron una zona prohibida. A nadie se le permitía tocarlos. Los dos simplemente actuaban según las circunstancias y estaban juntos simplemente por formalidad, no tenía excepciones para otras mujeres. Mubanrou estaba muy enojado. Ella tomó su rostro con ambas manos mientras las lágrimas brotaban de sus ojos por el resentimiento. ¿Me amas? Contéstame honestamente. ¿Realmente me amas o simplemente estás siguiendo los deseos de tu abuelo? ¿Estás tratando nuestro matrimonio como una orden? A pesar de que ella lo mantuvo todo el tiempo, la noticia de que él salía con otra mujer en una revista hoy todavía la enojaba y entristecía. No podía soportar verlo, un hombre divino en su corazón, ser compartido por otro. No hubo ningún cambio de emoción en la conducta tranquila de Muyace, todavía hacía tanto frío como la nieve. No sabía por qué sus pensamientos estaban en el proyecto de desarrollo de 100.000 millones de yuanes en lugar de en Mubanrou, que estaba frente a él. Mubanrou se indignó e intentó besarlo por segunda vez. Sin esfuerzo giró la cara y la esquivó, alejándola lejos. Banrou, deja de perder el tiempo. Mubanrou dejó escapar una risa amarga, su corazón algo triste. Ella ya sabía que él la esquivaría, pero todavía le dolía. Nunca la había besado ni a ella ni a ninguna otra mujer. El joven maestro de la capital, Mu, tenía un corazón de piedra. Había muchas mujeres a su alrededor que se sentían atraídas por él, pero ninguna de ellas era especial. Incluso ella, su prometida legítima, la mujer más cercana a él, nunca tuvo una excepción. ¿Realmente la amaba o la trataba como un consuelo a su soledad? Quizás ni siquiera fue eso. ¿Estaba siquiera dispuesto a actuar con ella? Ella no lo sospechó solo una vez. Si el abuelo no hubiera decidido su compromiso, si este matrimonio no se hubiera establecido según sus deseos, este hombre probablemente no la habría mirado más de una vez. Capítulo 15. Después de todo, no eres mi hijo. Ella no lo sospechó solo una vez. Si el abuelo no hubiera decidido su compromiso y este matrimonio no se hubiera establecido según sus deseos, este hombre probablemente no la habría mirado más de una vez. Si él la amaba, ¿por qué no le permitiría besarlo y ni siquiera decirle, «te amo»? Sin embargo, ella lo amaba, de manera casi servil, por lo que lo soportó, se rindió y lo aceptó todo. Era noble, orgulloso y arrogante. Era el príncipe heredero del grupo Mu. A pesar de que el abuelo Mu la adoraba profundamente, este hombre simplemente estaba fuera de su alcance. Así se consoló, quién sabe cuántas veces. Se dijo a sí misma que era la prometida de la familia Mu. Ella, en el futuro, iba a ser la joven amante de la familia Mu. En unos meses se llevaría a cabo su ceremonia de compromiso, por lo que no debería armar un escándalo. Ella debería estar satisfecha con eso. Desafortunadamente, ella era codiciosa. Ella no solo lo deseaba de esa manera, deseaba su corazón aún más. Mubanrou sonrió un poco amargamente y habló en voz baja, «Realmente quieres estar conmigo, ¿verdad?» El corazón de Muyace estaba en otra parte, y la expresión confusa de la mujer simplemente pasó por sus ojos. Al darse cuenta de que estaba perdido en sus pensamientos, Mubanrou no pudo evitar agarrarse aún más fuerte a su cuello. ¿Realmente me amas? Respóndeme. Muyace apartó al persistente Mubanrou y regresó al frente de su escritorio, hablando con voz tibia, «Banrou, no seas obstinado». Bajó los ojos con frialdad. Su voz era profunda y sin emociones, como si estuviera apaciguando a un niño que tenía una rabieta. ¿Pero cuando alguna vez tuvo una rabieta? Mubanrou era un niño que el abuelo Mu había adoptado en la familia Mu hace 10 años. La llevó a Muyace y los comprometió. Mu era una familia rica y poderosa de gran importancia. Y Mubanrou lo era aún más, la niña de los ojos del abuelo Mu. Ella era noble y reservada. Ella amaba a Muyace, pero él no la amaba a ella. Este matrimonio, para él, una persona nacida en una familia adinerada, era innecesario. Simplemente estaba obedeciendo los deseos de su abuelo. Según su personalidad, las mujeres eran cosas de las que podía prescindir. No eran una necesidad. El matrimonio era solo algo para mantener feliz a su abuelo. Era una forma de contrato disfrazado. Su compromiso con Mubanrou no fue una excepción. Era solo una moneda de cambio. Las ramas colaterales de la familia Mu estaban tomando medidas lentamente, muchos de ellos estaban observando su posición. Simplemente estaba usando este matrimonio como trampolín para expandir el territorio del imperio Mu. ¿Amar? Esta palabra era demasiado lujo para él. ¿Qué fue el amor? ¿Fueron esas personas de la alta sociedad de la clase alta que lo adulaban, persiguiendo fama y riqueza? ¿Fue el voluntarioso y arrogante Mubanrou? ¿Fueron los modelos y artistas sin experiencia que querían ser famosos? En este mundo de deseos materiales, el dinero y los deseos se entrelazan. ¿Quién hablaría todavía de amor? Aparte de su madre, nunca había amado a ninguna otra mujer. El parentesco y el amor estaban fuera de su alcance. Era apático, frío y mantenía su mundo cerrado. En la industria empresarial, podía causar conmoción con un movimiento de la mano. Su forma de hacer las cosas era fría y firme. En privado, uno podría negociar acuerdos con él, pero nunca se les podría ocurrir entrar en su corazón. ¿Hablando de amor? ¡Qué broma! De repente sonó el teléfono que estaba sobre su mesa. Mubanrou respondió la llamada por él y escuchó un mensaje de voz desde el escritorio de la secretaria. Director, el joven maestro ha llegado. Se escuchó una serie de pasos más allá de la puerta. Poco después, se abrió la puerta de la oficina y apareció una cabecita. «Papá». El pequeño vio que Muyace no estaba ocupado, así que entró. Al darse cuenta de la presencia de Mubanrou, un matiz de inquietud se extendió por su rostro al instante. Él la llamó rotundamente, «Mami». Al ver esto, Mubanrou se sintió algo incómodo. No sabía por qué no era cercana a este pequeño a pesar de ser su mamá. Quizás fue porque él no era de su carne y sangre. Sin esta conexión de sangre, su relación, por supuesto, no era tan unida como la de madres e hijos reales. Capítulo 16. Su amor, que es difícil de conseguir. El pequeño era muy sensible. Además de Muyace, era bastante distante con todos los demás. Era como su padre la mayor parte del tiempo. Realmente fueron sacados del mismo molde. Su pequeño rostro siempre estuvo impasible. Era taciturno y serio, como un adulto. Era como si no fuera un niño de su edad. Era extremadamente maduro. Cuando tenía 3 o 4 años, Muyace lo acompañaba a menudo. Era como un pequeño demonio, travieso y siempre le encantó hacer bromas. A menudo se burlaba de las criadas de la residencia Mu, un pequeño antepasado totalmente hedonista. Sin embargo, durante los últimos 2 años, el trabajo en Mu Group se volvió más arduo y Muyace estaba muy ocupada y siempre ausente. Sin su padre que lo acompañara, el pequeño poco a poco se volvió más solitario y tranquilo día a día. Al final, ya casi no hablaba. A veces, al mirar su pequeño rostro, Mubanrou no podía evitar recordar al joven Muyace. También era así de frío y distante con todos. Solo frente a Muyace mostraría más o menos una naturaleza única de los niños. En cualquier caso, todavía era un niño. Por lo tanto, a veces actuaba como un malcriado y hacía algunas cosas malas para llamar la atención de su padre. Muyace, por supuesto, lo adoraba y lo mimaba muchísimo. Así, frente a él, el pequeño Yichen parecía audaz. Mubanrou recobró el sentido. Ella sonrió y lo saludó con la mano. «Yichen, ven aquí». El pequeño Yichen la miró. Dio unos pasos hacia ella pero finalmente se detuvo. Parecía muy reacio mientras miraba hacia su padre. Muyace se dio la vuelta y, cuando vio al niño, la frialdad de su rostro disminuyó un poco. Se sentó en el sofá y sus grandes manos acariciaron ligeramente sus largas piernas. Cuando el pequeño Yi-Chen vio eso, sus ojos se curvaron hacia arriba y corrió hacia su lado. Una comisura de los labios de Muyace ascendió y levantó al niño para que se sentara en su regazo. Los rasgos faciales del pequeño Yi-Chen se parecían en gran medida a los suyos, pero, bajo la sombra de sus cejas, era digno y gentil, nada como su frialdad. Más bien esa chica tímida, de hace 6 años. Sus ojos se tensaron un poco. Durante muchas noches, esa apariencia hermosa y fuera de este mundo aparecía de alguna manera en su mente. Debajo de su cuerpo, su rostro a veces era tímido, a veces nervioso y a veces hundido. Esa chica era la persona más hermosa que había visto. Todavía tenía que saborearla un poco más, y esa chica de repente desapareció de su mundo. Hace 6 años, debido a un parto prematuro, cuando nació el pequeño Yi-Chen, su cuerpo estaba muy débil. Al saber que el otro niño no se salvó, se lamentó hasta cierto punto. Siempre pensó que su corazón ya estaba duro como el hielo. Como a su abuelo le encantaban los niños, decidió cumplir su anhelado deseo y buscó una mujer joven para la maternidad subrogada. Sin embargo, nunca esperó salvar solo a uno de sus hijos. Siempre se sintió arrepentido y culpable por esto, por lo que adoraba al pequeño Yi-Chen más que a cualquier otra cosa. El pequeño Yi-Chen creció sano bajo su cuidado. Sin embargo, no era cercano a Mubanrou. El niño era inocente por naturaleza, pero tenía espíritu. Normalmente, en la residencia Mubanrou también adoraría al pequeño Yi-Chen, incluso tratándolo como si fuera suyo. Sin embargo, cuando estaba a solas con Yi-Chen, su mirada sobre él solo estaba llena de celos y malicia. Se odiaba a sí misma por ser infértil. Como este niño no era de su carne y hueso, ¿cuánto podría realmente cuidar de él? Como resultado, la pequeña Yi-Chen se mostró distante con ella desde una edad temprana. Papá, quiero jugar con un auto de carreras a control remoto. ¿Coche de carreras a control remoto? Muyace frunció el ceño. ¿No te has cansado de eso? ¿Por qué quieres volver a jugar con uno? Solo quiero jugar con él. El pequeño Yi-Chen hizo un puchero. Una rara ternura apareció en los ojos de Muyace. Está bien, papá te lo comprará. Capítulo 17. El tu sensible. Una rara ternura apareció en los ojos de Muyace. Está bien, papá te lo comprará. Papá, no solo tienes que comprarme uno, sino que también tienes que jugar conmigo. El pequeño Yi-Chen se dejó caer en sus brazos y saboreó con avidez el momento de calidez entre ellos. Mubanrou, que estaba silenciosamente a un lado, estaba algo aturdido. Por alguna razón desconocida, tenía la ilusión de que, pase lo que pase, no podría entrar en el mundo de esta pareja de padre e hijo. El viernes por la noche, Yun Sisi trajo a Youyou de regreso a la casa Yun. Al principio, Yun Yecheng estaba en contra de que ella y Youyou se mudaran, pero, entendiendo sus circunstancias y conociendo sus dificultades, se conformó con que ella visitara la casa una vez a la semana para acompañarlo a cenar. A pesar de que Yun Sisi sentía un poco de miedo, no había otra manera de solucionar esto. Después de todo, ella le debía mucho. Si Yun Yecheng no la hubiera sacado del centro de asistencia social, su destino probablemente habría sido mucho peor. Yun Sisi cargó los alimentos que compró y caminó detrás de su hijo. Subiste las escaleras y viste que Yun Yecheng los había estado esperando durante mucho tiempo en el pasillo. Después del cierre de la empresa, vendieron la villa en la que se habían alojado anteriormente y se mudaron a un condominio lejos del centro de la ciudad. Estaba en el 8º piso y no había ascensor. Al ver a su abuelo, Youyou felizmente corrió hacia él y se arrojó a sus brazos. Cuando Yun Yecheng vio a su adorable y pequeño nieto, su corazón se llenó inmediatamente de alegría. Incluso después de un día agotador, a pesar de su frágil cuerpo, logró sostenerlo en alto y abrazarlo entre sus brazos cruzados. ¡Abuelo! Youyou sonrió, sus vívidos ojos parpadearon juguetonamente. Lo agarró del cuello y lo llamó dulcemente. Tú, te portas tan bien. Su padre se acercó y le plantó besos en las mejillas sonrosadas. Recientemente, ¿escuchaste bien a mami? Sí. Tú te portas bien. Una dulce sonrisa estaba plasmada en el pequeño y hermoso rostro de Youyou. Yun Sisi subió las cosas por las escaleras. Después de entrar, se abrió paso hasta la cocina y comenzó a preparar la cena. Lin todavía estaba durmiendo, Yunna salió con sus amigos y solo llegaría a casa antes de cenar. Yun Yecheng se sentó en el sofá sosteniendo a Yo-Yo. Bailaste de alegría y dijiste emocionado, abuelo, fuiste al centro comercial con mamá hoy y mamá me compró un auto de carreras a control remoto. Al principio, querías llevarlo para jugar con el abuelo. El pequeño se sintió repentinamente humillado y agachó la cabeza, jugueteando con sus deditos, pero tú no sabes jugar, tienes miedo de que se eche a perder, así que no te atreves a abrirlo. Al escuchar sus palabras, la expresión de su padre cambió un poco y su enorme mano acarició su mechón. Tú siempre fuiste muy sensato. Nunca pidió nada caro. Un juguete que valía $100 ya era para él un artículo de lujo. Sin embargo, lo deseaba obstinadamente desde el fondo de su corazón. Yun Yecheng recordó que una vez llevó al niño a un pequeño jardín para jugar, y este último vio a una pareja de padre e hijo. Los dos estaban jugando con un coche de carreras teledirigido. Lo controlaban y se divertían de todo corazón en el césped. Mientras tanto, Yo-Yo se escondió en un rincón y observó toda la escena con envidia. El pequeño pensó que si llegara el día en que su papá pudiera jugar así con él, sería algo muy feliz. Sin embargo, desde que tiene uso de razón, nunca antes había visto a su papá y su mamá nunca lo mencionó. Todavía recordaba cuando le preguntó a su mamá dónde estaba su papá. Una vez que preguntó eso, vio la expresión triste de su mamá. A partir de entonces, no se atrevió a plantear la cuestión nuevamente. Su padre se rió y rascó la nariz recta y encantadora de Yo-Yo, burlándose de él. La próxima vez, el abuelo te ayudará a reunirte y jugar. Capítulo 18. ¿Un pequeño desgraciado? Su padre se rió y rascó la nariz recta y encantadora de Yo-Yo, burlándose de él. La próxima vez, el abuelo te ayudará a reunirte y jugar. Al escuchar eso, los ojos de Yo-Yo se iluminaron instantáneamente. Él sonrió y asintió. Aquí me preguntaba quién pasaba, resultaron ser estos dos pequeños desgraciados. Estas palabras insultantes destruyeron instantáneamente la cálida atmósfera del momento. La mirada de Yun Yecheng cambió. Su rostro adquirió una expresión espantosa cuando vio a Lin, que estaba parada en la puerta de la sala de estar en pijama y con los brazos cruzados sobre el pecho, inspeccionando fríamente a Yo-Yo, que estaba en su abrazo. Él se enfureció. ¿De qué estás hablando? Tú eres tu nieto. La miraste y sus hombros se encogieron sin darse cuenta. Luego recordó que su madre le había dicho que no respondiera a Lin y Yunna. No pudo evitar fruncir los labios ante eso. Él se giró para levantar su pequeño rostro y la miró con una leve sonrisa. Abuela. Lin lo miró de reojo y soltó palabras extremadamente desagradables. Oh, no me llames así, no eres nieto mío. Yun Yecheng no pudo evitar enfurecerse, su corazón ardía en llamas. ¿Qué quieres decir? ¿Qué quiero decir? Literalmente eso. ¿Lo reconoces? Es tu negocio. No. ¿Quién querría reconocer a este bastardo nacido de madre, pero no de padre? Lin le lanzó una mirada fría. De repente alzó la voz, miró en dirección a la cocina, intencionadamente o no, criticó duramente, dar a luz a un hijo a una edad tan temprana sin casarse primero, convertirse en madre incluso antes de graduarse, sin conocer la identidad del padre de su hijo. ¿De dónde vino entonces este bastardo? ¿Nacido de un padre pero no reconocido por ninguno? El rostro de Yun Sisi se puso pálido. Frunció los labios al escuchar a Lin continuar con sus malas palabras. Además, la empresa cerró por su culpa. La vida en la familia Yun ha sido dura durante los últimos años, pero alguien todavía no aprecia nuestras buenas intenciones y no conoce su lugar. Ella persistió en traernos una carga y vivir de nosotros. ¿Conoce ella algo de vergüenza? Quizás ella pueda soportar esta desgracia, pero yo no. Ni siquiera sé dónde esconder mi cara cuando otros se enteran de esto. En la cocina, Yun Sisi escuchó las desagradables palabras provenientes de la sala de estar. Deteniendo los movimientos de sus manos cuando su rostro se puso mucho más pálido, se dio la vuelta furiosamente. Tú, deberías saber cuándo parar. Lin, ¿ya terminaste? ¿Cómo puede la boca de uno ser tan cruel? En aquel entonces, si no fuera por Sisi, la familia Yun, Su padre detuvo abruptamente sus palabras y no continuó. Desde entonces hasta ahora, había mantenido en secreto el origen de ese enorme dinero de Yun Sisi por su bien. Después de todo, si se conociera la noticia de su subrogación, arruinaría por completo su reputación. Por lo tanto, lo que Lin sabía era que la deuda se saldó con los activos financieros de la familia Yun. ¿Qué? ¿Seguir? ¿Qué pasaría sin ella? Lin se sintió completamente humillado y extremadamente molesto. Sus ojos se pusieron rojos cuando las lágrimas amenazaron con brotar de ellos. De hecho, estaba tan enojada que se rió. Está bien. Estás aquí para dejar de lado a tu propia familia, ¿no? Incluso me gritaste. Yun Yecheng, ¿para qué hice todo esto? Hice esto por la familia Yun. En aquel entonces, cuando la empresa cerró, incluso les pedí algo de dinero a mis padres. Me da vergüenza volver ahora. Ja. ¿Ahora me estás gritando por dos extraños? ¿Entonces nos echarás a Nana y a mí mañana por ellos? Yun Yecheng estaba hirviendo de rabia, su rostro se puso lívido y su voz subió de volumen. Tú. No hagas problemas de la nada, di qué y qué. Lin gritó. ¿Cuándo causé problemas de la nada? En respuesta, Yuyou se levantó apresuradamente del sofá y caminó hacia el lado de Lin, con sus pequeñas manos agarrando con cautela el dobladillo de su ropa. Abuela, no te enfades. Tú no eres un bastardo. Tienes un papá. Capítulo 19. Gente amable siendo intimidada. Lin bajó la cabeza y le lanzó a Yuyou una mirada fría. No importa desde qué ángulo mirara su rostro juvenil, solo podía sentir molestia. Las llamas en su corazón ardieron aún más. Ella entrecerró los ojos, levantó la mano y se la pasó por la cara. Pequeño bastardo, deja de fingir ser un buen chico. ¿Qué eres tú, de todos modos? Fuera de mi camino, todo es por ti. La cara de Yuyou se torció hacia un lado por la fuerza de su bofetada. Bajó lentamente la cabeza y se tocó la mejilla con su pequeña mano. Los mechones de su flequillo ocultaban sus ojos, por lo que, a excepción de sus labios apretados, no se podía ver su expresión facial. Yun Sisi escuchó la conmoción y salió corriendo de la cocina. Cuando vio que Yuyou había sido golpeado, su ira se provocó instantáneamente. Con el corazón dolorido, corrió al lado de Yuyou y lo abrazó. Al mirar hacia arriba, tenía los ojos fríos. Al presenciar esto, su padre no pudo reprimir su ira. Se levantó y corrió hacia Lin. Él levantó la palma de su mano hacia ella, pero fue detenido en medio de la acción por un tirón en el dobladillo de su ropa. Aturdido, bajó la cabeza. Fue solo entonces que Yuyou levantó su pequeño rostro. Con el rostro medio hinchado, formó una elegante sonrisa. Abuelo, deja de pelear. Hoy aprendiste algo en la escuela. Si una familia vive en armonía, todos los asuntos prosperarán. La mano de Yun Yecheng se detuvo en el aire. Dudó por un momento antes de bajarlo débilmente. En sus ojos jugaban emociones complicadas. Lin obviamente estaba asustado por su ira, pero, al final, lo vio darse la vuelta para servirle agua a Yuyou. Este niño era tan sensato que gradualmente descubrió que tener a Lin como esposa era una desgracia para la familia. Había pensado en divorciarse de ella, pero sabía que esta última haría un escándalo. Además, sería vergonzoso que se corriera la voz por el barrio. Yun Sisi observó con cautela la huella de la mano en el rostro de Yuyou. Con el miedo persistente en su corazón, levantó la cabeza y miró fijamente a Lin. Luego se levantó y llevó a Yuyou a la cocina. Esta cena fue deprimente como las anteriores. Después de que Yunna regresó, el estado de ánimo se volvió aún más deprimente. A Yunna nunca le había gustado Yun Sisi desde el principio. Sin embargo, esto era comprensible. Yun Yecheng y Lin la habían mimado como a una princesita y la colmaron de mucho amor desde que era joven. Sin embargo, un día, otra hija, irrumpió en su armoniosa familia de 3 y le arrebató más de la mitad del amor de su padre. A partir de entonces, su padre ya no era solo suyo. Si hubiera algo bueno, no pensaría solo en ella. Si esto le sucediera a alguien, más o menos también estaría preocupado. Yun Sisi era perfecto, obtuvo buenas notas, fue estudiosa y paciente con ella. Como era demasiado buena, su padre amaba más a Yun Sisi. Por eso Yunna no estaba dispuesta a aceptarla y por eso la odiaba tanto. Cuando Yunna estaba atravesando su fase rebelde, solo sentía celos y desdén por el forastero, Yun Sisi. No era necesario que te mencionaran, ya que ella simplemente no tenía espacio para él. En su corazón, él era solo un bastardo, nacido de un padre pero no reconocido por nadie. Alrededor de la mesa del comedor reinaba un poco de silencio. De vez en cuando, Yuyou compraba algo de comida para Yun Yecheng, mientras que Yun Sisi compartía cosas interesantes en el trabajo. El ambiente fue entonces más relajado. A pesar de que Ali ni Yunna no les agrada Yuyou, no se atrevieron a ser imprudentes ni a mostrarlo abiertamente con Yun Yecheng cerca. Después de la cena, Yun Yecheng recibió una llamada telefónica y tuvo que salir. Le recordó las cosas a Yun Sisi y se fue a toda prisa. Yun Sisi no deseaba quedarse mucho tiempo en esta casa, por lo que rápidamente recogió los platos y decidió lavarlos antes de irse. Tú ayudaste a su madre a lavar los platos sosteniéndole tazones con sus pequeñas manos. Tenía algo de miedo de Lin y Yunna, así que después de que Yun Yecheng se fue, se quedó con Yun Sisi en la cocina. Capítulo 20. Tú eres un pequeño cariño. Tú ayudaste a su madre a lavar los platos sosteniéndole tazones con sus pequeñas manos. Tenía algo de miedo de Lin y Yunna, así que después de que Yun Yecheng se fue, se quedó con Yun Sisi en la cocina. En la sala de estar, Yunna desvió su mirada hacia la pareja de madre e hijo en la cocina con odio. Ella se quejó con Lin: mamá, ¿por qué dejaste que ese desgraciado entrara en nuestra familia? Mirarla es tan deprimente, perdí mi buen humor. Lin se sentó en el sofá y su expresión tampoco se veía bien. ¿Quién sabe? Tendrás que preguntárselo a tu padre. Un desgraciado y un bastardo, ¿por qué nuestra familia se encontró con estos dos desastres? Nana, no dejes que tu padre escuche eso. De lo contrario, ayudará a los forasteros y nos regañará, madre e hija. ¿No has visto la expresión de tu padre hoy? Fue realmente aterrador. Cuando se enteró, el rostro de Yunna perdió el color. ¿Papá realmente los ayudó? Respecto a esto, Lin se enfureció. Él hizo. Yunna apretó los puños con fuerza y resopló con frialdad. Es solo un bastardo. Su padre no lo quiere y ni siquiera sabemos con qué chico jugó para tenerlo. No aprendas de esa mujer, de tener un bebé antes del matrimonio y a una edad tan temprana. Si estas palabras salen a la luz, sería realmente vergonzoso. Yun Sisi continuó lavando los platos con la cabeza gacha, pero su movimiento ahora era tan rígido como el de un robot. Bajo la tenue luz amarilla, su expresión era extrañamente rígida. Aunque estaban separados por una puerta, las desagradables palabras de los dos aún se podían escuchar claramente, y ella las encontró insoportables. Las burlas desde la sala continuaron. Yun Sisi soltó furiosamente los platos, pero cuando estaba a punto de enfrentarse a la pareja de madre e hija, una mano tierna de repente sostuvo su brazo suavemente. Sorprendida, Yun Sisi bajó la cabeza y vio a Youyou acurrucada a su lado. Él la estaba mirando con una sonrisa. Su par de ojos inteligentes parecían penetrar a través de sus complejas emociones. Mami, tú te ayudarás a lavar los platos para que podamos irnos a casa rápido. Después de decir esto, se puso de puntillas y luchó por meter la mano en el fregadero con sus dos manitas. Yun Sisi estuvo aturdido por un momento. Luego frunció los labios y decidió controlar su ira una vez más. Su ira casi explotó muchas veces hoy, pero tuvo que contenerla cada vez. Podrían apuntar a ella. Podía escuchar, podía soportar y podía soportar. Después de todo, ella también sabía que le debía mucho a la familia Yun. Si no fuera por su padre, no tendría una vida tan buena. Él le dio un hogar. Desafortunadamente, esta casa no la acogió. Incluso si la despreciaran una y otra vez, podría tolerarlo todo. Sin embargo, el corazón humano en última instancia estaba hecho de carne. Tú no les hiciste nada malo. Era solo un niño inocente. Él todavía era muy joven y no debería revivir la oscuridad por la que ella había pasado cuando era joven. Si no estuvieras presente, ella ciertamente estallaría. Sin embargo, estabas a su lado. Como madre, quería dejarle a Youyou una infancia encantadora. Por lo tanto, solo podía decidir no volver a poner un pie en la casa de la familia Yun nunca más. Dentro de un automóvil que regresaba a casa, Yun Sisi enterró débilmente su rostro en el hombro de Yuyo, que estaba sentado en su regazo, y agarró su manita con un poco de fuerza. Se arrepintió por un momento fugaz. No debería haber sido egoísta al permitirte quedarte a su lado. Quizás, al lado de ese hombre, su hijo tendría un padre y una madre, y no tendría que soportar toda esta humillación. En la casa de ese hombre, vivirías una vida mucho más feliz, ¿verdad? Sin embargo, odiaba separarse de él. 6 años de relación. La sangre era realmente más espesa que el agua. Ya no podía dejar ir a este niño lindo y sensato. Mami, te quedaste quieta y la dejaste apoyarse en su estrecho hombro. Capítulo 21. Telepatía. Yun Sisi susurró junto a su oído, lo siento, Abriste su boquita para hablar pero dudaste. Realmente quería preguntar, realmente no le agradaba a su papá, no lo quería, así que lo tiró y ya no se molestó más con él. ¿Fue realmente lo que dijeron esos adultos? ¿Nacido de un padre pero reconocido por nadie? Estas preguntas surgieron de sus labios, pero se las tragó con fuerza. Volteaste su mano y sostuviste los delicados dedos de Yun Sisi. Levantó su pequeño rostro y miró hacia el cielo nocturno, hablando en voz baja. Mami, incluso si el papá de Yo-Yo no te quiere, Yo-Yo todavía tiene a mami. Tú amas más a mami, así que no estés triste. Todo es por culpa de papá que mamá está triste. Cuando crezcas, definitivamente protegerás a mami. Yun Sisi levantó los ojos, siguió su línea de visión y también miró hacia afuera. Finalmente dio un largo suspiro y lo abrazó aún más fuerte. Tú, eres un niño tan bueno, la residencia Mu. En la sala de estar, Mu Yichen, que estaba sentado en el sofá, de repente sintió un extraño dolor punzante en el corazón. Fue insoportable. Con el ceño ligeramente fruncido, acarició suavemente el área donde se encontraba su corazón antes de colocar su palma sobre él. Sintió latidos rápidos en su interior. Le dolía el corazón y era casi asfixiante. Una criada, que estaba ordenando sus juguetes, lo vio colocarse las manos sobre el pecho y su rostro se contraía de dolor. Ella frenéticamente se arrodilló frente a él. Joven maestro, ¿qué pasa? Corazón, doloroso. Mu Yichen estaba cubierto de sudor frío. Justo como, me pincharon con una aguja, incómodo. ¿Como en el pasado? La criada quedó momentáneamente perdida. El joven maestro siempre había experimentado estos dolores de cabeza. De repente, su corazón latía rápidamente y sentía dolor. Sin embargo, cada vez que lo enviaron al hospital no se detectó ninguna causa del dolor. Estaba sano. Ni siquiera los mejores médicos podían decir qué le pasaba. Mu Yichen se acurrucó en el sofá y respiró hondo de aire frío, luciendo reservado. ¿Qué pasa? Mu Seng bajó lentamente las escaleras con el apoyo de su bastón. El anciano se puso un conjunto de prendas tradicionales chinas sin arrugas. A pesar de su vejez, todavía parecía enérgico. Bajo la sombra de sus cejas, no era difícil darse cuenta de que era un hombre encantador y elegante en su mejor momento. Bisabuelo. Mu Yichen lo miró y gritó dócilmente. Nadie podría sacudir la posición de Mu Seng en la familia Mu. Había interactuado con tantas figuras poderosas a lo largo de su vida que cada una de sus palabras y gestos hacía que la gente temblara de miedo o se sintiera asombrada. Por lo tanto, para el hijo de un hombre rico como Mu Yichen, también temía a su bisabuelo. Mu Seng, por su parte, adoraba a este pequeño con todo su corazón y alma. Mu Yace era su nieto favorito, y Mu Yichen era su carne y sangre, por lo que era natural que lo adorara más. Al ver recaer a su amado bisnieto, su expresión facial cambió. Se apresuró a preguntar, ¿tu cuerpo no se siente bien otra vez? ¿Te duele el corazón otra vez? Su bisabuelo mostró preocupación por él, pero Mu Yichen instintivamente lo rehuyó. Claramente le tenía miedo. Tenía miedo del rostro siempre taciturno y severo de Mu Seng. Por eso, nunca le gustó estar cerca de él. Nada. Respondió. Disparates. Mírate. Sientes tanto dolor que estás sudando frío. Mu Seng estaba extremadamente desconsolado. Bisabuelo, ¿yo? Subiré a leer libros. Mu Yichen saltó del sofá y corrió escaleras arriba. Mu Seng miró la espalda de su bisnieto y suspiró lentamente. La noche se hizo más profunda. En la carretera, un Bugatti Veyron negro corría con el viento. Se proyectaron luces de neón en la estilizada carrocería del automóvil y las luces del túnel pasaron de claro a oscuro consecutivamente. Muyace, que tenía el control del volante, tenía sus ojos hundidos llenos de intensa rabia. La fría luz de la luna reflejaba un brillo plateado en su rostro perfectamente tallado. Pisó con fuerza el acelerador con el pie. El motor aceleró y ahogó todos los demás ruidos. Esta noche, por alguna razón, no tenía control de sus emociones. Capítulo 22. Tenía un hermano menor por alguna razón, esta noche no tenía el control de sus emociones. Anteriormente, incluso si estaba de mal humor, aún podía mantener la calma ante un proyecto de desarrollo difícil de manejar. Sin embargo, en este momento, estaba increíblemente molesto, incluso cansado. Su teléfono sonó. Muyace contestó la llamada y se oyó la voz balbuceante de Mu Yichen. «Papá». ¿Qué pasa? «Papá, me duele el corazón otra vez. Ayer tuve un sueño, soñé con mami». El deportivo se detuvo bruscamente. Bajando la ventanilla del auto, apareció el rostro sombrío de Muyace. ¿Mami? ¿Mubanro? Esa no mami. Soñé con una bella dama pronunciando suavemente un nombre, pero no es mío. Oh. No estoy seguro. De todos modos, soñé con ella y me sentí a gusto. Hacía tanto calor, como... La voz juvenil se detuvo por un momento antes de continuar, refunfuñando, «No me gusta la mamá de aquí. Ella no es nada gentil. A Yichen no le agrada. Papá, no quiero a mami aquí. Quiero a esa mami en mis sueños». El pequeño estaba llorando y siendo obstinado al otro lado del teléfono. El rostro de Muyace estaba hosco, pero su voz era inesperadamente suave. «Sé bueno, Yichen. Pórtate bien, ¿vale? Papá está de camino a casa para estar contigo». «Bueno. Te esperaré, papá». La llamada terminó. Las comisuras de su boca hacia arriba bajaron lentamente. ¿La gente realmente tiene telepatía? El médico dijo que como el pequeño Yichen era gemelo, seguramente tendría telepatía con su otro gemelo. Sin embargo, cuando la niña dio a luz a 2 niños para él en aquel entonces, uno ya no respiraba al nacer. Luego del parto, envió personas a ese hospital para preguntar sobre el paradero del cadáver del niño al personal a cargo del operativo. Quería darle al niño un entierro digno. Sin embargo, todos afirmaron que ya estaba atendido. Lamentó profundamente la pérdida en aquel entonces. Sin embargo, desde que el pequeño Yichen tenía uso de razón, siguió mencionándole sueños sobre su hermano menor. Afirmó que su hermano menor tenía rasgos limpios y refinados y se parecía exactamente a él. Dijo que era como si se estuviera mirando en el espejo, completamente idéntico. Muyace había pensado anteriormente que la telepatía entre gemelos era una tontería. Sin embargo, hubo una vez en la que el pequeño Yichen tenía fiebre alta y el médico de familia le puso un goteo intravenoso. Mientras estaba confinado en la cama, seguía gritando inconscientemente, «Mami, mami». Sonaba indefenso y dependiente, pero no indiferente, a diferencia de lo que era con Mubanro. El pequeño Yichen podría haber llamado a Mubanro, mamá, a diario, pero nunca estuvo cerca de ella. Cuando despertó, gritó con fuerza. Mubanro quería abrazarlo, pero él gimió y rechazó su toque. Siguió llorando. «Yichen tiene un hermano pequeño. Mi hermano pequeño está enfermo. Yichen tiene el corazón roto, el corazón roto. El niño de aquel entonces no fue salvo. Entonces, ¿de dónde vino este hermano menor?» Nadie creyó en sus palabras porque era un niño. Las palabras de los niños no causaban daño alguno y tenían poco peso. El pequeño Yichen finalmente dejó de mencionar sus sueños. Sin embargo, a partir de entonces se mostró más distante con Mubanro. El día siguiente fue un día de trabajo tranquilo. Sin embargo, por la tarde, un incidente inesperado hizo que Yun Sisi perdiera su trabajo. Yun Sisi originalmente planeaba pasar una propuesta al jefe de su departamento después de la pausa del almuerzo. Justo cuando ella salió, unos jóvenes sin rumbo, vestidos como hooligans, hirieron audazmente a los guardias de seguridad en la entrada de la empresa. Irrumpieron en su departamento, arrojaron una hilera de mesas y gritaron su nombre en voz alta. Su intrusión asustó a todos en la oficina. Algunos notaron los tatuajes en sus cuerpos y se acurrucaron en un rincón. Se rumoreaba que estos jóvenes eran rufianes muy conocidos en cierta calle de la capital y tenían poderosos patrocinadores. ¿Jun Sisi había provocado a estas personas? Capítulo 23. Estar preocupado. Cuando Jun Sisi regresó de su reunión con el jefe del departamento, se sorprendió por lo que vio, pero rápidamente recuperó la compostura. Una vez que los pocos jóvenes mandones la vieron, inmediatamente reconocieron que era Jun Sisi. Se acercaron a ella y la arrastraron a la fuerza por el brazo fuera de la oficina. Uno de ellos, que parecía ser el líder, la abofeteó sin piedad. Evidentemente estaba molesto. De manera amenazadora, preguntó, ¿eres la hermana de esa perra? Jun Sisi quedó atónito. Ella acunó su mejilla dolorida y los estudió. Entonces se dio cuenta de quién era la perra de la que estaban hablando. ¿Sabes cuánto me debe esa hermana tuya? Masticó chicle y sus ojos la miraron de arriba abajo unas cuantas veces. Jun Sisi dócilmente frunció los labios y guardó silencio. Muy rápidamente resolvió todo y comprendió la situación en su totalidad. Recordando a Jun Na, probablemente incurrió en esta enorme deuda mientras se divertía. La situación financiera de su familia aún era inestable, por lo que no tenía dinero para pagar su deuda. Cuando no pudo devolverles el dinero, pensó en ella y les dio la dirección de su empresa a estas personas. Jun Sisi se sintió un poco arrepentido por dentro. Preocupada de que su padre tuviera contratiempos en el trabajo y no pudiera contactarla, les dejó la dirección de su empresa. Sin embargo, nunca pensó que aparecerían invitados no invitados. Sin embargo, ella no estaba dispuesta a someterse a estos pocos matones. Su desgana no se debía a que tuviera carácter, sino también a que se encontraba bajo dificultades financieras. Si ayudaba a Jun Na a pagar su deuda, entonces no tendría suficiente para pagar las cuotas escolares de Yo-Yo durante el próximo semestre. Al verla permanecer en silencio, el líder se enfureció. La agarró por el cuello de la camisa y le dio unos golpecitos en la cara. ¿Eres mudo? ¿Saber cómo hablar? Habla alto, ¿quieres? Maldita sea. No puedes pagar, ¿verdad? Algunos de los matones la empujaron. Varios pares de ojos, albergando malas intenciones, se asomaron a su pecho. Está bien si no puedes pagar, tienes que comportarte y venir con nosotros. ¿No tienes dinero para pagar? Hay muchas otras maneras de hacerlo. Hablando de eso, tú, pequeña, te ves muy bien. ¿Interesado en jugar con nosotros? Los pocos sonrieron. Sus ojos contenían intenciones maliciosas. Jun Sisi mantuvo una cara de póker. Por favor, habla con más respeto. Yo. Ja. Esta chica tiene actitud. El hombre le dedicó una sonrisa siniestra y luego procedió a abofetearla nuevamente. ¿Por qué eres tan salvaje con tus palabras? ¿Cuál es la razón por la que debes dinero y no lo devuelves? Jun Sisi lentamente giró su rostro hacia atrás, su mano buscando furtivamente su teléfono en su bolsillo. Este pequeño movimiento, sin embargo, fue notado por unos pocos hombres. La líder le apretó la muñeca con furia y arrojó su teléfono al suelo. El hombre pisoteó una vez y el teléfono se hizo añicos. Ella estaba sorprendida. En sus ojos se veía agitación. ¿Llamarnos a la policía? Nunca pensé que serías tan inteligente. El hombre escupió. Luego la empujó al suelo y le dio una fuerte patada en el hombro. Llame a la policía ahora. Te dejaré llamar a la policía. Jefe, ¿esa perra no dijo que esta mujer tiene un hijo? Ahora que lo pienso, ¿en qué jardín de infantes está? Uno de ellos le dirigió una mirada significativa. Jun Sisi levantó frenéticamente la cara y soltó instintivamente, no lo hagas. No encuentres problemas para ti. Yo, te daré el dinero. Podría seguir siendo racional siempre y cuando no involucrara a Yo-Yo. Al regresar a su departamento, rápidamente sacó su tarjeta de cajero automático con manos temblorosas y ojos enrojecidos. Capítulo 24. Despedida de su trabajo. Al regresar a su departamento, rápidamente sacó su tarjeta de cajero automático con manos temblorosas y ojos enrojecidos. Luego fue al banco más cercano para retirar unos miles de dólares y saldó por completo las deudas de Yunna. Los matones, satisfechos, contaron el dinero mientras le lanzaban una mirada feroz. Finalmente, se alejaron pavoneándose sin causar más problemas. De regreso a la empresa, el gerente la citó a su oficina y la despidió por causar grandes problemas y pérdidas a la empresa. Le pidió que empaquetara sus pertenencias y abandonara las instalaciones de la empresa lo antes posible. Anteriormente, pudo mantener la calma a pesar de estar rodeada y confrontada por esos hombres malvados. En este momento, sabiendo que podría perder su trabajo, sus ojos se pusieron rojos instantáneamente. A ella no le importaba nada más. Le suplicó al gerente que no la despidiera. Ella todavía te tenía a ti. No podía perder este trabajo. Si lo hiciera, ¿qué pasa con sus gastos de manutención durante este periodo de tiempo? La familia Yun todavía tenía una deuda bastante grande que pagar y Yo-Yo todavía era joven, una época en la que se necesitaba dinero. Hoy en día, la matrícula escolar de su jardín de infancia era increíblemente alta. A este gasto se sumaba el costo de las necesidades nutricionales de su frágil cuerpo, que ya era exponencialmente alto. A esto se sumaron sus gastos de manutención. Ella ya estaba al límite de su ingenio. Al verla suplicar tan seriamente, el gerente naturalmente se conmovió. Honestamente, Yun Sisi era un trabajador muy competente. Aunque era la única trabajadora en el departamento de Ti, sus habilidades no eran inferiores a las de sus colegas masculinos. Además, era trabajadora, devota y concienzuda en su trabajo. Sin embargo, el incidente esta vez había hecho que los superiores se sintieran infelices y tomaron la decisión de despedirla. Él no tenía nada que decir al respecto, ya que no tenía la autoridad para permitir que ella se quedara. Por lo tanto, aunque Yun Sisi suplicó, el resultado aún estaba escrito en piedra. Cuando salió del trabajo, simplemente empacó sus cosas y salió del edificio de la empresa. Varios empleados se enteraron de su partida, muchos estaban felices y algunos estaban tristes. Muchos de ellos sintieron que era mejor que Yun Sisi se fuera. En la oficina, ella era el centro de atención con regularidad, arrebatando sus posibilidades de conseguir un ascenso. Con sus grandes capacidades y excelentes imágenes, el jefe del departamento la favoreció. Incluso tenía el bono anual más alto entre ellos. Por ello, la mayoría se sintió más tranquila cuando supo de su despido. Después de todo, ahora tenían una competencia menos. Había un puñado de colegas con los que tenía una relación bastante buena. Al enterarse de su despido, se solidarizaron e intercambiaron contactos con ella antes de despedirse de ella. Yun Sisi dejó la empresa y caminó por la carretera luciendo abatido. Su corazón estaba cargado de sacos de depresión. Tal vez, se había distraído tanto mientras caminaba con la cabeza gacha que no se dio cuenta de que la luz roja estaba encendida y el sonido de la bocina de un auto deportivo que se acercaba. Solo cuando escuchó el chirrido de los frenos de los automóviles, agudo, fuerte y chirriante en los oídos, volvió a sus sentidos. Sin embargo, ya era demasiado tarde. El auto deportivo que circulaba a toda velocidad pasó rozando su cuerpo y se detuvo por completo no muy lejos de ella. Yun Sisi aún no había reaccionado cuando el auto la rozó y fue derribada al suelo. Su confusión desapareció cuando sintió un inmenso dolor irradiar desde su rodilla, que se raspó con el asfalto al caer. Los documentos que originalmente tenía en su cofre ahora yacían esparcidos por el suelo. Yun Sisi levantó los ojos en estado de shock y vio un Porsche extremadamente elegante con una carrocería aerodinámica. No importa desde qué ángulo se mirara, el coche era sencillamente magnífico. Yun Sisi vio una vez una descripción de este auto deportivo en una revista. Se rumoreaba que se trataba de un coche hecho a medida y de edición limitada a nivel mundial. Solo existían 3 de estos en todo el mundo. Una vez más, su atención volvió a su rodilla magullada cuando le dolía. La esquina de su falda se abrió por la fricción entre el auto y la tela, y su rodilla que acababa de rasparse descuidadamente tenía algo de polvo mientras sangraba profusamente. Capítulo 25. Reencuentro. Sin estar seguro de si fue el dolor o algo más, los ojos de Yun Sisi de repente se llenaron de humedad. Las lágrimas pronto rodaron sin cesar por sus mejillas y gotearon constantemente hasta el suelo. Estaba tan molesta que lloró. Desde muy joven había llevado una vida errante. Aunque más tarde tuvo un lugar al que llamar hogar, aparte de Yun Yecheng, nadie le dio la bienvenida. Ella, en todo momento, no dependió de nadie. Sin su trabajo, realmente no sabía qué hacer. Su indignación profundamente reprimida finalmente estalló. Los acontecimientos imprevistos de los últimos días le habían pasado factura mental y físicamente y ya estaba en el límite de lo que podía soportar. Además de asumir la deuda de Yun Na, también perdió su trabajo. En ese mismo momento, ella se encontraba sin un centavo a su nombre. ¿Qué debería hacer ella ahora? Durante todo este tiempo, ella fue muy resistente hasta el punto de ser inflexible. Incluso cuando se encontraba en una situación difícil, se las arreglaba sola. No importa lo difícil o agotador que fuera, con Yo-Yo a su lado, pensó que había esperanza en la vida. Sin embargo, la realidad la derribó con una masa de moretones. Una vez le habías dicho que cuando las cosas se pusieran difíciles, ella debía sonreír y todo estaría bien. Incluso un niño conocía este principio, pero ¿por qué un adulto como ella no podía seguirlo adecuadamente? Por lo tanto, en este momento, ella no pudo evitar que sus lágrimas cayeran. Yun Sisi, lleno de agravios y amargura, presionó sus mejillas. Se sentó en el suelo así y lloró desconsolada. No muy lejos, el motor del Porsche estaba apagado. Se abrió la puerta y un par de costosos zapatos de cuero tocaron el suelo. Muyace salió elegantemente del auto y casualmente cerró la puerta detrás de él. En su línea de visión había una dama con un vestido blanco, que cayó al suelo, inmóvil. La expresión de su rostro no se podía ver claramente con la cabeza gacha, pero se podían escuchar sus sollozos de corazón roto, haciéndola parecer bastante lamentable. La señora parecía joven, de unos 20 años, y frágil. Llevaba un sencillo vestido de oficina. Su cabello suave y sedoso caía en cascada sobre sus hombros ligeramente desordenado y ocultaba la mayor parte de su rostro. Aunque parecía desaliñada, eso no era injusto con su belleza. De hecho, solo acentuó aún más su impresionante apariencia, haciendo que otros sintieran simpatía por ella. Los ojos de Muyace se entrecerraron lentamente, mirando profundo y lejano. Esta chica hizo que su corazón se estremeciera. Parecía algo familiar, como si la hubiera visto antes. Sin embargo, con la cabeza gacha, no podía ver su apariencia. Sus cejas como espadas se movieron ligeramente. Se acercó y con gracia se puso en cuclillas frente a ella. Bajó ligeramente sus ojos almendrados para examinar fríamente el hematoma en su rodilla. Notó que una de sus delgadas piernas estaba manchada de sangre. La sangre goteaba por las delicadas curvas de su pierna. Escaneó todo su cuerpo y no vio otras heridas además de esa leve abrasión en la piel de la rodilla. Afortunadamente, su herida no fue grave, pero todavía lloraba de pena, como si hubiera sufrido un agravio realmente grande. Realmente no sabía por qué lloraba tan lastimosamente. Su apariencia actual era un poco similar a la de un gatito abandonado. Muyace notó eso, pero no mostró ninguna reacción visible al respecto. Los sentimientos de frustración que tenía se agravaron un poco. Tenía la costumbre de sacar el coche a dar una vuelta por las montañas cuando se sentía deprimido. En ese momento, con la mente ocupada, no se dio cuenta de que ella estaba en el camino. Quizás su frágil figura y su endeble vestido blanco también la hacían pasar desapercibida. Parecía tan delicada y él conducía salvajemente por la carretera, por lo que no se dio cuenta de ella hasta que ya era demasiado tarde. Fue realmente una suerte que no le hubiera pasado nada malo. Al ver sus lágrimas fluir sin parar, Muyace no perdió más tiempo. Bajó la cabeza y sacó su billetera. Sacando algunos billetes grandes, se los dio sin expresión alguna. Capítulo 26. Una cara desconocida pero familiar. Al ver sus lágrimas fluir sin parar, Muyace no perdió más tiempo. Bajó la cabeza y sacó su billetera. Sacando algunos billetes grandes, se los dio sin expresión alguna. Los problemas que podían resolverse con dinero no lo eran para él. Solo quería solucionar este accidente lo más rápido que pudiera. Yun Sisi levantó ligeramente los ojos. La mano que sostenía algunos billetes tenía dedos delgados con articulaciones prominentes, uñas cuidadosamente recortadas y un anillo de diamantes en el dedo anular. Con una sola mirada, se podría decir que esta persona tenía un estatus noble. Al mirar el dinero que tenía en la mano, no pudo evitar quedarse atónita. Incluso se olvidó de llorar. Muyace malinterpretó su silencio como descontento con la cantidad de dinero. Sus cejas se torcieron cuando preguntó, ¿no es suficiente? Había visto muchas personas codiciosas antes y pensó que seguramente la chica despreciaba la cantidad que le estaba dando. Sin esperar su respuesta, volvió a bajar la mirada para sacar algunos billetes más de su billetera. Luego se los dio todos. No tenía la costumbre de llevar consigo mucho dinero en efectivo, por lo que en su cartera solo había unos $2000. Sin embargo, esta cantidad debería ser más que suficiente para curar sus heridas. Yun Sisi estaba estupefacto. Naturalmente, ella estaba desconcertada por sus acciones. Sin embargo, a sus ojos, su comportamiento se veía bajo una luz diferente. La mujer parecía ser más codiciosa de lo que imaginaba. Muyace sonrió y sus delgados labios formaron una curva engreída. Simplemente sacó todo el dinero de su billetera. Quisiera más o no, él ya no deseaba perder el tiempo con ella. Se dio cuenta de que ella no tenía bolsillo, así que dobló el dinero en un rollo, se acercó un poco más a ella y lo metió en su pecho. Las frías yemas de sus dedos rozaron ligeramente su piel. Yun Sisi quedó atónito por la intimidad. Ella levantó ligeramente la cara y, a través de los mechones de pelo que le cubrían los ojos, vio las comisuras de su boca hacia arriba. Su sonrisa tenía un significado totalmente diferente detrás y no estaba formada por la felicidad. El hombre ante sus ojos tenía una altura imponente de 1,9 metros y una apariencia facial divina. Tenía una estructura corporal similar a esas esculturas de deidades, rasgos faciales impecables y ojos almendrados y hundidos que parecían irradiar el aura digna de un emperador. Con solo una mirada, uno podría darse cuenta de que este hombre había desafiado innumerables tormentas, un hombre en una posición de mando que podía controlar la vida y la muerte de los demás. Incluso su sonrisa carecía de calidez, como si fuera solo superficial. Al mirarla, solo había lástima en sus ojos. ¿Lástima? ¿Por qué la miraría con lástima? De repente, toda la indignación y la ira reprimidas dentro de ella se desbordaron y se desbordaron. Al momento siguiente, vio al hombre sacar un bolígrafo y dejar extravagantemente una serie de números en su pecho. Si no es suficiente, llame a este número. Estas acciones invasivas provocaron la ira de Yun Sisi. Esta acción suya fue una humillación involuntaria para ella. Señor, ¿cuál es el significado de esto? ¿Es porque eres rico? Sus ojos ardían de rabia y su voz sonaba hosca. Heriste a alguien, pero no te disculpaste. ¿Crees que todo se puede solucionar con dinero? Yun Sisi no era alguien que causara problemas sin razón. También sabía que tenía la culpa de cruzar la calle sin ser consciente de su entorno. Sin embargo, su forma de meter dinero en su pecho, que era similar a dar una limosna, realmente la enfureció. Su actitud era demasiado autoritaria y menospreciadora. Por lo tanto, ella lo miró fríamente sin decir una palabra más. Después de todo, ella no sabía nada sobre él. Yun Sisi levantó la cabeza, sacó el dinero de su pecho, acercó la gran mano del hombre y golpeó el dinero sobre ella. Levantó la cara y miró directamente al hombre con su par de ojos humedecidos. La leve y escalofriante sonrisa de Muyace de repente se congeló en su lugar. Sus orbes se contrajeron y luego entrecerró los ojos con fuerza. Capítulo 27. En realidad era ella. Yun Sisi levantó la cara y miró directamente al hombre con su par de ojos humedecidos. La leve y escalofriante sonrisa de Muyace de repente se congeló en su lugar. Sus orbes se contrajeron y luego entrecerró los ojos con fuerza. Este rostro, que intentaba actuar con fuerza, sorprendió a su ser. Su mente quedó momentáneamente impresionada. Ella ni siquiera miró su expresión. Secándose desordenadamente las lágrimas de sus ojos con el dorso de su mano, dijo indignada, «Señor, sé que es culpa mía por no mirar hacia donde voy, pero no tiene que actuar condescendientemente para compadecerse. A mí, no lo necesito». Después de decir estas palabras, ella ya no se molestó con él y lo trató como si no existiera. Se agachó para recoger los documentos del suelo y se giró para irse rápidamente, sin mirarlo ni una sola vez. Muyace la miró alejarse rápidamente. Estaba algo aturdido, incapaz de apartar la vista de ella durante mucho tiempo. La mirada y la postura inquebrantables hicieron que su mente volara muy lejos de repente. Con solo rebobinar sus recuerdos, podía recordar vívidamente la noche que compartió con la joven con los ojos vendados, la chica que se vio obligada a soportarlo todo. Todavía recordaba cómo había profundizado en su delicado cuerpo y cómo se había asfixiado en su estrechez. Él voluntariamente tomó el control de ella. Observar su cuerpo inmovilizado lo hizo feliz, y su rostro miserable y sollozante, le encantaba mirarlo. Era una chica tan delicada, ella era como una burbuja que explotaría con un solo toque. Sin embargo, frente a él, ella mostró un rostro valiente y protegió cautelosamente su pobre orgullo. Este tipo de chicas realmente podrían conmover a los hombres y hacer que se preocuparan por ellos. Por lo tanto, por muy duro que fuera un hombre, se evocaba su poca ternura. Aunque era orgulloso y distante, todavía no era la excepción. A diferencia de otras mujeres, ella nunca antes había pasado por una sesión íntima. Parecía joven y tierna. Era escandalosamente juvenil. Era como una fruta inmadura que todavía tenía un sabor extremadamente amargo. Sin embargo, esa delicada chica casualmente desencadenó el deseo reprimido profundamente dentro de él durante tanto tiempo. Él la deseaba. Su cuerpo seguía furioso tanto que la llamada fórmula ya no era tan simple después. Quería que ella fuera enteramente suya, que estuviera fuertemente unida a él hasta el último momento de su vida. Como ocurrencia tardía, fue simplemente inusual. ¿Cuándo pudo una mujer seducirlo, Muyace, hasta el punto en que él perdería el control de sus pensamientos y ella podría manipularlo? Sin embargo, no se podía negar que él, un hombre que siempre había sido capaz de controlarse, no podía hacerlo con ella cerca. Después de ese día, se obligó a no volver a visitar a la niña, ya que intuitivamente podía decir que ella era una existencia peligrosa para él. La sangre noble de emperadores y señores supremos corría por sus venas. Y al igual que el viento, nada lo controlaba. Solo él podía ser tiránico y dominante. Solo él podía permanecer libre. No le gustaba estar fuera de control por culpa de las mujeres o cualquier otra cosa. Incluso inconscientemente se reprimió debido a estas restricciones. Sin embargo, su cuerpo en realidad persistía en estas sensaciones. Las comisuras de su boca se curvaron. Se dio la vuelta y vio un objeto en el suelo. Lentamente se inclinó hacia adelante y lo recogió. De hecho, había dejado su tarjeta de identificación por accidente. Con prisa, no se dio cuenta de que su tarjeta de identificación estaba en el suelo. Muyace no pudo evitar sonreír. Sacó su teléfono. Aarón, ayúdame a ver cómo está alguien. Sí, directora. El nombre es. El rostro sonriente, tímido y cálido de la niña se mostraba en la tarjeta de identificación. Su par de orbes húmedos eran relucientes y lustrosos, era como si contuvieran un cubo lleno de luz solar. El resplandor de sus ojos parecía capaz de asombrar a personas de todas las épocas. Alargó sus palabras. Jun Sisi. Capítulo 28. Adiós, Xiaolongbao de Yuyou. En ese momento, la clase estaba a punto de terminar en el jardín de infantes. Originalmente tenía la intención de ir a buscar a Yuyou para disfrutar de sus huevas de cangrejo favoritas, Xiaolongbao. Hoy temprano, le había pedido a Yuyou que la esperara en la escuela después de la salida de clases. Sin embargo, Jun Sisi no quería recoger a Yuyou luciendo tan demacrada, por lo que rápidamente tomó un taxi a casa, se puso una ropa limpia y se arregló. Por lo tanto, cuando llegó al jardín de infantes, todos los niños, excepto Yuyou, que llevaba su bolso y estaba sentado solo en la entrada de la escuela, ya se habían ido a casa. Desde lejos, inmediatamente vio al pequeño con la cabeza gacha y la mano apretando algo. Lo estaba mirando con suma concentración. Jun Sisi reprimió la tristeza en su corazón y se tocó las mejillas. Con una sonrisa, caminó hacia él. Tú. Levantaste la cabeza. Al ver que era ella, su rostro se iluminó y formó una sonrisa deslumbrante. Rápidamente saltó de su asiento y corrió emocionado hacia ella. Él abrió los brazos y saltó alegremente mientras actuaba tímidamente frente a ella. «Mami. Abrazos. Mami, te abrazo a ti». Jun Sisi bajó ligeramente su postura. Luego, el pequeño corrió a sus brazos, como una bola de algodón, y le dio cariño. Su rostro blanco lechoso se acurrucó amorosamente en su cuello mientras hacía pucheros con sus pequeños labios. Sintiéndose un poco indignado, dijo, «Mami, ¿por qué viniste recién ahora? Esperaste tanto tiempo. Lo siento, tú. Algo pasó en el trabajo de mamá y llegué tarde». «Bueno. Entonces perdonas a mami». El pequeño inclinó la cabeza hacia arriba. Sus atractivos ojos formaron suavemente un arco, sus brillantes orbes parecían estar llenos de fragmentos de luz solar. Sonreíste levemente y luego frunciste los labios lastimosamente. Se golpeó la barriga con las manos mientras se quejaba, «Mami, ¿tienes hambre? Mami prometió traerte a comer xiaolongbao hoy. ¿Cuándo nos vamos?» Al escuchar sus palabras, la expresión de Jun Sisi cambió ligeramente. Estaba en un pequeño dilema. Todos sus ahorros en el banco ya se utilizaron para pagar la deuda de ese decepcionante Yunna. Cuando la despidieron hoy, su jefe le pagó el salario de este mes y una suma global, pero esto solo pudo transferirse a su cuenta al día siguiente. Por ahora, estaba muy necesitada de dinero. Las huevas de cangrejo xiaolongbao eran las favoritas de Yo-Yo. Sin embargo, era demasiado caro, por lo que solo en días especiales o cuando recibiera un bono podría invitarlo a comerlo. Jun Sisi se sintió un poco amargado por dentro. Levantó los ojos y miró a Yo-Yo. Su mano acarició suavemente su suave mejilla y, de manera medio tranquilizadora, dijo, «Tú, vamos a comer en casa hoy, ¿de acuerdo?» Justo cuando dijo esto, la sonrisa de Yo-Yo se congeló. Con los ojos caídos por la decepción, los labios haciendo pucheros lentamente y las cejas arrugadas, murmuró, «Mami, me lo prometiste. No puedes retractarte de tus palabras». Apretó con fuerza el trozo de papel que tenía en la mano. Se sentía muy malhumorado y su rostro pálido se puso rojo, mientras se mordía emocionalmente el labio inferior con sus dientes blancos como perlas. Sus espesas pestañas rizadas recogieron unas gotas de humedad, una señal de que estaba a punto de llorar. Jun Sisi no sabía qué hacer cuando vio al pequeño llorar de decepción. Nerviosa, rápidamente le secó las lágrimas con las manos y dijo con tristeza, «Tú, por favor no llores, mami hará lo que mamá te prometió». Te alejaste suavemente. Parecía bastante enojado. Jun Sisi dudó durante bastante tiempo antes de morderse el labio inferior. Al final, decidió darle la noticia de que había perdido su trabajo. No quería dejar la imagen de ella mintiéndole en la memoria de Yo-Yo. «Lo siento, tú. Hoy, mami perdió su trabajo, así que...» Capítulo 29. La vida de Jun Sisi. Lo siento, tú. Hoy, mami perdió su trabajo, así que, al escuchar esto, Yo-Yo, asombrado, la miró con los ojos muy abiertos. «¿Por qué? ¿Mami hizo algo mal?» Jun Sisi negó con la cabeza y le acarició el cabello. «No, mami irá a buscar trabajo mañana. Mami es muy competente, definitivamente encontraré un trabajo con un salario más alto. A partir de entonces, mamá te llevará a comer xiaolongbao todos los días». «Está bien». Los ojos de Yo-Yo se cerraron mientras asentía obedientemente. Cuando Jun Sisi no estaba prestando atención, escondió la carta de los padres en su mano detrás de su espalda, sin dejar que ella la viera. Luego levantó la cabeza y dijo mientras sonreía, «Mami, vámonos a casa». Jun Sisi, que no vio su pequeño movimiento, no se dio cuenta de lo que había escondido. Este fue el caso hasta unos días después. Después de la cena, Yo-Yo recogió obedientemente los utensilios. Colocando un pequeño taburete en la cocina, sus pequeñas manos lavaron los platos con agua tibia de una manera torpe pero concentrada. Era tan considerado y sabía ayudar a Jun Sisi en la casa que no parecía ser solo un niño de 6 años. Jun Sisi rebuscó en los estantes y encontró un teléfono antiguo y anticuado. Insertó una tarjeta telefónica y la encendió. Al ver algunas llamadas perdidas del profesor de Yo-Yo, devolvió la llamada. La profesora recibió su llamada y le informó sobre un viaje de primavera al safari organizado por la guardería. La carta de los padres se había distribuido unos días antes, pero Yo-Yo aún no había entregado la suya para enviarla. Por lo tanto, llamó a Jun Sisi para pedirle su consentimiento. Jun Sisi estaba un poco conmocionada, ya que ella realmente no tenía conocimiento de este asunto. Así, a espaldas de su hijo, rebuscó en secreto en su pequeño bolso. Solo entonces vio el formulario mencionado por la maestra. Al otro lado del teléfono, el profesor conversó de una manera algo cautelosa, aparentemente temeroso de decir algo inapropiado. Perdóneme por ser directo, Yo-Yo tiene muchas ganas de este viaje de primavera con los otros niños. Además, la cantidad a pagar no es mucha. ¿Quizás esté teniendo alguna dificultad financiera? Jun Sisi rápidamente negó. Por supuesto que no. Enviaré este formulario junto con la tarifa mañana. Jun Sisi colgó el teléfono con una expresión compleja. Hojeando el formulario, firmó su nombre con un bolígrafo. Descent Financial Group, también conocido como Mu Group. Mu Banro entró en la oficina del director ejecutivo, pero Muyace no estaba presente. Su asistente, Aaron, que estaba colocando una gran pila de documentos en la mesa de Muyace, notó la llegada de Mu Banro y rápidamente bajó la cabeza a modo de saludo. «Señora». Tarareó ella en respuesta. Recorriendo la oficina con la mirada, lo miró y preguntó, «¿Dónde está el director ejecutivo?» Él respondió respetuosamente, «Oh, el jefe no está en el cargo en este momento». ¿A dónde fue él? Hay un proyecto de inversión entre Mu Group y Yayuan Group por la tarde. En cuanto a cuándo volverá, actualmente no lo sé. Si esto es así, se detuvo cuando vio la gruesa pila de documentos colocados sobre la mesa. Ella se acercó y levantó algunas. Levantando la cabeza, les hizo un gesto. ¿Qué son estos? Aaron se puso rígido. Dudó por un momento antes de dar su respuesta, documentos que contienen la información que el jefe me ordenó reunir ayer. ¿Información? Debería poder echar un vistazo, ¿verdad? Ella sondeó. Aaron no respondió y simplemente bajó la cabeza para reflexionar. Mu Banro no le prestó atención. Ella, la joven amante de la familia Mu, era la futura esposa del director ejecutivo. ¿Por qué no podía revisar las cosas de su futuro marido? Por lo tanto, sin decir más, quitó el sello y sacó con cuidado los documentos. Capítulo 30. El secreto de Mu Banro. Aaron no respondió y simplemente bajó la cabeza para reflexionar. Mu Banro no le prestó atención. Ella, la joven amante de la familia Mu, era la futura esposa del director ejecutivo. ¿Por qué no podía revisar las cosas de su futuro marido? Por lo tanto, sin decir más, quitó el sello y sacó con cuidado los documentos. Aaron era la mano derecha de Muyace. Por lo tanto, se esperaba que fuera confiable en todo lo que hiciera, e investigar a un ciudadano común era realmente una tarea sencilla. Realizó una investigación exhaustiva en un día y llevó todo a la oficina de Muyace. Sin embargo, no esperaba encontrarse con Mu Banro. Frente a ella, él, un simple subordinado, naturalmente no tenía voz y voto, por lo que no le impidió revisar los documentos. La información recopilada fue realmente muy exhaustiva. La gruesa pila de documentos contenía fotografías y textos. Mu Banro los hojeó todos. Desde los antecedentes familiares de la persona y el instituto del que se graduó el sujeto hasta su currículum, todo estaba enumerado explícitamente. Al principio, ella estaba desconcertada. Claramente se trataba de una chica normal y no podía entender por qué él ordenaría una investigación sobre su identidad. Sin embargo, cuanta más información leía, más insegura se sentía. ¿Jun Sisi? Tuvo una vaga impresión de este nombre, pero sus recuerdos estaban confusos, hasta que llegó a una página y su expresión cambió de inmediato. Resultó ser esa chica que se había sometido a una subrogación hace 6 años. No era de extrañar que el nombre le resultara un poco familiar. Hace 6 años, Muyace y ella se comprometieron, pero los diagnósticos médicos revelaron que ella era infértil. Esta niña fue elegida personalmente por el abuelo Mu para la maternidad subrogada. Mu Banro estaba un poco escéptico, incluso preocupado. No podía entender por qué Muyace querría investigar a la niña. En estos documentos se indica que Jun Sisi también tenía un hijo de 6 años llamado Jun Tianyo. Yun Tianyou, 6 años, la misma edad que Yichen. Mubanrou entrecerró lentamente los ojos. Todavía recordaba que la madre sustituta había concebido un par de gemelos idénticos en aquel entonces. Sin embargo, debido al parto prematuro y al hecho de que el gemelo mayor casi absorbió todos los nutrientes del cuerpo de la madre, cuando nació el gemelo menor, ya no respiraba y fue anunciado muerto. De repente tuvo un mal presentimiento y procedió a leer seriamente algunas páginas más, pasando a la información de Yun Tianyou. Cuando llegó al final del informe, sus palmas se humedecieron mientras su corazón hervía de rabia. En el portafolios vio otro conjunto de fotografías. Rápidamente los sacó todos y revisó cada pieza. Las pocas fotografías que vio mostraban a un niño guapo, con el fondo de un jardín de infancia. Parecía que todas estas fotos fueron tomadas en una guardería. Las delicadas facciones del niño, su hermoso perfil lateral y su apariencia similar a la del pequeño Yichen confirmaron todas sus sospechas a la vez. Su agarre inmediatamente se hizo más fuerte, distorsionando la fotografía. Mubanrou se mordió el labio inferior con dureza. ¿Será que el niño no murió en ese entonces? ¿O que, durante estos 6 años, esa mujer había escondido a este niño? Mubanrou se puso nerviosa al instante y capas de hielo cubrieron su corazón. ¿Cuál era exactamente la intención de esta mujer llamada Yun Sisi? La niña claramente no nació muerta, entonces, ¿por qué no dijo nada? Quizás quería usar sus derechos de custodia de este niño para reclamar adecuadamente una compensación a los Mu. Quizás. Sus ambiciones iban más allá de eso. Podría tener la intención de utilizar al niño como moneda de cambio para poner un pie en el grupo Mu. Después de todo, ella era la madre biológica de los 2 niños. En cuanto a ella, mientras era la joven amante de la familia Mu y futura esposa del director ejecutivo del grupo Mu, no tenía ninguna relación con los 2 niños. Desde la antigüedad, las madres siempre habían logrado elevar su estatus a través de sus hijos. Esto fue aún más cierto para las familias ricas. Capítulo 31. El secreto enterrado durante muchos años. Desde la antigüedad, las madres siempre habían logrado elevar su estatus a través de sus hijos. Esto fue aún más cierto para las familias ricas. La tez de Mubanrou gradualmente se puso pálida y las yemas de sus dedos temblaban bastante. Aarón, que estaba parado a un lado, notó su rostro pálido y preguntó con cautela: «Señora, ¿se encuentra bien?» «Estoy bien». Intentó mantener la calma en la superficie, pero cuando vio otra fotografía, sus ojos se abrieron con horror. En la fotografía, la niña, que estaba parada frente a la entrada de una universidad con su toga de graduación, tenía una cálida sonrisa en su rostro. Asombrada, ella se quedó boquiabierta. A Mubanrou claramente le costó creer esto mientras miraba otra fotografía. No había muchas fotos de Yun Sisi, pero las pocas que vio Mubanrou fueron suficientes para hacerla temblar. El rostro de la niña todavía tenía una impresión inextinguible en su corazón. ¿Era ella? De ninguna manera. No puede haber tantas coincidencias. Mubanrou ya no podía mantener un rostro tranquilo. Presa del pánico, dejó la fotografía a un lado y recogió los documentos de Yun Sisi con manos temblorosas una vez más. Antes no estaba preocupada, así que simplemente hojeó el texto, pero ahora leyó atentamente toda la información escrita, sin querer perderse ninguna. Cuando su vista se posó en las palabras «centro de bienestar», se sorprendió hasta la médula y se quedó paralizada, su corazón y alma se llenaron de horror. Ella. Sus labios se separaron lentamente y sus ojos nunca abandonaron los documentos. Ya no podía completar una oración. Al notar su expresión aturdida, Aarón miró los documentos. Él pensó erróneamente que ella no entendía la información escrita, por lo que se la explicó pacientemente. Yun Sisi. Padres biológicos desconocidos. No hay pistas sobre su verdadera familia. Cuando tenía 6 años, la enviaron a un centro de asistencia social. A la edad de 8 años, fue adoptada por la familia Yun. Este año cumple 23 años. Se graduó en la Universidad para Niñas de Saint Roland. Ella también fue tu madre sustituta hace 6 años. Centro de bienestar. Mubanrou miró la información escrita en blanco y negro. Con el corazón acelerado, su mente volvió al día en que la vio por primera vez. Hace 15 años. Centro de Bienestar de Sengde. En aquel entonces, Mubanrou era solo un huérfano común y corriente esperando ser adoptado. Como tenía un rostro adorable, el personal del centro de asistencia social la adoraba. La tenían en estima como a una princesa. Muchos niños querían jugar con ella. Sin embargo, los niños del centro de asistencia social eran diferentes a los de fuera. Puede que se llevaran bien en la superficie, pero en secreto estaban en desacuerdo entre sí. Todos los días, alguien visitaba el centro de asistencia social para adoptar un niño. Quien fuera más guapo o más educado tendría mayores posibilidades de ser adoptado. Incluso entonces, el joven Mubanrou tenía grandes ambiciones y no admitía fácilmente la derrota. Su madre era simplemente una humilde masajista en un bar. Cuando la dio a luz, la descartó sin dudarlo en la entrada de un hospital. Fue recogida por una pareja pobre y vivió una vida de pobreza durante algunos años. Cuando un accidente automovilístico acabó con la vida de sus padres adoptivos, volvió a quedar huérfana y fue enviada al centro de asistencia social. A partir de ese día, se dijo a sí misma que quería vivir una buena vida y ser adoptada por una persona rica. Un día trajeron a una niña de 7 años. Se rumoreaba que su madre había muerto, por lo que la llevaron al orfanato. La chica, a pesar de su apariencia descuidada, era absolutamente etérea y hermosa. Mubanrou vio un trozo de jade sobre ella. Parecía bastante valioso, así que lo tomó para ella cuando la niña estaba dormida. Cuando la niña se despertó y se dio cuenta de que su jade había desaparecido, gimió miserablemente. Sin embargo, en ese momento, los adultos y sus compañeros tenían en alta estima a Mubanrou. Nadie creía que ella hubiera robado el jade de la niña. Nadie creyó las palabras de la niña. Después, un anciano de aspecto adinerado llegó al centro de asistencia social y la llamó. Capítulo 32. Estado rico arrebatado. Después, un anciano de aspecto adinerado llegó al centro de asistencia social y la llamó. El anciano sacó un recuerdo similar al jade que ella sostenía. Cuando los dos se juntaron, en realidad encajaban perfectamente. Ella no era consciente de la importancia del jade y simplemente mintió diciendo que era algo que su madre le había dejado. El anciano creyó en sus palabras y la trajo de regreso a la residencia Mu, nombrándola Mubanrou y rápidamente estableciéndola como la prometida de Muyace cuando él tenía 14 años. Volviendo al presente, en la oficina del director ejecutivo, Mubanrou se dejó caer débilmente en el sofá. Se apoyó la frente en la palma de la mano mientras el sudor frío le empapaba la espalda. Agarró con fuerza los documentos que tenía en la mano y las yemas de sus dedos temblaron fuera de su control. Estaba muy nerviosa. No podía adivinar por qué Muyace hizo que alguien investigara todo esto. Podría haber notado algo inusual sobre su origen y haber comenzado a poner en duda su verdadera identidad a pesar de que el abuelo Mu la trajo personalmente de regreso en ese entonces. Su corazón dio un vuelco cuando consideró esta posibilidad. En realidad, ella le robó ese trozo de jade a Yun Sisi. Al crecer en el centro de asistencia social, debido a que parecía dulce y de buen comportamiento, todos la querían profundamente y la respetaban mucho. Ella todavía era joven en ese entonces. Ella nunca había visto nada bueno. Por lo tanto, cuando vio la hermosa pieza de jade de la niña, se sintió abrumada por la codicia y lo tomó por impulso. Después de eso, Yun Sisi se dio cuenta de que le habían robado el jade. Al verlo en Mubanrou, fue a confrontarla. Desafortunadamente para Xiaoxi, dentro del centro de bienestar, ni un alma estaba en contra de Mubanrou. Con este encuadre, Xiaoxi recibió una paliza del director y sus manos fueron golpeadas por la regla del maestro como castigo. Fue tan doloroso que lloró durante algunas noches. Sin embargo, Mubanrou nunca había imaginado que el trozo de jade en realidad estuviera enredado en un trasfondo familiar tan retorcido. Hace 15 años, bajo capas de malentendidos, Mu Seng, el presidente del grupo Mu, también el jefe de la familia Mu, la trajo de regreso a la residencia Mu, y luego le cambiaron el nombre. En cuanto al origen del jade, el abuelo Mu nunca divulgó nada al respecto. La única información que le importaba compartir con ella era que se trataba de la reliquia de su madre. A su llegada a la residencia Mu, el abuelo Mu le quitó el trozo de jade y lo guardó junto con la otra mitad. De vez en cuando, lo veía perdido en sus pensamientos mientras miraba el jade, como si estuviera recordando a alguien. Solo cuando fue un poco mayor Musen contó algo sobre esa mujer. Fue entonces cuando se dio cuenta de que la mujer era alguien que él había adoptado en su mediana edad. Aún así, solo dijo esto sobre esa mujer, como si le estuviera ocultando algo intencionalmente, y no mencionó nada más. Luego se convirtió en la joven amante de la familia Mu y creció rodeada de este amor. Finalmente, ella se comprometió con su nieto, que era Muyace. Desde el principio hasta el final, ella no dijo la verdad sobre cómo llegó a poseer el jade, ocultándolo intencionalmente. Sabía que si confesaba lo sucedido, entonces todo lo que tenía en ese momento, riqueza y familia, desaparecería en un instante. Perdería su posición como joven amante de la familia Mu y perdería. Muyace. Ella, no estaba reconciliada con esto. No estaba dispuesta a dejarlo ir y tampoco planeaba devolver todo esto a su verdadero dueño. Ella admitió que esto era egoísta de su parte. Fue demasiado injusto para esa chica. Sin embargo, ella no se arrepintió de haberlo hecho. Prodigándose en todo esto, se perdió un poco en su codicia. Al principio, cuando se convirtió en parte de la familia Mu, todavía se sentía un poco culpable e incómoda. Después de todo, estas cosas realmente no le pertenecían a ella, sino a esa chica llamada Xiaoxi. Capítulo 33. Vidas intercambiadas. Al principio, cuando se convirtió en parte de la familia Mu, todavía se sentía un poco culpable e incómoda. Después de todo, estas cosas realmente no le pertenecían a ella, sino a esa chica llamada Xiaoxi. La felicidad llegó a ella tan repentinamente que todo parecía nada más que una ilusión. Era como si en el momento en que abriera los ojos, todo resultaría ser solo un sueño. Sin embargo, cuando volvió a abrir los ojos, todavía estaba acostada en la cama grande y suave dentro del dormitorio de princesa. Musen se sentó a su lado. Su rostro severo apenas podía ocultar el amor que sentía por ella. Él fue muy gentil con ella, la mimó muchísimo y la mimó con su corazón y su alma. Lo que ella quería, él lo satisfacería. Mubanrou nunca antes había experimentado el amor de sus padres y nunca había conocido una vida tan lujosa, por lo que se había sumergido en este repentino deleite una vez más. Sin embargo, la verdadera razón por la que ella egoístamente quería todo esto era el hombre. Mu era una familia rica e influyente en la capital, y Muyace era un hombre que muchas jóvenes ricas deseaban. Era tan sobresaliente que iba más allá de la imaginación de la gente. ¿Por qué Dios solo le tenía cariño a él, bendiciéndolo con tanto hasta el punto del exceso? Tenía una familia tan fuerte financieramente que podía rivalizar con un país, una apariencia piadosa, un estatus noble y elevado, y talentos y habilidades de otro mundo. Cualquiera de estos haría que los demás se pusieran verdes de envidia, pero él lo tenía todo. Se volvió codiciosa y obsesionada. Fue en la medida en que ella se perdió. Aunque el título de joven amante de la familia Mu y futura esposa del director ejecutivo fue robado de otra persona, en realidad Dios nunca la había tratado injustamente. Un ligero error de pensamiento y la vida de uno podría cambiar inesperadamente y tremendamente. Se convirtió en la futura esposa del director ejecutivo de este enorme imperio empresarial. Al principio se sintió incómoda y temerosa, pero finalmente se calmó y disfrutó de todo lo que no le pertenecía. Sin embargo, al destino parecía encantarle jugar con la gente. Irónicamente, ella no tenía la capacidad de quedar embarazada, esto era congénito. Aunque Musen se había puesto en contacto con muchas personas en el campo de la medicina, ninguna pudo curar su infertilidad. Lo que fue más irónico fue que el sustituto que había empleado Musen resultó ser ella, la verdadera dueña de esa pieza de jade. Mubanrou estaba empapada en sudor frío, mientras estaba llena de una sensación de crisis. Después de muchos años, finalmente se volvieron a encontrar. Hace 9 años, le arrebató el jade a Xiaoxi y tomó posesión de todo lo que le pertenecía. 9 años después, Xiaoxi se convirtió en su madre sustituta y dio a luz a sus hijos. De alguna manera, un vínculo invisible parecía unir a la chica con Muyace, lo que inquietaba a Mubanrou. Muyace ordenó esta investigación sobre Yun Sisi. Significaba que estaba comenzando a dudar de la identidad de Mubanrou y la legitimidad de su reclamo de propiedad sobre esa pieza de jade. Imposible. Había sido meticulosa al ocultar todo durante todos estos años. De hecho, cuando se acercaba a la edad adulta, Muzeng una vez sospechó de ella. Él tenía demasiada prisa en ese entonces, así que cuando la vio en posesión del jade, no realizó ninguna verificación de identidad. Sin embargo, a medida que creció, aunque se volvió más bella y refinada, no se parecía en nada a esa mujer y él empezó a sospechar. Por lo tanto, el abuelo Mu tomó en secreto un poco de su cabello y lo envió para una prueba de ADN. Pero ella era inteligente. Sintiendo que algo andaba mal y al enterarse de su intención, sobornó en secreto a todas las personas del departamento de genética para que falsificaran los resultados de la prueba de ADN. Como corolario, Muzeng estaba completamente convencida de su legitimidad. Capítulo 34. Guardando el secreto en los últimos años, pensó que no se había delegado ni una sola vez. Además, con los resultados del ADN como evidencia, no tenía nada que pudiera causar sospechas. Mu Banrou rápidamente desechó sus dudas, pero el peso no se quitó de sus hombros. ¿Podría ser por ese niño? Quizás, Muyace había sabido desde el principio que la niña estaba viva y que solo esa mujer la ocultaba, por lo que hizo que alguien investigara su identidad cuando sospechaba que ella albergaba intenciones maliciosas hacia la familia Mu. Seguramente fue por eso. Mu Banrou de repente levantó la cabeza. Miró a Aaron mientras fingía calma y ordenó fríamente: no le digas a nadie que vi estos documentos. ¿Entiendes? Trátalo como si no hubieras visto nada. Aaron se puso ligeramente rígido. Obviamente no sabía el motivo de su advertencia. Solo sabía que ella había eliminado de la pila la información sobre la vida de Yun Sisi en el centro de asistencia social hace 10 años y sobre Yun Tianyou. Sin levantar la cabeza, dijo con voz neutral: no le menciones nada sobre este niño, incluido el pasado de esta mujer, al director ejecutivo. Además, no menciones la vida de esta mujer en el centro de asistencia social. ¿Comprendido? Él alzó una ceja sin comprender. Cuando él no le dio una respuesta, la voz de Mu Banrou se volvió más helada. ¿Escuchaste lo que acabo de decir? Aaron bajó la cabeza y permaneció en silencio. Su superior seguía siendo Muyace. Aunque es cierto que Mu Banrou era la futura esposa del director ejecutivo del grupo Mu, ella era solo la gerente del departamento de recursos humanos. No necesita escuchar sus órdenes. Las cosas que el CEO le había ordenado investigar, naturalmente tenía la responsabilidad de cumplirlas en su totalidad. Sin embargo, Mu Banrou parecía haber visto más allá de sus pensamientos. Soltando una risa triste, preguntó fríamente: ¿qué? ¿Crees que como eres el subordinado directo del CEO, no necesitas escucharme? ¿Crees que como solo soy el gerente del departamento de recursos humanos no puedo supervisarte? Con una mueca de desprecio, ella se puso de pie. Luego se acercó al hombre y lo miró de arriba abajo. Ante su escrutinio que era como pinchazos de aguja, Aaron bajó la cabeza para pensar mientras la escuchaba hablar. A pesar de que no tengo mucho poder en el grupo Mu, creo que todavía tengo la capacidad de arrinconarte. Sorprendido, levantó la cabeza para mirarla. Mantén tus labios bien sellados sobre este asunto, ¿entiendes? Ordenó una vez más. Permaneció en silencio durante mucho tiempo. Finalmente, aspiró una bocanada de aire frío y asintió con la cabeza con cierta dificultad. Entiendo. Cuando Muyace regresó, Mu Banrou ya se había ido con la culpa. Debe hacer todo lo posible para evitar que cualquier información sobre esa mujer llegue a Muyace, para que no descubra la verdad. Muyace era su hombre. Ella no se lo entregaría a ninguna otra mujer. Aaron podría ser el subordinado leal de Muyace, pero conocía la posición de Mu Banrou en la familia Mu. Con el abuelo Mu apoyándola, no se atrevió a ofenderla a la ligera. Por lo tanto, cuando Muyace regresó a su oficina y vio los pocos documentos sobre la mesa, puso su mirada dudosa en Aaron. Bajo su mirada penetrante, Aaron dijo con calma: Señor, Yun Sisi es de hecho ese sustituto hace 6 años. ¿MMM? Sus ojos brillaron fríamente. De repente, preguntó: ¿encontraste algo sospechoso sobre ella? Mi respuesta, señor, es ninguna. Recordando la advertencia de Mu Banrou, bajó la cabeza y reflexionó con expresión indiferente. Te puedes ir. Muyace no investigó más. Estaba ocupado con algo más importante, por lo que temporalmente dejó este asunto a un lado. Capítulo 35. Dar la bienvenida a una amiga a su regreso. Perder su tarjeta de identificación fue simplemente agregar más leña al fuego para Jun Sisi, quien ya enfrentaba limitaciones de vida y buscaba desesperadamente un trabajo. El día después de perder su documento de identidad, fue a solicitar un reemplazo, pero la policía local fue verdadera y demasiado vaga. La arrastraron y retrasaron una y otra vez, como si no la estuvieran tomando en serio, dándole todo tipo de excusas superficiales. Habían pasado 2 semanas y todavía no se había expedido un documento de identidad temporal. Casi estalló en ira en la comisaría. Asistió a varias entrevistas de trabajo, pero todas las empresas rechazaron su solicitud porque no tenía ningún documento de identidad. Ella no le informó a Jun Yecheng que la habían despedido de su trabajo, pero él de alguna manera se enteró, y a pesar de no saber el motivo, le dio dinero para los gastos de manutención. Cuando su amiga, Xiao Sue, que acababa de regresar del extranjero, también se enteró de esto, generosamente le prestó una cantidad considerable para ayudarla hasta que encontrara un nuevo trabajo. Xiao Sue era una amiga cercana y confidente que conoció en la escuela secundaria. Eran muy cercanas la una a la otra y eran más como verdaderas hermanas. Cuando los rumores sobre el embarazo de Jun Sisi se difundieron por el campus en aquel entonces, todos sospecharon que ella había sido proporcionada por un jefe. Solo Xiao Sue la defendió sin pensarlo 2 veces. Originalmente, prometieron estudiar juntos en el extranjero, pero Jun Sisi terminó no yendo debido a problemas en su familia adoptiva. Xiao Sue la odiaba absolutamente por romper esa promesa e incluso la ignoró deliberadamente en un momento dado. Finalmente, se resolvió su malentendido. Ahora que Xiao Sue estaba de regreso en el país, Jun Sisi trajo a Youyou para darle la bienvenida. En el momento en que se vieron, Xiao Sue, con ojos brillantes, abrazó con fuerza a Jun Sisi en sus brazos de inmediato. 3 años de diferencia. El anhelo y el cariño. Las lágrimas brotaron incontrolablemente de los ojos de Jun Sisi, mientras todo tipo de emociones abrumadoras surgían dentro de ella. Xiao Sue estaba a punto de quejarse adecuadamente de que no había cumplido con su cita cuando, en su vista periférica, vio a Youyou parado a su lado. En una fracción de segundo, los ojos de Xiao Sue se abrieron hasta alcanzar el tamaño de una campana de bronce. Ella miró sin pestañear y sin comprender a un chico tan lindo durante mucho tiempo. Aunque había visto gran parte del mundo, todavía se sintió atraída instantáneamente por los rasgos atractivos y juveniles de Youyou. Este fue especialmente el caso cuando sus orbes radiantes, que eran tan claros como el agua, la miraron mientras él le daba una sonrisa gentil. Su apariencia fue realmente suficiente para derretir su corazón. ¡Ah! ¡Ay Dios mío! Este pequeño es demasiado lindo. Xiao Sue se inclinó hasta la mitad y tomó el rostro claro de Youyou. Tenía muchas ganas de abrazarlo y darle besos. Ella preguntó, ¿Sisi? ¿Es tu hermano menor? Jun Sisi sonrió y luego explicó, no. Déjame presentarte a él. Este es mi hijo, Jun Tianyo. Haciendo una pausa por un momento, luego le dijo a su hijo, tú, esta es la tía Xiao Sue, de quien mamá te habló antes. Estupefacta, la expresión de Xiao Sue se congeló instantáneamente. ¿Qué? ¿Qué acabas de decir? Con una sonrisa elegante y gentil, Youyou respondió en nombre de Jun Sisi, tía Xiao, hola. Ella es mi mami. Soy Jun Tianyo. Tía, puedes llamarme Youyou. ¿Hijo? ¿Mami? ¿Qué demonios está pasando aquí? Xiao Sue quedó momentáneamente estupefacto. Los examinó de un lado a otro, los suaves labios rosados y los leves hoyuelos de este pequeño eran exactamente iguales a los de Jun Sisi. Ella pensó que el embarazo de Jun Sisi era solo un rumor. Ella nunca pensó que en realidad fuera cierto. De repente, se sintió abrumada por toda esta información sobre su mejor amiga. Eso no estaba bien. No importaba dónde se mirara, este niño ya tenía 6 o 7 años. Calculando el momento en que él nació, probablemente pasó un año antes de que ella se fuera a estudiar al extranjero. Jun Sisi no pudo evitar reírse. Es una larga historia. Comamos primero. Capítulo 36. Entretenimiento. Wang Yu. Xiao Sue asintió. Llevó a la pareja de madre e hijo a un restaurante occidental que solía frecuentar y reservó una habitación privada. Después de ordenar, Xiao Sue la llevó apresuradamente al baño para sondear. Yun Sisi no quería ocultarle nada, por lo que simplemente le dejó todo al descubierto sin entrar en muchos detalles. Xiao Sue escuchó hasta que le dolió terriblemente el corazón. Para tratarte así, tu madrastra es simplemente demasiado cruel y sin escrúpulos. Hace 6 años, cuando mi padre me contó cómo la familia Yun pudo pagar todas sus abultadas deudas en un año, pensé que era extraño. ¿Nunca esperé que sacrificaras tanto? ¿Cuál es el punto de hacer eso? Yun Sisi se rió con autocrítica y sin afectación. Solo estoy mostrando mi gratitud. Además, todo esto pertenece al pasado. Como lo hice para los Yun, cuenta como si le pagara a mi padre por criarme. El periodo infernal en el centro de asistencia social, donde sufrió todo tipo de acoso, fue una sombra en el corazón de Yun Sisi. Si no fuera porque Yun Yecheng la adoptó, su débil entonces probablemente no podría soportar todas esas humillaciones. Incluso hasta ahora, el amor paternal de Yun Yecheng por ella no disminuyó. Además de todo esto, a pesar de que ese periodo de tiempo después de dar a luz a Yo-Yo fue difícil y algo insoportable, como un abismo de miseria, cuando pensó en ello ahora, no sintió ni una pizca de arrepentimiento. Tener un hijo tan reconfortante como Yo-Yo fue verdaderamente una bendición del cielo. Ella ya estaba agradecida. Habían sido 6 largos años. Incluso un recuerdo conmovedor también se desvanecería. Entonces, Xiao Sue tenía miedo de lo sensible que era, por lo que sacó a relucir el siguiente asunto con precaución. ¿No tienes miedo de que el padre biológico de Yo-Yo se lo lleve? Los ojos de Yun Sisi se desorientaron por una fracción de segundo. Recordando a ese hombre, ella respondió, es por eso que necesito mantener en secreto la supervivencia de Yo-Yo. Si nadie lo menciona, nadie podrá llevártelo. No sabía quién era el padre de Yo-Yo y no estaba interesada en saberlo. No tuvo nada que ver con ella. Tú eras su bebé más querido. Ella absolutamente no permitiría que nadie se lo arrebatara. Incluso si fuera su padre biológico, ella no lo permitiría. Sintiendo que no quería hablar de eso, Xiao Sue no continuó con el asunto. A partir de entonces su rostro mostró admiración. Eso es tan bueno, tienes un hijo tan atractivo. Al regresar a la habitación, no pudo evitar arrojarse hacia Yo-Yo. Ella le pellizcó las mejillas y dijo, tú, te ves tan lindo cuando sonríes. Luego formó un estándar de expresión para engatusar a un niño. Tú, ve con tía, ¿de acuerdo? Tía cuidará de ti, te traerá cosas buenas para comer y te dejará jugar con cosas emocionantes. Dejaste la taza de té en su mano y elegantemente le limpiaste los dedos con una servilleta. Luego reveló una sonrisa encantadora. Tía Xiao Sue, mamá me dijo que no puedo ir con un extraño, me secuestrarán. Xiao Sue se quedó paralizado. En medio de su charla, Xiao Sue de repente preguntó, sí, ya que te ves tan bonita, ¿alguna vez has pensado en ingresar a Wanyu Entertainment para desarrollar tu carrera? ¿Entretenimiento Wanyu? Las cejas de Yun Sisi se arquearon. Estaba algo sorprendida por su declaración, pero Xiao Sue solo la miró con desdén. Wanyu Entertainment se está preparando para filmar una nueva película y actualmente se está llevando a cabo una audición a nivel nacional para elegir a la protagonista femenina. Puedes intentarlo. Después de todo, actuar solía ser tu sueño. Yun Sisi lentamente formó una sonrisa. En aquel entonces, ella era una estudiante universitaria con especialización en artes mediáticas y buscaba aventurarse en la industria del entretenimiento, era solo un paso adelante. Sin embargo, debido a que su familia estaba en una situación desesperada, abandonó este sueño. ¿No me digas que no conoces esa empresa? Wanyu Entertainment cuenta con el respaldo de Design Financial Group, el imperio empresarial entre los 100 principales del mundo.